now on 98 for 2. So, but they lost a lot of play yesterday for Rain.
Yeah.
Good to see that they are out again, but they might run out of time there. It looks like.
I'm okay with them running out of time. I think if you're too pressed for a result, it becomes unnecessarily risky when it comes to games that you are perhaps under pressure and have to fight for a draw.
Defended into the offside, so there isn't going to be runs. As is that Privet Shaw there who did the fielding?
Yeah, he's in the cover region.
Oh, that's him over there.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is someone else with orange. I've never seen anyone with orange arm warmers in my entire life, and now they've all got them.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 of them on the offside. There's a second slip,
That's,
Gully.
That's Vihari, who was doing the fielding at Gully, really. And then I think it's the captain, Sanchal, in the covers. No, captain's at mid-off.
Panchal, yes, is a skipper.
And it is indeed. I think that is Privet Shaw who was in the covers. I think you're quite right. Have they been buying their arm warmers from the stadium shop across the way?
Possibly.
Yeah.
So the colours of Free State.
So the old name under sort of pre-1994 South Africa for this province was the Orange Free State. Named after the Orange River, which is the biggest river in South Africa. And so, of course, certainly the rugby team here has as their colours orange, and as their emblem the cheetah.
As do the cricket team here, based at Mangaung Oval, the Knights.
Do they still have a bit of orange in
Knights are very orange at the moment. They changed from the blue.
They were like blue and yellow for a while.
That was the franchise structures. Now there's a second slip put in place for the first ball of Nagwa Swallows over. There's a deep point lurking out there, so they're hoping for a mistimed cut shot. Good length there. Good length and good line as well, defended ably by Jason Smith.
So if you want to tweet us, please do use the hashtag #SSCricket. Slightly confused at the moment by the fact that Supersport Blitz have decided to spam their own channel with team lists and whatsoever, which they're quite entitled to do.
But the wonderful thing, Mr. Gears, we need to say good morning to our Indian fans who are now joining us via YouTube. So good morning to you, all of you from Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein.
Oh, that is really, really great news. So we're very, very pleased to be joined by that international audience, and we will give you some of the updates in a moment.
Well bowled.
As Nagwa Swallow just going straight across the batsman and past that edge. Not been swinging it at all this morning, but he is keeping it in that corridor of uncertainty, that passage of what was the word I used yesterday? Parsimony.
Parsimonious, yes.
Parsimony.
He's twice now that Jason Smith's bat has been beaten early on here. He's one of those guys that once he gets going, I'm sure he'll be fine. But he's just got to weather this first passage of play.
But I am disappointed that there seems to be no swing on offer at all. He's bowling very, very well without it. But he really is just conventionally angling the ball across the right-hander. There's nothing else going on there at all. Not very much variable bounce in this pitch either. It's a tricky pitch to bowl on.
The good thing, Simon, you're saying there's not much on offer with the ball, but there is definitely a couple of words here of encouragement for their left-arm fast bowler.
Two slips, Gully, keeper goes down, defended stoically back up the pitch, and no run.
Yet to get off the mark this morning, Jason Smith, while his partner's got a boundary to his name. 348 for 393 overs gone. These two have put together 117. They're going along nicely here, as there are just 2 balls remaining in this over.
I haven't exactly got off to a flyer today. Well, certainly Jason Smith is still on the same score that he was overnight. He's still on 51. Milan has added 5 runs to his overnight score. And again, Smith just defending into the onside and no run.
good passage of play here for India A. They really are putting pressure on Jason Smith, not allowing him to get away easily. You spoke about not really a flyer, and I think that's exactly what you want if you're watching red ball multi-day cricket. That's precisely what you'll want, is a measured start and not just a blowout. These two teams are really good teams in terms of quality, and there's excitement around some of their possible selections for that first test from the Imperial Wonders on the 17th of December. Now Gwaswala in again. There's two men lurking to catch. Driven hard, but they're straight to the man there, and he doesn't get anything for it. That is the end of the 94th. South Africa A 3-4-8 for 3. I don't think a declaration will be coming anytime soon. We, in our pre-match build-up, were talking about, is there a number that you'd like to declare on, or perhaps a time period? And the discussion was around, well, tomorrow and Friday is expected to be quite a wet day, and so we'd really love to be able to bat long here with South Africa A. Just spend a meaningful amount of time at the wicket here. So I don't think a declaration will come in a hurry, but I will say that I don't think we're concerned about being bowled out here. That one just comes back in to Peter Malan. It made him look terribly uncomfortable, but nothing there. There's a bit of a stifled appeal from the Indian A fielders there. They'll be a lot louder to Jason Smith than they will to Peter Malan. He's well settled here and on course for another milestone. We won't mention it just yet, as we are not necessarily superstitious, but perhaps just a bit stitious.
Malan looking solid, and I think ready to settle in for another long stay at the crease here. Bangs it in, but is left well alone. Does the Aussie leave of lifting the bat well above his head.
Shoulders, arms. To quote the late great Richie Bennett, it's a marvellous day for cricket. There's a high, thin cloud, so we're not worried at all about the rain today, although tomorrow looks quite ominous.
It doesn't look as bad as I think you were originally describing. I think that there's going to be a bit of rain overnight tonight, and then we get down to about sort of 15-20% chance of rain through much of the middle of the day. So I think we might still get a bit of play tomorrow, and then Friday it really doesn't look great.
Yeah, we spoke yesterday, Simon, around this outfield being still quite soft underfoot due to the rain before day one's play, and that impacts the ability to get boundaries away here. We see a lot of fielding, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, particularly on the leg side now for Peter Malan, as Sani in again, and he just leaves that good bit of work there, great bit of bowling just outside that off stump, that fifth stump line, and really putting pressure on the A captain here. But as we said yesterday, the strip that we're using is the second to right from our commentary position, and so we're right towards the castle corner boundary, if you will, and far away, probably about 80 or so meters, Simon, from the other boundaries, to really a ways away.
Yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be much future in trying to hit sixes over that side of the... Well, you're certainly not trying to take on a fielder to that. If you're watching the visuals, it's to the left of your screen is that long boundary. So bowling from that Loch Logan end, which is where Sani is bowling from at the moment, there's no future in trying to take on fielders in the deep that side. But on the other side, probably slightly shorter boundary than the Wanderers, I would have thought.
Oh, much so.
Yeah,
much so. On the off side, yeah, for Peter Malan here, but the leg side is truly a length away from the stumps, almost a Melbourne Cricket Ground type distance. That 80-90 meter boundary, and particularly since we're not at altitude like you would be at Supersport Park or Imperial Wanderers, ball doesn't travel as much as Malan's shoulders, arms. Once again, that's the end of the 95th. 5 overs this morning. 348. So there's only 5 runs coming from the first 5 overs here, and
we're only about 200 or 300 meters below Joburg here. Kenny will help us. 1,400 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,400 meters above sea level. So it is still very much a high altitude ground. This ground is higher than any point in the UK, for example. I was trying to think yesterday what sort of altitude the interior of India is, and whether there are grounds that are high altitude. Obviously, the foothills of the Himalayas can get quite high quite quickly, but I don't think there are any test venues up there.
Nagwaswala in again and just defended there by Smith. There is a high altitude ground that is near the Himalayas towards the Nepal border that is quite a high one. It's actually quite a new one. I'm sure our fans will let us know. If you want to tweet us, hashtag it #SSCricket.
Too stilled, and Asnan Nagwaswala hasn't had any of the movement today that he had last night with this ball, or at the beginning of yesterday's play with the previous ball, and so it looks like it is going to be another long day in the field for India A, I'm afraid. If this was a 5-day test, Dave, I would be expecting a declaration to come probably with an hour to play tonight.
Tonight, yes, if there was 5 days.
Yeah, 4 days, do you shift that a little bit earlier? So maybe look at
lunchtime?
An hour after tea?
Or is
an hour after lunch, rather.
After
Sorry,
lunch,
like halfway
right.
through the day, yeah. Defended into the offsides, some rather sloppy fielding by, I think that's Prithvi Shaw, who...
Yes,
was
he's lurking there in the
responsible
covers, turning his arm over, dreaming of maybe a ball. Perhaps he could get a ball here if South Africa A get over the 450 mark.
Yeah, then I think you start asking for volunteers, don't you?
Well, that's how wicket keepers end up getting wickets. Is because of dire situations. I know Mark Boucher getting one in the Caribbean when South Africa were on the wrong end of a 700 score. 747, I think it was.
Bangs. That time he did get a little bit of a smidgen of swing into the right-hander, and that's why Peter Malan was able to just work it onto his offside. It brings up SAA's 350. It's come in 416 minutes, 579 balls. They've hit 41 fours and a six, and the run rate achieved has been 3.7, which is good going in anyone's books, really.
Two slips a gully, a man at deep point, man at a catching cover, really. Prithvi Shaw, mid-on, mid-off. A man at mid-wicket, and then a man lurking down there at fine leg. He's got a teammate for company.
We were talking about that high altitude for helping us out there. How high is the internal, the sort of inland of India? Let me find a map of India that we can. Yeah.
Yes, we're. So 163 for Malan. Smith's only got 1 run to his name this morning, as he faces now Nagwaswala in again, left arm over the wicket. Slightly shorter, but a loud call of no from Jason Smith as he denies Peter Malan the opportunity to take the run. 96 overs gone. These two have put together 119, and South Africa A are 350 for 3.
Yeah, so there are areas of that sort of wedge part of India that drops down into the Indian Ocean.
The southern peninsula.
Well, yeah, I mean the 80% of the country. You know what I mean? The
Yes.
ones of the shark's tooth.
Sure.
That are between 1,000 and 1,500, particularly in the western interior. But nothing over the 1,500 meter mark until you get up to the foothills of the Himalayas. There, obviously, then it gets really, really high, really, really quickly. But most of the grounds that I can see here would have been in the lower lying areas, either at the coast or between sort of 500 and 1,000 meters altitude.
Sani to continue from the Loch Logan end. Full delivery and it punched quite hard at mid-on, but there is someone there, so Milan has to rein himself in from a potential quick single. He hit it too well for a single there.
Yeah, it's a curious sort of time, this, because you do have to treat yourself like a new batsman. I mean, obviously you know what to expect from the pitch and that sort of thing, so there's no surprises there. But you do still need to really just be a little bit patient and play yourself in nicely, and then get ready to really kick on your innings. Slips go down, and there's a shorter ball that is defended well into the offside. Milan has played the short ball very, very well right the way through this innings. He rides it nicely, and we haven't seen him really be put into any real trouble using the short ball.
Is that through skill, or is it through the pitch not necessarily offering all that much bounce?
Yeah, I think the pitch is innocuous. There's certainly no variable bounce, and not a hell of a lot of really dangerous steepling bounce either. So if you are going to get it up into the batsman's chest, you have to bang it in short. So there's no surprises there. It's not like when Morné Morkel was bowling and guys were getting hit on the grill on a ball that pitched in a good line, at a good length rather. So I think partially it's that, but his technique seems to be very, very solid against against both pace and spin in this innings. Well defended, back to the bowler, no run.
Especially when you're a South African opening batsman, I think if you aren't able to manage the short ball, if it's not part of your repertoire, you'll be found out very soon. There's been a couple of subcontinental players that have come to South Africa or perhaps Australia, and they've found themselves wanting when it came to their ability to play the short ball, because there's definitely going to be a test. You spoke about a Morné Morkel, who regularly used to test the subcontinental batsmen.
Full of ball. Milan's having none of it. Solid forward defensive, and no run. Been no runs off Sani at all yet today, I don't think. Still 1 for 57.
Keeping
what he was overnight.
Keeping it tight, yes. It's good. It's exactly what you want. He's building pressure from one end, and if Nagwaswala can do the same, there might be an opportunity to strike here. We're only a half an hour into the day's play.
Again defended into the offside, and that is
Prithvi Shaw again.
One more ball remaining in the over. I thought that was the last ball of the over, but it is Prithvi Shaw in the covers. Where was he yesterday? He wasn't in the covers. Oh, he was in sort of
mid-wicket region. He was at slip at some point during the day, but he was also at mid-wicket for an extended period of time.
So it's interesting that they've changed up the slip cordon. He didn't really have a chance to do anything wrong yesterday.
Yeah, not too many chances on offer.
Again, just rides the bounce, defends it into the offsides. That is the end of that over. And Sani has bowled 18 overs, 1 for 57. He's bowled three maidens with that as well. Looking very, very on top of it this morning. 4 maidens, in fact, he's bowled.
Partnership just still that 119. They haven't been able to really tick on. We saw at one point during that massive stand between Tony de Zorzi and Peter Malan, Simon, that they were able to just rotate freely. If there wasn't boundaries, there were multiple opportunities for them to rotate through the strike singles here and there, and so it allowed them to do away with any pressure that they may have been feeling through the Indian A bowling lineup.
Yeah, I think so, and they haven't really been able to rotate the strike very much this morning yet, but they're both looking solid, and I think probably... Oh, there he edges it straight. Oh, looking solid, jinxed him good and proper there. He playing away from his body, and he got a thick edge, and it flew straight to the man at second slip, who I'm going to allow Dave to see if he can't identify. Although they're now in the huddle, and he will have lost who it was. But we will get that in a moment, and that is the end of Jason Smith, who looked. He has looked vulnerable early on in yesterday and today. A tendency to play with the bat away from his body and chase the wide one a bit. This time he was seeing it well enough to be able to get that outside edge. Flew easily into the breadbasket of second slip.
Yeah, it looks like Aparajit is the man who snagged it there at second slip. There was no real footwork there from Jason Smith. Like you said, Simon, he's been struggling to get anything going this morning. He's only added 1 to his overnight score, and so the new ball does the trick here for the Indian A squad, as Aparajit was able to collect that. His innings coming to a close, 52 runs, 108 deliveries. He hit 4 fours and the solitary 6 that he hit from the Willows end over the boundary at the Loch Logan end.
So that brings the new batsman in, who is Sinatemba Eshele,
Yes.
who's also the wicketkeeper for this SAA side.
Yeah, coming from the Warriors, he'd really struggled to get a first-class 100, but until recently had been agonizingly short. We spoke about the fact that he chopped on previously in a 4-day game where he was on 97, but he managed to eventually get his first-class 100 of 124 versus Zimbabwe A at Harare earlier in this year. He comes to the wicket with 1,628 runs to his name, averaging 35, which is really good for a wicket-keeper. 12 50s to his name, and just his 32 matches. But he's coming to the wicket, and he will have some good advice from Peter Malan, just to perhaps see out this first hour of play. We're only half an hour into today, so if he can weather the storm early here, I'm sure he will be in a good stead to fill his boots.
Yeah, I mean he this does slightly confuse matters for SAA in terms of their planning. I think that they have lost an early wicket, and we'll now have a situation, I think, where Malan might be joined by a succession of guys who will throw the bat at it a little bit more than perhaps some of the top order guys would, which should make for some fairly entertaining cricket.
Yeah, after Klashile is George Linder, Marco Janssen, Lutus Pamla, and Björn Henriksen, Glenton Stierman. Now Gwaswala in again. He's probably got his tail up. He comes in once again, left arm over. Loud call of no from the resolute defense of Klashile. He's making sure he's not going to pick up a golden duck here early on, but good to see the conversation between Malan and Klashile as he walks to the wicket. He's obviously giving him some guidance, some advice.
So decent catching by India A. They've only had two chances of a catch right the way through this match so far, and they've taken both of them. Admittedly, both have gone straight into the breadbasket of the various fielders. Who took the catch yesterday? Was it a Parajesh as well? Oh no, it was Gautam. It was Krishna Gautam who took it at mid wicket in the first over of the match yesterday. It is Arzan Nagoswala who's bowling at the moment from this Willows end, and seeing whether he can't winkle out a second one. So your wicketkeeper or captain always yells to you after the first wicket, "Come on, guys! One brings two."
It inevitably does. And I think India A would love to have a second scalp here early on.
And I think if they could choose, they wouldn't necessarily want Klashile, they would want the scalp of Malan.
Sometimes you can't pick your wickets.
Sometimes, yeah, you can't be a choosy beggar around which wickets you're going to get on a flat Bloemfontein pitch, I don't think.
I don't think they would be upset if they could pick up the wickets at the other end and leave Malan stranded here. 163 is Malan. He's got 281 deliveries that he's faced and just 19 boundaries, while Klashile has faced 3 and yet to get off the mark.
No rush. He needs to play himself in and get comfortable out there. As he comes in left arm over the wicket and just angles that across the right-hander as he has been doing all morning, bar one or two balls that he did manage to get a little bit of swing on. And that is the end of the fifth ball. The fifth ball of his 20th over. He's alongside Krish Gautam has bowled the most overs for India. But he's actually, once he completes this, he will have been the most bowled bowler.
21 overs.
21 overs, 2 for 65, so also the most successful of the Indian bowlers. Past the umpire. Digs it in and forces the backward defensive from Krishila. That is the end of the over, with South Africa 350 for 4 after 98 overs. Only 7 runs added this morning so far in 8 overs, so it's been slow going. And India have taken a wicket, so 7 for 1 this morning. They'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, it was early doors, very similar, Simon, yesterday with 14 for 2 in and around that early, that first hour or so of play. And we spoke about it this morning. If India are going to claw their way back into this fixture, it has to be through early wickets. They've got one, and I'm sure they'll be seeking out another as we head into the 99th over. Sani to continue. So just the 2 bowlers used this morning in the first 8 overs. We'll see the 9th one being bowled this morning. 2 slips and a gully, deep point, man in the covers, Miran Marov, a man at mid wicket, and a fine leg. Don't forget, if you want to have your tweets read out, tweet us #SSCricket.
Sani to continue. I think he got a bit of an edge to that. It is given. Yeah, I don't think it was. There was too much doubt about that. Peter Malan playing forward, it just nudged the shoulder of the bat. You could see a little bit of a deviation from here, and I like to imagine that I might have heard a bit of a nick as well. And that is the end of a big innings by Peter Malan, 163, and success at last for Sani, having taken a wicket 97 overs ago. He's now picked up the big one that India would have wanted, and SAA now have 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah, he just squared him up there. Malan was in 2 minds about whether he should have gone forward or back, and then stuttered on his way forward as he gets applause from his teammates there. 163 for the South African A captain. He's really done a great job here for South Africa A. If we look at some of the highest scores ever against India A from South Africa A, he is now the leading run scorer. He beat Aiden Markram, who scored in 2019-2020 161. So he now has the highest score for a South African A player against India A. As we see here, George Linder is the new man to walk to the crease.
We can finally work out what his average in SAA cricket is. So he had scored 17 runs up until now, and so he's now on 170, and we divide that by 7, huh?
Yes, 7 innings.
So his average, having been 3.8, is now 24.3. Which sounds a lot worse than 163, but
it's better than the 2.8 he had coming into this game.
It is better than the 2.8, yes.
Yeah, his highest score before this was 7 against this exact India A team in Bangalore in 2018. George Linder, 10 50s to his name, 2,287 runs, an average of 30.1. He's got 400s to his name, so not a mug with the bat by any stretch of the imagination, Simon. He's really handy with the willow.
He is indeed, and of course played a fair amount at Test match level. I'll give you some of his numbers in a moment now. But he's one of these guys who's just beginning to break into that next level up, that Test match level, and has been a fairly exciting find for South Africa, but probably second, if not sometimes third, in line for a Test match space, which is why we're seeing him playing at SAA level. Straight away he squeezes down on the ball and it squirts out into the offside, fielded by Shaw, and a much more vocal Indian side now.
Absolutely, they'll have their tails up. They've got the early wickets of the two set men, and now they can really squeeze this South African A side. I spoke yesterday, Simon, about the ability to build pressure, and they've really done it well this morning, particularly Sani. We spoke about the fact that he's bowled a number of maiden overs in this first passage of play, and it resulted at in the wicket at the other end. And it's such a frustrating thing that he would have understood that it's for the team that they've picked up the result, but he's done all the legwork there and not been rewarded. But it's good for youngsters to watch that, as youngsters, you may have put in the hard work to restrict the one end and your partner picks up a wicket. And that's the great thing about this game, is that you can do the hard work and somebody else can reap the benefits.
So George Linder made his debut against India in Ranchi in October 2019. He's only played the 3 tests. I thought he'd played a few more than that. Batting wise, he's got a higher score of 37 in test match cricket, an average of 22, so not awful.
That one just caught the outside edge of the bat, and Prithvi Shaw, who's lurking there in a backward point region, collects it and has a word with his mate at gully.
He bats a little bit lower than 7 in the Proteas test side. I think he comes in typically 8 or 9. But certainly used to coming in this sort of environment, I think. 350 odd.
It's not a terrible average, having only played in India.
Actually, I say he'd be used to coming in at 350. The Proteas would have been delighted if he was coming in with 350 on the board during that awful India tour that he made his debut on. He was actually one of the few success stories from that tour.
Along with Aiden Markram and Rassie van der Dussen in that...
Rassie certainly also making his debut that tour, I think. Has subsequently made that number 3 slot his own.
Yeah, George Linder's averaging 30 in first-class cricket at the moment. High score of 148 in 2019-2020 as the Cobras took on the Titans.
Averaging 30 puts you in very strongly in all-rounder status, doesn't it?
Particularly in long-format cricket.
Yeah. There's absolutely nothing wrong with an average of 30. 2 slips, gully, point, left. So the left arm over angle is just tucking him up a little bit there, and you got something, getting something of a leading edge there, I think. Anyway, that is the end of that over. A successful over for Navdeep Saini, and his figures now 2 for 57 off 19 overs. He'll be very, very happy and relieved to have seen the back of Peter Malan, but also to have added to his scalps.
Nagwaswala will continue from the Willow's End as Sani makes his way down to fine leg. Koshila yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries and he's got Linder for company. He's going to be facing now Nagwaswala. He's going to ball left arm over the wicket. With the 2 new men at the crease, what they've done is they've brought the deep point back into the proverbial ring and only left the fine leg out there. So just the 1 man out in fine leg.
I would have thought there would have been some future to maybe trying a third slip as well. Although neither of these bowlers are swinging it away from the right hander.
Prodigiously, at least. Sure. It's just with the angle of Nagwaswala that shot, that false stroke from Jason Smith led to his dismissal. It's quite a wide mid-on here.
Right in that channel that is left well alone by Koshile, and no run.
Desperately trying to lure him into a false stroke here early, perhaps a push at something, and perhaps Koshile is accidentally mistimes it and the slips are waiting. I don't think Koshile is going to be lured into, well, I hope at least he's not going to be lured into that kind of false stroke early on here. He's, like I said, he's yet to get off the mark, but will want to put on at least 100 or so here with George Linder, as we are in the 100th over.
forcing the forward defence of that time with a straighter one, and Koshila very adamant to get his front foot down the pitch and defend that out into the offside. So 350 for 5 now in the 100th over, a run rate of 3.5. Things have drifted slowly along for South Africa today. Still only 7 runs? It is still only 7 runs.
Yep,
today.
it's only 7 runs so
7
far.
for 2.
7 for 2.
Today, after having really dominated with the bat yesterday, India will be pleased to feel like they're getting back in here. And if they could get South Africa out for low 400s, I think that would be considered a huge success in their book.
Yeah, great comeback there for them. But we saw a very similar display yesterday, Simon, with the first hour of play. 2 wickets falling for not very much, only 14 runs on the board. As Nagoswala just gets a new clean ball. You spoke about yesterday, Simon, the inability for players to use saliva to shine the ball. Do you think that has somewhat...
Yeah, I think it has.
stunted things,
Yeah, I think you're going to struggle to get reverse swing
right.
without it. And
Especially getting off the mark there as well.
I mean, I've just noticed, just looking at the balls that I handle as an umpire, so I never umpire anything longer than a 50 over match.
Right.
But once you're getting past even the 25th over, those balls are tired. And the bowlers get frustrated, because they are really bowling with a netball after 30 overs.
Sure.
And
not the netball, sport netball.
No,
but the ball that would
yeah.
be used in the nets, just as a point of clarity.
Yeah.
Don't want them thinking that the ball
I
is netball.
heard such a lovely interview with Dale Steyn the other day. In fact, I think it was while he was commentating. And what a good commentator he's turned out to be. Eh?
It's a surprise.
Yeah.
That, well, not a surprise that he'd be a good commentator.
It's a delight, I think.
A delight,
yes. As Nagoswala comes in, or goes straight through, there is a bit of a hopeful appeal. I think that went between bat and pad. He was lucky there, and no run. So he was talking. I think one of his fellow commentators asked him whether he had to learn to bowl reverse swing. At what point in his career did he learn about reverse swing?
I remember him picking up 7 in India.
Yeah. So Dale said reverse swing was one of the first things he learned to do as a bowler, because the way it worked is he was given a brand new cricket ball at the beginning of the season,
right?
And that was his ball
for the season.
Okay, so after about 5 or 6 weeks of using this thing in the nets, it was hooping reverse like you can't believe. And
right.
And so that's what he just learned to do, was bowl reverse. Using his old practice ball. And it's quite impressive that he ended up to be as good with the conventional swing as he did. But I thought that was an interesting window into how many of these bowlers, particularly these guys who like to bowl long hours in the nets, and we know Malik is one of those. As kids, how they do experience the game slightly differently to what you will once you're in match conditions.
100 overs bowled, 351 for 5, and your maths is easy when it comes to the run rate. That one is full on the pads of Koshila. He just bunts it back to mid-off without any fuss.
So we've able to add a bird species that we didn't have yesterday. A lesser striped swallow has just given the fly past of our camera.
Do you imagine it's as a result of the rainfall that we've been experiencing? To see swallows around?
No, these are all these are
all weather
summer visitors for this part of the world.
Right.
So a lot of the ones that our viewers would have seen flitting back and forth have been little swifts with a white rump. Oh, that is crashed into the offside, but he didn't really get very much of it, and it is easily fielded by the man at point, and no run. Guys in the covers, in the slips, beginning to talk about the batting that they're going to be doing later.
Thinking about what conditions may be like. We've been discussing on our side what the South African A batting lineup may look like, and so there's going to be a good conversation, I'm sure, during the break, just to see who gets the new egg.
Worked into the onside this time by Koshile, and a no run.
Not too many obvious gaps on this field, Simon, that you would think there's my opportunity to score some runs.
Yeah, I mean it is a conventional offside field this now. This is exactly the sort of field you would find in every single cricket textbook that my first cricket book would have this field as an example.
First cricket book, sure.
Exactly, yeah.
Sure.
2 slips, a gully, point cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
Wonderfully driven there by Sheila, but he loudly shouts, "Wait, wait, wait," as he sends George Linde back. Linde also yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries, but Sheila is clearly looking to absorb the deliveries here early on and really just set out a great foundation for some runs. I'm sure he'll, having been quite an experienced campaigner. He got his debut in 2017-18 series. There's 31 games to his name, so not new in the system. Just leaves it alone.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, it's about 9th stump line there. But
Banged in by Navdeep Sahni, but a bit of a waste of a ball for everyone, I think. It wasn't really going to trouble the batsman unless he had a flap at it.
Prithvi Shaw coming in from the covers, desperately wanting the ball. It's one of those when you see youngsters that they all want to get a touch of the ball. It's got to go around the ring.
Just another one of those things in COVID we're not really supposed to be doing. You're supposed to limit it to 2 people touching the ball between the keeper and the bowler.
Thankfully, they're in a biosecure environment.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter with these
less
guys.
strain, but to mere mortals like you and me, at the other levels, it's how it has to be. 2 slips and a gully. The point is a little bit deeper than you would normally have.
Defended into the offside, and Vihari comes around and stops the ball for his point.
End of the 101st. South Africa 351 now for 5. This partnership is only 1, and there are 79 overs left in today's play. 18 extras in that 351. So I'm sure they'll be looking to tighten that up on day 2 of this first A test between South Africa A and India A at Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. If you've just recently joined us, my name is Dave Midgley. Alongside me is Simon Gill. We'll be with you through all 4 days of this first game.
Once again, the over rate's a little bit slow. We're creeping up to drinks where we should be at 15 overs, but we're on 11 at the moment for the day. And admittedly, we have had 2 wickets, so you can probably add an over on for that. But yesterday we finished, about 5:30? 25 past 5, somewhere around there. And
it was 5:30.
Yeah.
There was 2 minutes to go and they started the final over.
So it's going to be the left-handed George Linde. He also has a very, very conventional field. 2 slips in the gully and all the rest of the trappings. Oh, and it lands up edging that, and I was actually watching him for the LBW. I didn't see where it flew.
Between second and gully.
Was it between second and gully? Yeah.
In that vacant 3rd slip region.
And that runs away for 4. It's been a while since we've seen a left-hander facing Nagwasala from this end. So interesting to see the change of line.
Yeah, it was a much straighter delivery and ended up catching not Dazorzi. We've been so used to seeing Dazorzi with the left-hand bat, but George Linde, and he's edged that. That gets him off the mark, and doesn't matter how the runs come as long as they do. Nagwasala into his 23rd over. He's picked up 2 sticks for just 70 runs.
It's a little bit of fortune there for Linde, but he'll take it.
Yeah, Van Tonder and Smith were the scalps for Nagwasala. 2 slips in place. He comes left arm over.
Straight away again and driven straight back at the bowler. defended straight back at the motor. I think he didn't really drive it with any particular venom.
Better management of a similar type delivery. I mean, he looked a little bit all at sea in that delivery that caught the edge.
Yeah, I thought he had been wrapped on the pad at first. But these things happen. It's amazing how big that gap is between second slip and gully in every captain's imaginations.
Shot.
Oh, this time he does get all of it, and he plays this in front of square, and it is going to be cover. He's going to have to jog and fetch it. Much better, more confident shot by Linde there.
Far too much room from Nagwaswala, and George Linde, like you said, he's a quality batsman. He's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, so he goes to 8. Oshile is still there on 1, and the score goes to 359 for 5.
I think we're probably in our final over here before the drinks break, as we see the third umpire lurking at the boundary's edge. There's just 1 minute to go before 11, but we are 3 balls away from the conclusion of this over. Now Waswala in again.
Yes. So we're having we've been called up on by Letemba Daile on tweet. He said these oaks have nothing good to say about Jason Smith. Well, I don't know Letemba. I mean, we said that he struggles a little bit early on and then played really well. And but he does definitely play outside the off stump far too much early on in his innings, and we were proven correct. He had a good 3 or 4 flaps early on yesterday, and today he had another one of those, playing away from his body and edge to second slip.
Yeah, the immediate argument, I think, is the fact that he's averaging 80 in this year's 4-day competition, with only 2 games in, as this one's driven out to the deep point off the front foot from Linde. He's averaging 32 at the moment in first class cricket, so not a terrible average. We've said he's actually a quality asset to the squad in the South African A setup.
Yeah, and I think you're being slightly misquoted as well. He Letemba saying yesterday they lied. You notice people never sometimes get it wrong. They lie, Dave.
Right.
Saying that. Did you say he's been struggling with form? When of course he is averaging 80, so we may have accidentally misspoke, but we certainly didn't lie. There's no future in lying about Jason Smith, or anybody for that matter. This is defended by who's that? Bashile.
Yes.
Into the offside, and collected by Shaw. Is it?
Yes.
Shaw has taken his jersey off. It's not Shaw, it's Safraj who is in the offside. You can sort of see how one might mistake Shaw and Safraj from a distance of 100 meters. That is drinks, and so we are going to have a 2 or 3 minute break of our voices as well. But if you do want to tweet us, please do, and use the hashtag SS Cricket. It helps us so much if you can hashtag SS Cricket into your tweet, and that is because that is the channel that we watch for the comments. But we love to engage with you as well. So tweet us hashtag SS Cricket, and we look forward to chatting to you after the break. Welcome back after that first drinks break of the day. The score is 360 for 5. That's SAA, of course. Having resumed the day on 343 for 3. They have progressed by just 17 for 2 in this first hour of play. So it has very much been India A, and it will be Malik for the first of his overs today, playing with a much more conventional field than he did yesterday. Yesterday he had a leg slip and a gully as his only 2 grabbers behind the wicket. But today he will have 2 slips and a gully, and point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets, and a fine leg. He's been certainly one of the finds of this season. Got drafted into IPL in the second half of the IPL after the COVID break, and is now been elevated to India A before making his first-class debut. This is in fact his first-class debut. He's going to come left arm around the wickets. Right arm around the wickets to the left-hander, who George Linder, who cuts it out into the offside. It's collected by the sweeper, and they go through for a single. That will take Linder into double figures. He's on 10, and Kashile now to face on 1. Umran Malik's figures from yesterday: 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Certainly has run in with enthusiasm, banged it in, and he was at his best, I think, when he had the field set up for the shorter ball, and really tried to put the batsman under pressure by getting the ball to climb on them. It'll be the first time Kashile has faced him. Back of a length, but driven nicely out into the offside, off the back foot. That's going to run away for 4. Bit of a gimme, I think, for Kashile from Malik.
Yeah, a little bit of a long hop there,
Yeah.
and Kashile didn't miss out there at all.
And that takes them through to 365 for 5 after 102 overs.
Yeah, that was just to the left hand of the man in the covers, and the man who was out sweeping at the point boundary wasn't able to get there in the end.
Question for you, Dave.
Sure.
Because your knowledge of these up-and-coming guys is better than mine. From Pranjal Messi fan, saying, why isn't Gerald in the A team?
Gerald Coetzee?
I would assume so.
Yeah, we
chat
did
about him a little bit
speak about him yesterday. I said, him, Wandile Makwetu, Josh Richards, they're all in the South African Academy setup. So they're just kind of one below this SAA squad, as they need to perhaps just work on some of the things. They're both playing, all of those guys are playing professional cricket, and they're playing at mostly Division 1 teams.
What does it mean to be in the SA Academy?
So it's kind of a nursery, so to speak, for players that they really think that are the next to come through the ranks.
Fuller ball, driven again into cover. It's extra cover actually has now been put into that cover ring. No,
Yeah.
I'm wrong. My apologies. It's I was counting them wrong. There is still just a conventional point, cover, and mid off. Carry on. You were saying?
Yeah, so it's really the old Plascon Academy that those of you who perhaps follow a little bit more keenly would know about. So it's really an opportunity for players who have shown early success either at South Africa under 19 or the first class level, as this one's just dotted out into the outfield.
Yeah, I think slightly better length there from Malik, and defended. That is the end of his 13th over. He's taken 1 for 48, and South Africa 365 for 5 after 103. The batsman there, Kashile, is on 5 and Linder on 10.
So it's an opportunity for those kind of up and comers to really to cut their teeth and possibly tour overseas.
Is it a mentorship program, or is
It very much is. It very
Yeah.
much is. Like I said, it's a nursery.
So it's not necessarily a physical building with the...
No.
Okay.
These cricketers are good enough to play at the highest, domestic level. but certainly are part of Cricket South Africa's plans for the future. The guys like Josh Richards, who are possibly somebody that will take the place of Dean Elgar in the long term is also a possibility there, and Wandile Makwetu in the wicket keeping department. Gerald Coetzee is truly a treasure for South African fast bowling, but he really just needs to work on a couple of things and make sure he gets it all right. As a change of bowling, Mr. Gear, we have spin for the first time at the Willows End. Chahar, the right arm leg spin.
It is.
Chahar.
It is indeed. He bowled without success yesterday. 19 overs, 0 for 75. None of the spinners actually got any wickets yesterday. So he will be the first spin today from the Willows End. He will be bowling to the left-handed George Linder. There is a man at bat pad. There is a single slip and 2 sweepers on either side of the pitch. Defended into the offside. No run. And then the second part of Pranjal Messi fans' question is, he just says, it's a statement really, I would be really disappointed if Dwan, I'm assuming Olivier, isn't there in the squad against India in the test.
Yeah, he's got
series.
20 wickets to his name in this year's 4-day domestic tournament. He's really done well for the Imperial Lions. There's a lot of politics that surrounds that selection, and there's another warning here from umpire Kuma to Chahar about running on the danger. And we saw one at the Loch Logan end yesterday.
Who was?
It was the same guilty man.
Was it Chaho?
Yeah,
I
on
thought
the
it was
back foot and punch through the covers. They take a quick shot. There's an opportunity for a run out, but the direct hit isn't forthcoming, and Linda is home safely. It was him. Remember, he was coming through and over as a last ball of the over, and that's why he was warned by Harris on the Loch Logan end.
But he's going to be a bit careful, because then if that was an official warning, that's 2, and the third one he's off.
Yeah, I don't know if this time from Kuma was an official one, but I know from umpire Harris was definitely an official warning.
Yeah. In fact, it looked like he was only because Kuma would have turned to his colleague to indicate, and he would have called the captain in as well if he gave him a second warning. So I think you're right. I think it was just a friendly message.
The man at deep square is now making his way to a deep backward square position. It's not quite a fine leg. There's a security guard down at fine leg. Who would be an indication, but it's just deep backward square, and the man who is sweeping, the man who's on the offside in the cover region has now gone to sweep.
Loops it in. He's definitely bowled with a lot more loop than Gautam did.
Yes. And Aparajit.
Yeah, and looking for a bit of turn as well. So he has got that man catching at a silly point. He's got a slip. He's got a point as well. Squares the batsman up a little bit, but he defends it safely back down the pitch. So in terms of Dwayne Olivier, we've got this interesting situation that he obviously, CSA felt very, very let down by the fact that he went off to take a Colpack agreement. But it's not particularly, I don't know whether an organisation should hold grudges though either. And if he is worthy of selection, he must be considered.
I think he's often considered as a home track bully. I think that's where CSA's question maybe, possibly, as we end the 104th, 366 for 5. They perhaps are saying that we've seen, somebody like Heinrich Nokia doing well in the IPL, and so he will obviously continue. But with Lungi Ngidi out with COVID-19, there may be some concern around that, but I don't think it will impact all the way into the 17th of December. We're well away from that. So, a Lungi Ngidi and perhaps a Luto Sepamla will be in that mix for the first test.
Pranjal has a follow-up question, where he says it's strange to see nobody in the South African A squad who can hit the 140 km/h mark consistently, other than Gerald Coetzee. Are there any young bowlers who can really sort of pick up the pace?
Just ducked under there by George Linder. He's not interested in taking on that short delivery from Malik. Express pace or skill? That's the age-old question when it comes to fast bowling.
Yeah, because I think as we saw with Malik bowling to Peter Malan and Tony DeZorzi, pace is not enough if if you're hitting 150. I think if you're hitting 160, you then do see guys at this level genuinely get beaten for pace. But there's often it's about the length that you bowl, and so Mitchell Johnson, for example, I don't think ever bowled a 150k ball, but he felt so fast when you watched him, and he's the only bowler I've ever seen where middle and lower order batsmen genuinely looked terrified of him.
And it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't Brett Lee type pace. It was just the sheer aggression, that handlebar moustache that we spoke about in the 2013-2014 Ashes series.
Right arm around the wicket into the left-hander, and it's worked to mid-wickets by Linder, but there won't be a run. It goes straight to the fielder there.
Yeah, it's all about skill. I mean, Dale Steyn is a big example of that. He was fast, but including that, he had skill, and we spoke about his ability to bowl reverse swing from almost immediately in his career. But also, if you think about the Michael Vaughan dismissal way back in 2004, when he dismissed Michael Vaughan with an absolute peach of a delivery as Malik comes in again. Carved away, and that's beaten the man at gully on his left hand. The man at point is lurking there, but it's gone really outside of his reach, and that races away to the boundary.
That may have been a little further away from him than I realised, because I got the sense that was quite close to gully. Is it Vihari again? Although Vihari's taken his jersey off, so I'm not quite sure who that is there. Anyway, there are now. You see, there never seems to be much future in this, where you now start trying to spread your riches, and so that man at gully has taken 2 or 3 steps to his left. As this ball is left well alone, it's much closer to Linder, and then the second slip has walked out and is now halfway between first and gully, and all that does is create gaps in your cordon, I think.
Yeah, the only opportunity to the slips was taken, and that was the dismissal of Jason Smith.
So SAA have managed to pin a couple through gaps between second slip and gully, and but not too many. It hasn't been there was never a sense yesterday that SAA were lucky to have finished at 343 for 3. It was just solid batting on a flat track. But India are definitely more in it today. Again, just bowling into that channel and left well alone by George Linder. He's on 15 now. Krishila is on 5. Their partnership is 20. They were both on 0 when they came together. And the total's now moved on to 370 for 5 after 105 overs.
Yeah, so the day starting with 343 for 3. The 2 wickets to fall this morning were initially Jason Smith, only 1 to his overnight score, and Peter Malan, who finished on 163. So splendid knock from Peter Malan.
Let's do a couple more tweets. Litemba asks again, would love to see Oguhle in this A side.
Yeah, Oguhle is really a solid option for the South African A.
Looped into Krishila and played into the offside. No run. Good aggressive fielding by the cover fielder there. And Litemba also asks, who would you drop for Dwayne Olivier?
Who would I drop for Dwayne Olivier?
Yeah, well,
if forced to put him in, that one is a flash drive, and it's just gone over the top of the man at slip, and it racing towards the boundary. They're going to come back for 3 here if it holds up, but it doesn't. It goes to the boundary. He's absolutely thrown his hands at that one, has Sinatemba Krishida. Perhaps a shot in anger, but it's gone flying between keeper and first slip. First slip's kind of collapsed in his attempt to get that one, but 374 now for 5.
Yeah, I mean, just to get back to Ogukle, I mean, he's at the right sort of age to start looking as a fast bowler to be included in an SAA team. First class record, 77 wickets at an average of 32. His batting is very much a fast bowler's record, averaging 7. But I think, that average of 32 maybe bothers me slightly, and the economy rate of 3.5, both of which are quite high for first class level. Certainly a level where if you're expecting to be elevated up to SAA and beyond. Looping it and defended off the front foot again, no run. I would say you probably begin to start knocking on the door of SAA once you're averaging under 30. Would you say that's a reasonable benchmark?
There's no guarantee of selection, and if you're
Of
not
course,
a part of the SAA plans, that's just whipped away off the pads of Gqeberha, and that's going to race away to the mid-wicket boundaries. Moved his feet very quickly there and just whipped away off the front knee there.
And I think Litembo has stumbled across the truth with the Dwan Olivier situation, is that who would you drop? Well, your immediate question was if you were forced to pick him. Of course, no one's forced to pick anybody. And I think that's a very, very settled pace attack that we have in the Proteas side at the moment.
And I don't know that Dwan Olivier is actually looking at the national squad. I think his focus, as this one is driven well by Gqeberha. There's a man out there sweeping who's going to come round. They get through for 1. His focus is primarily on the Lions squad that he is a part of.
And of course, for guys who are probably not going to be Dale Steyn superstars, KG Rabada type players.
So hold on, you're saying KG won't be a Dale Steyn, or KG is a Dale Steyn?
No, I'm saying that they're both the same.
The same crop, sure.
So guys who are not going to be superstars like that, who are going to play, test matches for 10 or 15 years.
Right.
In some ways, national selection is a tick box. That obviously you're thrilled to get it, and if you'll take as many seasons as you can get to an extent. But if you are on the edge of selection, like in some ways Kyle Abbott was, it becomes a thing where you've ticked that box so that you can negotiate foreign contracts and entry into T20 leagues and those sort of things. Mm-hmm. And there's no real, once you've done it once, doing it again 2 or 3 seasons later for a little period doesn't necessarily improve those negotiations. I don't think. You are always an international player once you've been an international player once, and I suspect Dwan Olivier in particular is very, very much that type of player. And I mean that is no disrespect to him whatsoever. Phenomenal fast bowler, and he had a wonderful couple of series for South Africa.
Yeah, 2018, 2019 is where he got his initial look in.
Malik just banged that in, and it was left alone by Gqeberha to go through to the keeper, and no run.
Yeah, Gqeberha wasn't going to throw his hands at that. It was well wide, and wicketkeeper, because of the angle, was taking that nigh on in front of first slip.
So, Cricket Fanatics magazine reminds us that they did an exclusive interview with Dwan Olivier, and he addresses the Proteas call-up.
So if you want to read more about that, go click on that. As off the back foot, punched nicely by Gqeberha. He's only going to get a single, as the man out there sweeping at deep point is able to collect it. These two are on 15 each. Gqeberha's had a much quicker scoring rate in the last little bit. He took a while to get to his 15, but we're not impatient. It's good work from these two to really put on a lovely 30 stands so far. But Simon, we're talking about George Linde and his skill as he came to the wicket, but this is a real opportunity for him to push into that red ball side.
Well, yes,
as an all-rounder, sure.
And we got a tweet, which I'll read in a moment after this, says, right on around the wicket, good steepling bounce, and well defended by George Linde. Good cricket all round, folks. Cricket Fanatics magazine again says this is the perfect opportunity for George Linde to score runs and prove that he can be that genuine all-rounder. Indeed, and anyone who is averaging 30 with the bat when he's being picked primarily as a bowler is very much all-rounder status. And South Africa could use some some genuine test class all-rounders at that 7, 8, 9 position in the team, and George Linder must be someone who's looking at it. I wonder what Keshav averages in first-class cricket. I'll have a look in a moment now. Beautiful shot away into the offside. There is a man chasing it.
I don't think he's cut it off.
I don't think that was. No, he shows that he got 4, and he had a bit of a dive, but I think he touched the rope as he made contact with the ball, and that takes Linder on to 19, and the score on to 384.
Just over pitched there from the bowler Umran Malik. He's still trying to find his feet in first class cricket. Remember that this is his debut game, and picked up the solitary wicket for him of Johnny Dezorzi rather. Sinatemba's at the non-strikers end. So over-pitched and suitably punished by George Linder. There's one slip, 2 gullies in place, deep point. So they're obviously looking at a bit of short bowling. Yet again, and he just wafts at this one. This dies on the way through to wicket-keeper Yadav. He just didn't really have any foot movement there. He practices the shadow batting shot again. He really just was planted in the crease there, and I think it didn't quite bounce as much as he would have hoped, and so that's why he felt uncomfortable with that type of delivery.
Just interesting comparison, because I suppose George Linder and Keshav Maharaj would be competing for that slot. Sort of 8-9 batsman and a left-arm spinner for the tests. As he comes right on around the wicket, he slashes hard, and this is going to run all the way down to that third man boundary. Another 4 in the over for Linder. That takes him through to 23, and as the over ends, Malik has taken 1 for 61 off 15, so he's going at 4 runs and over, and the score 388 for 5. And suddenly this partnership, which looked like it was trundling along quite slowly, is worth 38.
Yeah, it's. I don't think Malik can be unhappy with that result in the previous over there. It was a slash by George Linder and ended up with a boundary, but he's got 2 gullies, and if there's an opportunity for those 2 men to come into play, I don't think Malik will be unhappy. I mean, he's really just working into a plan, and sometimes your plan doesn't necessarily go well. So you can see on screen that there is a man under the helmet at a silly point, a slip in place. There's a man out sweeping in the covers, very square of the wicket. Looks like Prithvi Shaw is the man there. Point, cover, Imran, and this is carved away. It's beaten the man at backward point, and that'll race away to the boundary. Another boundary for Klashile. He's going along great guns here, and that takes him to 19. Wonderful shot there from the South African wicket keeper. He just leans on it and guides it to the left hand of the man at backward point, and picked up a boundary.
Another tweet from Pratim Gautam this time, and just a reminder, if you want to tweet us with a comment or a question, use the hashtag #SSCricket. That's SS for Supersport, SS Cricket. Pratim asks, is this the type of flat pitch expected during the India vs SA series this December? I would say absolutely not. We'll talk about that in a moment. So this is
well bowled by Chahar. It's a better line there from the right arm spinner.
Wheels in, doesn't give the batsman any sort of width there. Yeah, this is firstly, Bloemfontein is renowned for flat pitches and have lost their test. Well, I don't know if they've lost their test status necessarily, but they haven't hosted a test for a very long time.
It's a great shot again by Klashile. It's too much width from Chahar, and he's just carved that away. Now to the right hand of the man at backward point, and 2 boundaries in this over means South Africa are not far away from the 400 mark. Remember that they started today's play at 343 for 3. The 2 wickets that fell this morning were that of Milan and Jason Smith. We're just half an hour away, Simon, from that lunch interval, and they're really stepping on the gas a little bit here.
They are indeed, and it's really the scoring rate has moved up substantially in the last 2 or 3 overs. Both of them on 23 now, and the run rate achieved for the whole innings at 3.7. But having had we only had 17 runs in the first hour of play, and we've, I think, more than doubled that in the last 40 minutes or so.
Well defended there. Big stride out there, but it's a no ball from Chauhart's. It's a sin from a spinner, Simon. Front foot no ball is an absolute sin.
Indeed, yeah. Where are the India tests being played? No, Cape Town's got at least one. There was talk about all of them being in Cape Town, wasn't there?
Yes, and so the first test will be at the Imperial Wanderers, the
Okay.
17th of December. Boxing Day is going to be at Supersport Park in Centurion, whilst the third will be at Newlands in the new year.
Yeah, so all three of those pitches are quite a lot livelier than this one, just to answer Pratim's tweet. And I'm reasonably sure, well, you see, now that that is left alone, no run, now that India has a really decent seam attack,
Yes.
you can't blithely just give them green pitches, because they'll run through you.
Bumrah and Shami
Yeah.
are a fantastic combination that have had great success for the Indian team. This one, the previous one was a slider. That one's just gone on with the action. That is the end of the 108th. South Africa 397 for 5 now. These two putting a lovely partnership together, not far away from the 50 partnership. And great bit of work from these two to come together and mend the South African innings after there was a small wobble, Simon, when we had both Smith and Malan dismissed very close to one another.
There was indeed. Let's do a couple more tweets. Cricket Fanatics magazine talking about Ayat Kabani, saying he's shown his ability in the longer form with the bat lately. What are your thoughts on his evolution with the bat?
Oh, I'm enjoying Ayat Kamani. He's really just a quality cricketer that I'd love to see him, do a little bit more. His time at the Warriors was one that I felt he could always do more. You almost felt that there was just a little bit more in it for him, and I'm really excited to see how he goes now. I believe he's at the Titans is where he finds his home now. So really good stuff from him. I'd love to see more of him.
Yeah. I called one of the games that he was in at Centurion. That's the Saturday. I was on comms, and he certainly looked good in that setup. I think he was fielding through that period. Native Unchained says we don't need that traitor Olafir. Yeah, I don't feel that way about Duan at all. I think you've got to look after yourself and your family when you're a professional sportsman. But he does say, by the way, Mitch Johnson was bowling consistently 141 to 150 at that peak of his career. That sort of crazy 18 months where he was the scariest man in the cricket universe.
Yeah, change of bowling now. Navdeep Sahni is going to come from the Loch Logan end. His economy is wonderful at the moment. It's only 2.8. It's a much better performance, but it was the hard work that he did in the first spell this morning, Simon.
Yeah, it's he definitely has, and he was well deserved of that wicket of Peter Malan, and it must have been so satisfying as well after you've been travelling all day yesterday to be able to get Malan early on. Malan went with having added just 6 runs to his total this morning, and Jason Smith just the 1. But both batsmen now on 23. That's Qashile and Linda. There's Linda facing now. There's a single slip and 2 gullies in place. But this is straight and worked off his pads into the mid-wicket region. Libo Geza says, declaration by lunch on this flat track, you reckon?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think they will bat for at least an hour after lunch.
Yeah, coming back to Kamane, I think the fact that he scored 100 not out in that game recently, the last round of fixtures of the 4-day stuff, in which the Titans scored 647 for 7 declared. We saw Mokoena get 100, Elgar get 100, Jivesh and Pillay get 100, and Kamane getting 100. I really enjoyed seeing that innings from Kamane in his partnership with Jivesh and Pillay. I just want more of him. The challenge for him is that he's 32 years of age, and so he might not.
Might have missed the bus there. Yeah,
it might be slightly too late, but I really like Kamane.
Nicholas Buerta asks, is Miguel Pretorius injured that he's not in this lineup?
No, he's not. He's still in the squad, but he's not a part of this game. I'm not quite sure why they've left him out, but
I think the nature of SAA series is that you do try and give everyone a game, because it is as much a trial thing as anything else.
particularly for the guys who haven't necessarily been in the South African squad.
Yeah. So I'm sure we will see him play in the second or third match. Coming in right arm over the wickets and defended straight back at the bowler by Linda. No run. So it's been a good tight over this by Sani. He has two gullies because Linda flashed at one that went through that gully region, just to the left of the conventional gully. Was it last over? It might have been the over before.
Yeah, it was the last over from the Loch Logan end.
From the Loch Logan, yeah. And so that's why there are two gullies in place at the moment.
I don't think a declaration, to come back to that tweet, sorry, I don't think a declaration is going to be forthcoming in a hurry. I think South Africa A just want to bat. Great shot. He's just smashed that straight back past Sani. A desperate dive there from Sani, but it's going to hold up. This field is still a bit soft after the rain before the first day, so they'll get two there. It's a great shot, though.
I wonder if Sani didn't get a finger on that, because it seems like better value shot than it got in the end. I thought that was going to run away for four, but I think he might have got a touch on it just to take
fingertip save, as Martin Tyler would say.
Steam off, yes, some of the steam off the ball. And Paul Matrani says, sounding world class. Happy to see Kashila looking good after he hasn't had the best of starts this season. Hopefully, this is the start of many more runs for Kash.
I hope so too. I really hope so too. He's a quality prospect. Sani in again, and just on the back foot this time is Linda, as he just defends that one. That wraps up Sani's 21st over, 2 for 59 from his foray, and South Africa one short of 400.
Nayan asking, what do you think of leggies in Test cricket nowadays? Also Chaha bowling 20 overs without a wicket, and no big nations playing leggies these days. I think being a really world-class leggy is a very, very difficult thing to be.
Absolutely. Control is biggest challenge around that, to be able to control.
Control is difficult. I've watched young kids try to take up leg spin bowling, and it puts an enormous amount of strain on your shoulder. Because of the weird angle that your wrist is coming through as well. It's quite an unnatural thing to do, and unless you are a naturally strong person, it's where you are actually able to put revs on the ball with finger and wrist movement. You're always going to be reliant on that the movement of your whole body to try and get the revs, and that then takes a lot of your control away. So I think really top class leg spinners are always going to be few and far between. When they do arrive on the scene, we know they take wickets hand over fist, as we saw from famously Shane Warne.
I think he is the exception to the rule, though.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, because of the nature of Test cricket or long format cricket, as Gautam is now from the Willow's End, has just worked away off Goshile's pads, and that brings up South Africa's 400. It comes after 109.1 overs, 5 wickets to fall in that period, but a great bit of batting here from South Africa, despite being early or in trouble early both the first day and the second day. I think the nature of leg spin, Simon, as well as it relies on variety and the ability of batsmen to make a mistake as a result of scoreboard pressure and not being able to pick the delivery out the hand. Gautam comes round the wicket now to Linda, and he just defends it, no run. And once you've been clocked, more often than not, you get punished as a leg spin bowler, where Shane Warne was the ability to bowl his various deliveries well. If there's a very small margin for error, this one's just driven away, and they'll get one for it.
Two balls this over, Gautam a little bit guilty of dropping it slightly short, and that just gives the batsman the chance to watch it off the pitch and play it out. And he's probably at his best when he's in his T20 mindset of firing it in to the batsman and not giving them any space at all. Slower ball by him, and this is driven out into the offside by Kashile, They're going to come back for 2.
That's the 50
that was the
partnership
50
as well.
partnership, which came up in 59 minutes, 70 balls. And of those, 10 fours. Sheila scored 24, Linda has scored 27. And there's been one extra as well.
So 40 of the 52 have come from boundaries.
Yeah.
Show that these two haven't.
They may have slightly taken longer than you would imagine if you were an impatient white ball cricket fanatic. This is perfect from these two. Wonderful to see ahead of the luncheon interval that's about 19 minutes away. Worked away off the pads. There's a man at 45 that's having to do the chasing here. They're going to come back for 2 quite confidently. Is he going to bring it in? He barely does, but they call for the 3rd. There was a presumption that it would almost inevitably just be left to go over the boundary. He didn't really look like he was trying to get it back in there for a moment.
Yeah. I saw a batsman drive it out into the offside like that the other day, and stood admiring his shot instead of running, and they ended up only getting a single because the fielder managed to catch up with it in the manner that guy did.
Maddening as a captain to watch that from the sidelines if you're seeing guys just sit on their bats after they've hit a shot that doesn't quite get all the way to the boundary.
ABC XYZ, who I think probably has literally created their Twitter account purely to he has actually got 12 followers, or they, says, do you think this pitch is flat? Are the Indians not bowling well enough, or are the South Africans batting too well? I
Flat wicket?
think it's a flat wicket mostly.
Wicket.
The Indians haven't bowled terribly. Gautam had one poor over early on, where he was taken apart by Peter Malan. But the batsmen have bowled. The batsmen have bowled well. The batsmen have batted well. And the bowlers, I think, have bowled okay within the limitations of the wickets. They certainly have looked much much more dangerous with the new ball. And
particularly in the first hour of play.
Yeah, and as both yesterday and today, as that ball has got older, so the threat has eased off. What we might see now, at no point have we seen the batsmen really pushing on the scoring rate like these two are doing, and that's obviously going to create some opportunities for the Indians. It is going to be Navdeep Sahni in again to bowl right arm over the wicket. He has 2 slips on the gully in place, and he I wouldn't say sprays this one down the leg side. It's just past the pads of Krishile, and a good rolling stop by Yarov behind the stumps. Leah says, good morning from a rainy Hanover, everyone. Thank you very, very much for coming back. She was missing our commentary yesterday. Latemba says, don't forget about Thando Ntini. He's another one for the future.
Yeah, definitely. I saw him in the Momentum Multiply Titans Hollywood Reds Dolphins game at Supersport Park in the previous round to the current one. He doesn't necessarily bowl express pace like his father, but still worth a look at.
I was quite surprised that I haven't seen a hell of a lot of him. Banged in and defended into the onside by Krishile. The first time I really got to watch him for an extended period of time was that game I did at Centurion a couple of weeks back, and I suppose I was thinking I was going to see a young
Mackay.
Yeah,
sure.
And he's definitely a good few yards off what Mackay was like at the same age.
Yeah. But that's an unfair.
It is completely unfair, and that's why the children of famous musicians and so on often change their surnames when they start making their way. So it is unfair, and he needs to be judged on his own rights. But yeah, I mean, he seems to be a exciting enough young prospect. And the name never hurts.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the important thing to keep in mind, particularly with the players that have been mentioned, national selectors will see promise from a cricketer, or perhaps that they've done well, but I think they're always looking for that X factor, that next little step up, that's something that will separate them from their colleagues at domestic cricket, and that's often what the hype is all about for some cricketers who they may not have as this one is defended. They may not have wowed at domestic level, but they get selected for the national squad, and a lot of it is because there's an X factor to them.
Yeah, well, we were very, very guilty round about the time of Ngam, I'd say probably, what was that, sort of late 2000s?
I would have thought it would have been early-ish
Was it
2000s.
maybe early-ish 2000s?
Early to mid-2000s,
Where there was a lot of transformation pressure on the selections, and we rushed in a series of young black fast bowlers.
Monde Zondeki was around that time as
Zondeki
well.
was another very, very good example of that. Really, really talented, exciting guys, but definitely an outside edge. But he played it with soft hands, and it went on the bounce through third slip region and ran away for 4. Actually, a really, really decent shot, that, I think.
Yeah, it was controlled. He just opened the face of the blade and guided it down to that third man boundary. By no means were Mfuneko Ngam and Monde Zondeki not good enough.
No,
I think
they
were
weren't, yeah.
quality, and particularly
Yeah.
Mfuneko Ngam was absolute wheels. I think injury played its part in his career, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, so I just got the sense that they were rushed in and overbowled.
Unfairly so.
Yeah, I don't really know what their first class initiation was like, but certainly at test level, these were guys who were playing their debut tests at the age of 20, maybe even younger for some of them, and it was at a stage where I think we didn't fully understand the importance of not overbowling. Well, this is an interesting. There's a big gap now between the keeper and first slip. So the slips basically go keeper 2-3.
Yeah, they're not expecting a faint edge, and if they are, they're hoping they keep a wicket keeper Yadav.
Just going to go for it, yeah.
Yes. So end of the Nelson's worth of overs. 111 gone. South Africa A 410 for 5. If you're just joining us, good morning. Welcome to this Supersport broadcast of the South Africa A India A series live from Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Simon Gear. If you want to chat to us, hashtag it SS Cricket. If you want to tweet at us, please do so, and we'll be willing to engage with you as we bring you live broadcast of every single moment of this series.
Gavin Hoffman saying that he's enjoying our live streaming and that our lads are doing well. They are indeed. 410 for 5 is a score that any captain will take at breakfast. Maybe not at breakfast this morning, weirdly. But certainly breakfast yesterday morning you would have taken it.
Sure. Particularly after having lost the toss. As Gautam comes right on around the wicket. Forward short leg and slip in place. Just worked away off the ankles
ball
of
by Gautam.
Linda, and he's not able to get past the man there that's lurking at a 45 region.
He's definitely varying his pace a lot more today than he did yesterday, I think. And man at back pad and the sort of catching fine leg as well. Not quite catching.
He's a short
fine
45,
leg. Yeah.
As they squeak through for a single there. Koshila now on strike, and he's got 33 to his name. He's overtaken George Linda in this short period here. He's faced obviously more deliveries, but made the most of it.
Gavin Hoffman tweets us, says, did I read this?
Yes.
Yes. Talking about Linda and Janneman.
Janneman and Linda.
Yeah.
Hindsight is always wonderful. He's talking about
not
Linda
sure-
and Janneman going to the World
I'm
Cup.
not sure how we would have put Linda into the World Cup because we had 2 and sometimes 3 spinners there already. So I think that would have been a bit tricky. But Janneman, I mean, he's an exciting batsman at white and red ball cricket.
More so the white ball cricket. He's really done well for the Proteas in the one-day squad. So I definitely think he's an option there, but it's always terribly difficult when you've got Temba and Riza and Rassie van der Dussen and Quinton de Kock in that top couple of spaces.
Comes in again, he's bowling right arm over from the Willow's end, and that is a flatter, faster delivery which is defended into the onside. No run. Ray PMB9 wants to know our opinion on Bavuma's role in T20s and the fact that nobody in our T20 World Cup team had a strike rate over 135. I think that was a feature of the whole tournament though, wasn't it? I mean, 150 to 160 was regularly winning games all the way through that T20 tournament. So I'm not really willing to be too critical about our strike rates.
112 overs gone, 411 for 5. As these two have put on 61 together. Koshila 33, and George Linder 27. George Linder going at 75, as well as Koshila going at 62. So they're going along wonderfully here, making the most of this opportunity to spend time in the middle.
Gavin Hoffman asked quite a good question, actually, which is something we should have maybe spoken about a little bit more. We've spoken a fair amount about who on the Indian team is knocking on the door of the Indian Test 11. And the answer was sort of not really too many because of how strong that Test 11 is.
Right, and perhaps in the middle order is where you saw a gap.
In the middle order, and I quite like, as strong as the seam attack is, when you get a guy like Malik coming through, obviously the selectors are going to look at him quite closely.
Particularly, Simon, when you've got guys that are averaging mid-40s and in the case of Prithvi Shaw 50, that still can't get a look in.
Yeah, it's astonishing. Oh, there's an edge there,
again.
and it goes straight through second slip where that man had been moved to a gully. The frustrations and injustices of being a cricket captain.
You move him from second to second gully, and immediately it goes through that.
And that was a genuine edge. There was nothing controlled about that. He had a good hard swing at it, and it would have hit second slip in the teeth. Okay, well, such is life. And Captain Panchal, I suppose, just needs to shrug and put that one down to experience. It's going to be interesting to see where that gully goes now. Is he going to start drifting to the right again?
He just might as. You asked the question around who's knocking on the South African door.
So that's the question. Yes, who's knocking on the South African door of this squad?
Sani in once again. He's bowling right arm over the wicket and driven caught the edge, and I'm sure he's got him, and they've not given it out as the umpire. He said it's been a bump ball rather.
No, he didn't. He said that he hit the ground, and that was my immediate reaction was that George Linder hit the ground, and
Indian team seemingly convinced that specifically Yadav threw it into there immediately.
Yeah,
convinced that he'd gotten Linder.
Yeah, it was a good decision by Steve Harris. I assume it was a good decision. It looked good from here.
So the popular opinion is that Peter Malan has now slammed his fist upon the door of selection with this mammoth score here. I don't think it's fair to look in isolation.
Yeah.
You can't look at one and believe that it'll beget another. Not that I don't think he deserves a space. I just think that's where the SA selectors, and perhaps long term as well, is where they will be looking.
And the problem you obviously have is that it's not enough just to be pushing from the bottom up. You also have to have a gap to slot into.
Right.
And I really don't see us messing with our opening partners unless the guys have a shocker against India. But I don't see us messing with that opening partnership going into a series as big as
the India series.
Fuller ball and worked into the onside by Linder, no run. 415 for 5 at the moment.
Well, I mean, the argument could be made. You speak about guys who have really done well. I mean, Ryan Rickleton is averaging 93 at the moment. 3 innings and he's scored hundreds in 2 of them with his high score of 159. He's also somebody that's putting on pressure at the domestic level. He's a part of the white ball squad to take on the Netherlands.
Yeah. Would he not have been better served to come and play this series rather than that Netherlands tour?
I think they would prefer him to be in the white ball squad. He initially went to Pakistan but didn't get a game, and in this this opportunity,
interesting captaincy change here, and possibly something they should have actually done a while back. When that first gap went, and instead of trying to spread your cordon, they should have done this. They've moved, I think that's Shaw, from mid wicket to first slip, and so we've now got 2 slips and 2 gullies. I think that probably should have been the solution first time round. With Rickleton,
it's a wicket-keeping option.
Yeah.
That would mean that they have 3 wicket-keeping options here at the SA: Qashile, Malan, and then Rickleton. Whereas at the white ball stuff, you've got Verena, and then Rickleton is another wicket-keeping option. So, like I said yesterday, it's the balance of resources.
banged in and defended back to Sani, no run. Yesterday you mentioned, the theory that gets battered back and forth all the time about de Kock giving up the
gloves
and
at red ball cricket,
which I poo-pooed straight away, but I didn't actually ask your opinion on that.
I think in our minds we would love Quinton to be of the ilk of Kumar Sangakkara, where we could give the gloves to somebody else and then allow him to just bat and maybe bat him in a 4-5 in Test cricket. As Sani's in once again, it's a much better delivery, just left alone outside the off stump. That's the end of the 113th. South Africa 4-1-5 for 5. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if Kyle Verreynne is ready to slot into that, because he is the incumbent in the red ball stuff. I'm not sure if it's the right time now. But there are questions coming back to that tweet around Keegan Peterson and Rassie van der Dussen, Themba Bavuma. There's a couple of slots that there are question marks around. Whether or not they needed to be changed is up to the selectors.
Leah, who's our biggest fan in Germany, and it's always nice to get tweets from you, Leah. I know you sent to us one this morning already. Says the secret to becoming a leg spinner is to get arthritis at an early age and develop a weirdly deformed shoulder joint as a result. Speaking from experience here. So we learned something new about Leah. She's a leg spinner.
Yeah, that last one just defended. There's nobody out on the offside. There's 2 men out on the leg side, deep backward square, and a mid wicket. Is this just defended by Oshile? That one going to where a forward short leg would have been maybe worth getting a man in under the lid there, as there's a complaint around the score. Not the score rather, but the
they were actually want to move the side
screen
screen itself. Yeah, this is all happening below us, so we can't really tell you what they are precisely doing.
Our cameraman was concerned that it may have been him that it would be guilty of, but he's been doing a fantastic job. This one is defended, and there's a loud exclamation of "Oh yo!" as they felt that it was a lovely delivery.
And to get back to Quinton, my gut is always, if he can physically still do the job, let him do it. But
Actually, not looking comfortable with that last one.
But if there is an obvious gap up the order that needs to be plugged, then yes, then let's bring Verreynne or Rickleton or Krishila or one of those other guys in.
Well bowled. It's nice and full, and Krishila leers out there to smother it quickly. But that's the point, Simon, is that you made, is that it's quite a serious series. It's quite an important series, and you don't want to blood someone.
Yeah,
and then they fail, or they don't fail, and then you just judge their whole careers. That's the end of the 114th.
I mean, I don't think
5 for 5.
We're essentially saying get de Kock to give up the gloves and replace Rassie. That's what we're saying.
At that number 4 slot.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't think either Rassie or Quinny's keeping are problems that need solving.
Particularly at the India series. I think we may look at it at New Zealand, that will start in the new year. But I don't think against India that you want to blood a youngster. I mean, Zubair Hamza, who's had a great go of things in the last little bit, is still in the mix for that national side.
Yeah.
And he's a part of the SA squad to play the Netherlands. I would just love to see him do well there, because
what's his domestic season been like this season?
Well, he's had great form in the white ball stuff in the previous iteration of the One Day Cup in the previous season. So he's really done well with that. But you remember initially he was picked as a red ball number 3. Change of bowling now, as we see Aparajit, who's taken the leg guards off from being under the helmet previously, coming right arm around the wicket to George Linder.
This will be the last over before lunch. Right arm around, angling it in to Linder, who just drops and runs, and they have a shy at the non-striker's end, but he's easily in. Good running by these two. and their partnership at 66 now. And both batsmen evenly matched. 33 for Qashile, 32 for George Linder. They both started on 0, and it's been a good, quick moving partnership.
Yeah, it suddenly just snuck up on us. There was a partnership of 15 for forever and a day, seemingly, but they really put the screws on with Qashile getting a flurry of boundaries, and reverse sweep, and that's the right shot there. There's no one there. There's a man at deep point that's having to meander his way around. He'll collect it as they get through for 2, but good sight there by Qashile. There's nobody really fine here, and so if he's able to get it away there, there's at least 2 runs on offer.
Yeah, I'm generally not a fan of the reverse sweep, but that was completely legitimate use of it. Right arm over, and now Qashile has a bit of a go. There is a man out there. Is he going to be able to get round? No, it drops safely, and they'll run through for 2. The man was quite a lot squarer than the cow corner to which that shot was directed, so it was actually reasonably safe. Not sure how.
Sensible cricket.
Yeah.
Sensible cricket from Qashile. There's 2 shots here that you might think are high risk, but he's calculated the risk wonderfully there.
2 balls to go. Defenders into the onside and no run. I suspect that will be the case with this last one as well, and they will happily take lunch. Last ball of the morning session. South Africa 420 for 5. Worked into the onside as it was angled in on his pads, but a safe shot out again to that man at deep mid wicket. They jogged through for a single, and that will be lunch. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We've got plenty of tweets on the available. Let's try and run through 1 or 2 of them quickly. Ray PMB just making the argument that the Australia T20 World Cup is going to be a much higher scoring affair than we saw in the Middle East, and so we need bigger hitters, and maybe Riley Rousseau deserves his chance in that T20 World Cup. Yeah, I mean, Riley, now that he's back in the country, it would be very interesting to see if he's selected. Gavin Hoffman asking about the coaching staff. We will try and find out exactly what who the names of everyone are. We obviously know
Neil McKenzie is the batting consultant for the South Africa A squad, with Malebongo Maketa as the head coach, and we'll find out a little bit more as soon as we can.
Legend of Ali, whose actual Twitter handle is Captain Bavuma, asking, are the people standing on the grass fans or what? He stays near the stadium, and I could use some live cricket if we're allowed. I have seen 1 or 2 people who look like fans, Ali, and I'm not quite. So the guys walking across at the moment
Are the ground staff.
are ground staff.
But on the other side, there's been people that have been lingering. So we cannot confirm or deny.
We can't confirm, but I think particularly if you come in the Loch Logan entrance and just ask, the worst they can say is no. But if you do come, give us a wave. We're up in the president's suite, and if you wave enough, we'll mention you. But there haven't been very many people watching. I think people have got out of the habit of the fact that live cricket is something that you can watch. But I think you might well be able to just walk in.
At least ask.
We will try and get some confirmation of that during the lunch break. That's probably quite a good place to end. The score is 421 for 5 after 115 overs. We are going to go and have some lunch. I trust you will go and have some lunch as well, and we will chat a little later. Very good afternoon to you, and welcome back to this second day of the first A test between SAA and India A. South Africa A are 421 for 5 after 115 overs, and the two folks at the crease, George Linder, who is on 32, and Sinetembe Sekile,
There you go.
who is on 38. They really upped the scoring. Their partnership is now 71. Just 17 runs were scored and 2 wickets fell in the first hour of play today. But since then, it's been pretty much all South Africa. I think 66, did we say, for no loss in the second hour. It's been quite exciting batting. These two have been happy to throw the willow at it a little bit. The bowling hasn't been awful by any stretch. But it is a flat pitch, and I think that has caused a fairly easy batting experience for these South African batters. To open the bowling, it is going to be, who's this? You've got the. It is. Let's have a look. Oh, it is Umran Malik, who has changed from the Loch Logan end to the Willow end, and he's going to be running away from us and bowling right arm around the wicket and pushing it across Kashile. He's got this is the same setup that we had. Was it after tea yesterday? We'll describe it in a moment. He comes around the wicket and he bangs it in straight away. So it's a very, very unusual field placing for Malik. What he's got is a gully, no slips, but he's got a leg slip and he's got a back pad. And then they don't have the fly slip in this time that they did have yesterday evening for him, where they're clearly looking to just bang it in and get him to get the batsman to get it off the shoulder of the bat and go to either of those men.
Or perhaps a ram shot behind, while swaying out the way.
Oh, and this time he pins him. That was a very, very good bouncer. He was around the wicket into the right-hand batsman, and Glashida didn't really have anywhere to go there. There was nothing he could do but just grit his teeth and take it on the shoulder.
Ouch. Really uncomfortable there. Good bit of fast bowling from Umran Malik. But there's 3 men out on the boundary, two on the offside, 2 on the leg side. There's one at deep point, one at a third man who's about 5 meters in from the boundary, and there's a deep backward square and a deep square. So clearly there's a lot of short bowling here after the luncheon interval. Again, it's short, and Glashile, the first one sways away, the second one wears it, and this one he just tucks in, and that one goes over his shoulder blades on its way through to Yadav, the keeper. If you want to tweet us and share your thoughts with us, hashtag it SSCricket. And good afternoon to you all.
Yeah, it's I'm really excited by Umran Malik. I think he's still very much a youngster. This is his first class match ever. But seeing this type of tactic, and that wraps him on the bottom glove. I think he definitely took his right hand off and shook it a little bit. This has been a very, very good start after lunch.
Looks like the umpires are signalling to each other that there's just 2 balls left in the over, but a lot of short pitch bowling here, a lot of fire after the luncheon interval from Umran Malik. He said he's in his debut first class game, and only the singular wicket of Tony Dezorzi, who chopped on for 117, is Umran Malik in once again. On the back foot is Glashile, and he just defends that out to the man at the cover region. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Simon Gear, and we're going to be with you for all the days of this first A test. Simon, we've spoken about weather on day 1, and there wasn't the rain we're looking for. A marvellous day, as the late Richie Beno would say, for cricket today. But tomorrow you said that there could be some overnight rain leading up to play tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you, and then we can discuss it with some semblance of accuracy.
The wonderful thing about the rain opportunity is Malik is in once again round the wicket, looking to target the body of Glashile, who just gets on his toes there and just drives that out into the cover region with no real menace. But that is the end of the first post-luncheon over, and it's 116 overs gone, 421 for 5. We saw that in the first hour of play, there's definitely something in for the bowlers, as 4 out of the 5 wickets that have fallen as a result of that first hour of play, and so I don't think anybody will be too upset if there's a bit of moisture here when the South Africans do get the chance to bowl.
So possibly the Indies. So that wicket that Malik took was as a direct result of this tactic that he's used in this previous over, of getting it up into the armpit of the batsman, and with that weird field of a leg slip and a gully. So I'm pleased to see it, and it worked much better against Kashile than it did against Desorzi or Malan yesterday, although Desorzi did land up chopping on a short one. So I'm excited to see how that's going to pan out over the next 3 or 4 overs. The new batsman is Krish Gautam.
Bowler, rather.
Bowler, my apologies.
On the Loch Logan end, yes.
And straight away he's bowling that flat line that angles into the batsman that is so successful. Weather-wise, the no rain forecast for the rest of today, as the bowler comes right arm around the wicket to the left-hander and is defended into the onside, no run. But then from 10 o'clock onwards tomorrow, we gradually have an increased likelihood of rain.
Tomorrow morning, is that... You're saying 10 o'clock, is that the
10
tomorrow
o'clock
morning?
tomorrow morning.
Right.
There's about a 10% chance of rain. And that just escalates gradually. So by 4 o'clock, we've got a 65% chance of rain. And then it is...
so the post-tea session is at risk, is what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And then we, weirdly, actually, on Friday, it should rain through the night. And as this is defended into the onside and no run, it should rain through the night, and then eases again by sunrise. And we should again have fairly dry conditions from 10 to about 4 or 5 on Friday. So we might actually still get 4 days of cricket here. We might lose an hour here or there, but I think on the whole, we can be reasonably optimistic.
It's much better than we initially thought, Simon, because initially we thought it would be a bit of a damn squib, as this one's just carved away through to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. They get through for a single.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it'll be good for everyone here if we can get enough cricket to possibly have a result. There is the slight problem, I think, that if India find it even a fraction as easy to bat on this pitch as South Africa have found, then we're going to have 500 play 600, and then we'll all go home.
So Malik to continue. It looks like there's a question here from Kuma about whether or not he's going to go, umpire Kuma, whether or not he's going to come over, and he is to the left-hander, so he's looking to come over the wicket, right arm over, to cramp up the left-hander George Linder. We saw in the previous over that he came right arm around to try and bowl some seriously short stuff in the previous over, Simon. That was a real snorter, a rip snorter of a short ball that Krishida got that hit him on the arm.
Comes in right arm over and
short immediately.
Straight away short to George Linder, who rocks out of the way. So the left and right hander get exactly the same field for
just
for
mirrored,
this tactic.
so to speak. Yeah.
Have you seen this being done by a fast bowler before?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. I think we've seen it a lot, where if a guy is perhaps at risk of being dismissed off of his hips around that area. I've seen it before once or twice, a similar type field at a 4-day game, but they were attacking the hips and the elbows rather of the striking batsman, just carved away backward of square. There's 2 men converging, but they're not going to get to it, and it's 4 runs for George Linder. Wonderful shot.
It was a fuller ball as well, and Linder played it very, very well. I think Malik erring there slightly with Ling, that you have him set up to you really don't want him scoring, guiding you through the square third man area. You want him trying to pull you to your man at deep square leg or at fine leg, or possibly looking for that.
Yeah, it's too much
shoulder
width
of the
there.
bed.
Too much
Shoulder
width.
of the bat. Turns again, running away from us at the Willow's End. Right arm over the wickets, and he has a bit of a swish at that. Misses it entirely. Goes through to Yadav, and no run. 426 for 5 now. The batsman keeping level pegging. George Linder is on 37. Kashile is on 38, and that partnership 76 in what feels like no time at all.
Yeah, it got off to quite a pedestrian start, but once Kashile and Linda got settled, Kashile thankfully threw for him, through a flurry of boundaries, was able to accelerate the scoring.
Oh,
that
banged
one.
in again, and he works it just onto that offside. Handled it pretty well actually, to just guide it to Gully. That really, he could have found himself in trouble there. I'm surprised they don't have at least one slip though. If you're going to, be this aggressive.
Perhaps a wider slip.
Yeah,
with
like
the angle.
Just
have a second or third.
Yeah, I would like to have someone there between the keeper and Gully. I mean, I know.
And keep the man down at third man, because that's what they're waiting for, is him to sway out the way and ramp it over.
I mean,
the
I quite liked having that fly step. Actually, I could see what they were aiming for there.
That one didn't get as much bounce as anyone would have hoped for. Died on its way through to wicketkeeper Yadav.
I do think that a sort of ramp shot is something that these two are more likely to play than Peter Malan was likely to play, for example.
Sure.
And so, so having your third man a bit deeper probably is reasonable. Whereas the fly slip was more for a defensive shot that went wrong or something like that.
So one ball remaining in Malik's 17th over. He's gone.
He's going to change the angle now, isn't he? Coming right arm around the wicket. He's going to angle this into Linda.
It's a short leg in place. Oh, that's well done. That's good done. They're shouting very loud here, and umpire Kuma's not moved. He's not interested. He looks down and clicks over for the end of the over.
I don't think that touched anything. And I'll tell you what, the keeper and the leg slip did not start appealing until after Malik was appealing. And I know
Slightly delayed.
And Malik's appeal wasn't instantaneous either. I don't think that was out.
It wasn't a profound edge there in that one. Just having a look, he came very wide of the crease, banging it in, and uncomfortable stuff from him, but nothing there. There's a shake of a head from the.
There's also the difference
team.
between an appeal where you're asking and an appeal where you're celebrating, and that was definitely an ask appeal.
Sure.
But they did escalate it in the appeal to try and.
It's a multi-tiered
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Sure.
Okay, well that was an interesting over. I mean, I'm enjoying watching Umrah Malik.
Gautam to continue. He's going to come right on over the wickets to Sinatemba Kashile. As somebody makes their way off the park. There's a regular rotation of these Indian fielders. They spent a long time in the field.
Yeah.
It's been
Defended into the offside, no run.
a day and a half, and they actually won the toss, Simon. Did the Indian A squad, and Panchal put the South Africans into bat.
Yeah, you win the toss, you don't want to still be fielding a tee on the second day, do you? Played into the onside, just really confidently and safely. They jogged through for an agreed single.
Long on is the man who picked it up. So we're just having a look at the field here. There's a slip in place for George Linder. There's a man at short 45. There's nobody out at square leg. So if he hits it against the spin here, he's really going to get 4 runs here. Mid-wicket, mid-on. And he does exactly that. He's hit it up and over the inner fielders here, and that's gone a couple of bounces. He's just down the wicket, dancing down the wicket to flick it off of his pads there, and it brings up a boundary. Good bit of work there. He's just heard me, Simon, and immediately implemented the plan there.
Yeah, there hasn't been anything in it for the spinners in this last day and a half, and I think that we might find the spinners coming under a degree of punishment from the South African low order.
He just drives us back straight back at Gautam, and there's no run there. But quite a heavy offside field here. There's a slip and a backward point, deep extra cover. There's 2 men in the cover region and a 3/4 long off. He's not quite in the ring, he's not out really.
I'm surprised by packing the offside feel for Gartham, because his tactic is very much to angle it into the pads and to not give the batsman any room at all. So I would have thought he's vulnerable to the leg side, not the offside. This time he does give some space on the offside, and and George Linder smashes it straight at the man in cover, but he hit it so hard that he really literally forced it straight through. I think that's probably Barajesh.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy with himself there. It was a delivery that you would back him to stop more often than not, as he now collects the helmet from the first slip. He's really unhappy with himself, and he should be. It seems like seemingly a regulation stop. Yeah, it was a parody who he's unhappy with himself, and now he has to go to short leg under the helmet, and will be hoping that any short pitch bowling that Umran Malik does bowl here doesn't result in him getting in the firing line. It almost seems to follow you sometimes, Simon, when things aren't going your way, they really don't go your way.
Right, it is going to be Umran Malik to continue from this end.
The what?
The Willows end, and he'll be bowling right arm around the wicket, getting into Shile's ribs. Sinatemba just sways away and lets it go straight through to the keeper, and no run. He's 22 years of age, so he's actually not as young as I thought he was.
Umran Malik.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely assumed he was a sort of 20-year-old tearaway.
22 is not ancient.
It's not ancient, but you would have thought a guy like this would have made his first-class debut by now.
Right, sure. What indication does that give you if he's not made his first class debut but he's been called up for the India A squad? As he's in again, there's one man lurking at a wide-ish gully. He's a lot wider than he was in the previous over to Sheila.
Yeah, maybe there's some, and that wide ball maybe indicates that they were going to occasionally vary it by putting one outside the off stump and inviting Sheila to
waft at it.
To waft at it, but the application was wrong. It was just far too wide, and I think he was rather lucky not to be called wide by umpire Kluma. Comes in again, right arm over, and there he does have a bit of a swipe at it, and it landed where the yesterday's fly slip would have been. I don't think a slip cordon would have been in business there.
No, I
it was
think
probably
it would
over
have
the
gone
heads.
over the top there, but it's exactly why that man is lurking down there, Simon, so that he can perhaps pick up a thicker edge. There was a fine edge there that's gone on a couple of bounces through to the third man, but brought up nicely.
Yeah. So now that they have actually, of course it's
Left-hander.
It's left-hander, so that leg slip is in conventional leg slip. The gully is wide. You're quite right. He's definitely wider than he was, and the leg slip is finer than he was as well. So there has been a bit of thought going on there. Just defended into the hands of bat pad, and no run.
Umran Malik. Just to come back to that question, Simon, I mean, to not have played a single first-class game and then suddenly you get a call-up for the India A squad and you're in the match day 11?
Yeah, I mean...
Is that an indictment on his team or not so?
I don't understand why he hasn't played already. If this is what he's been bowling like the last 2 years...
Sure.
Why the hell hasn't he been playing? Unless he's in an area of the country that doesn't have significant first-class cricket. Maybe he's living in the equivalent of our Limpopo or Mpumalanga, because he seems to, his team is Jammu and Kashmir, who I'm pretty sure are not in the. In fact, I don't know whether they're in the Ranji Trophy sort of setup at all. Maybe someone can give us an idea of where Jammu and Kashmir sits in the pantheon of Indian domestic cricket. Back of a length and driven comfortably into the offside. This is maybe a slight concern of Malik's is that when he does pitch it up, he looks vulnerable. He's at his best when it's back of a length and really banging it in.
The question then, Simon, around his selection at first class level will be if that's his most prominent trick that he uses, not necessarily the most effective delivery in India, and perhaps may have been selected specifically to come to South Africa and operate with a short ball.
I think you might be very, very right. And of course, even his IPL didn't take place in India, did it? It took place in
the UAE.
The UAE, yeah. Well, it is the end of that over. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 67, has Malik. Gautam is going to continue. He's 0 for 82 off 25. The score, incidentally, 437 at the moment. And Linda trying to get after the bowling, gets a little bit of width and just cuts it straight into the hands of Saini, who now is going to swap with who's coming in. I think this is Parajith. 100% sure. Anyway, Saini's gone out to his sweeper, where he spent most of this match fielding actually on that offside sweeper.
So 103 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in this day's play. Simon, happy as the South African camp, or should you have expected more?
That's probably about par, I would have thought.
Good bit of fielding there to just cut that off. There was a man coming in from long on, but good bit of work there from Gautam to snuff that out.
I think that this game definitely needed those 2 wickets.
Mm-hmm.
So we've now got 2 batsmen who are taking far more risks than Smith or Dazorzi or Malan took.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's driven into the offside and they jogged through for a single. But they are finding it easy enough that they're not having to take unnecessary risks.
Sure.
But we've seen the reverse sweep come out. We've seen a couple of slashes over slips and through gully and those sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely moving the game on a bit now. I think South Africa, they would be churlish to complain about 438 for 5, surely.
Just one more wicket than that famous game at the Wanderers.
Oh, yes, good point.
April
Taking us
2006.
a little longer, 70 overs longer, to be precise.
Sure. But we're not necessarily chasing 400 in the same time.
Yeah.
Although, we might be in the second innings. We're not sure what the Indian batting foray will look like.
Yeah, if there is going to be a chance of a result in this match, then I would say the Indians must bowl South Africa out in this session.
Before tea.
Before tea.
Goodness, that's...
I think that has to happen.
Is it a tall order, particularly on this wicket?
These two look like at some point they're going to smash it straight at someone.
Okay.
So if they ride their luck and put on, another 100, well then I don't see how South Africa are then going to... Well, then South Africa will either have to declare to start, trying to make a result of it. Because I don't think they're going to bowl India out twice for under 500 or whatever it is.
On this wicket,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
It's like you said, there haven't been too many chances, and when they have come, India's where they've snatched them up. The 2 catches that you spoke about, Arvia, in the 3rd delivery of the game, and then it was Smith who was caught at second slip.
So that gully is very, very wide now, and the leg
Almost
slip is
backward
quite...
point,
yeah.
Pulled hard. The man at mid-wicket just stands flat on his heels. That is a great shot by Senatema Kleshile. Muscled through the wide mid-on region, long-on region. Goodness me, that was a beautiful shot, Simon Gear.
He seriously got all of that, yeah. Yeah, it was banged in at the length that Malik has been using, but for some reason just sat up. And I don't know whether Malik is maybe getting a little tired. How many overs has he bowled in this session? 2 and a bit, eh?
Yes, but
Yeah.
it's short pitch bowling, which requires slightly more effort.
Yeah. So maybe that is one of the reasons why he... Oh, no, it's
Yeah, there's too many men behind square on the leg side, I think.
Oh, that would have been an exciting no ball.
Yeah, it looks like they've asked the man at deep square to move in front of square. There's 3 men in that square region. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and now a deep just in front of square, and a forward short leg. So there's a lot of short pitch bowling coming in again, and Qashile just ducks away. He's not interested in being lured into this trap that Malik is desperately trying to set.
Well, he did. I mean, he did hit that one through mid-on for 4, which was a cross-bat shot.
Sure.
So he hasn't dispensed with the shot entirely.
And he's not cowering away by just ducking under it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is good red ball cricket. It's there's a lot of thinking going on from the captain and from the batsman.
Oh, just driven up on his toes by Qashile. They're going to run 2 here at the very least. There's a lot of hard work for the man here down at long off. There's a shout for the third possible run, and it comes in the end. Good running by those two as South Africa cross the 445 mark. 446 for 5 now. These two have put on 96, Simon Gear. Really accelerating.
Yeah, we're right on the edge of a whole lot of milestones. 446, 48 for who's
Qashile?
Is it for Qashile? Yeah.
Yes.
47 for Linda, and the partnership of 96.
Definitely.
So there's plenty of clapping to come, one would think.
Unless you are in the Indian camp.
So which
Unless there's a wicket here. which
yeah.
We might jinx Malik into George Linda. He's not interested in that.
Yeah, it was slightly wasted delivery. You can't bang it in short with this field outside of the off stump. Nothing's going to happen.
Particularly if it's that wide, he's got so much risk in that shot. If he plays an attempted cut shot, he's got a man at third man, a man at a gully and a deep backward point, and so it's better to just leave it alone and perhaps wait for the one that's slightly straighter and take on the pull shot. There's a man at deep square, a man under the helmet, but if he can pull it in front of square, there's absolutely nobody there, and that's why they're inviting the pull shot in this attempt, because they're hoping he miscues it.
And it's not inconceivable that that's where the wicket will come. I think the batsmen are fully aware of what the plan is and are not shying away from it at all.
It's good to see, good to see, good to see.
I think they're going to be playing attacking shots on the line here because they know it's going to be short. Banged in again, too short, and actually innocuously over the shoulder of the batsman down the leg side, and no run.
Wonderful carry those through to Yadav. I'm sure the South African quicks will be enjoying that. This ball is now 31 overs old. This is the new ball that was taken just before the close of play yesterday. So it's about 30 odd overs, and really encouraging, Simon, for the South African fast bowlers. Particularly on Marco Jansen, who's about 9 foot odd.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch that. Defended into the offside. No run is the call.
First time in a while, Simon, that we've seen 2 left-handed seamers in a South African squad. I can't think, other than Wayne Parnell and Lonwabo Tsotsobe, have South Africa had 2 left-arm quicks in a squad.
Yeah, it's been an exciting time for South African bowling in general. You know, we've seen some good left-arm quicks coming through the system, and good spinners coming through the system as well. And we always know we're going to have a conveyor belt of big, strong, right-handed fast bowlers. But it's nice to see that variation. There's just a moment where the keeper actually is getting some first aid on his hand. I think maybe one of those lightning bolts from Malik just hit him wrong.
Yeah, Padikkal is making his way off the park as the 12th man. He's been doing a little bit of fielding, I suppose. They've spent, Simon, you know, it's now 10 minutes past 1 local time. They've spent, 10 hours in the field, round about there?
Yeah, we can work it out. 6.5 hours yesterday?
And then 3 and 10 this morning. So it's just shy of 10 hours in the field. That's a long drag in the field, isn't it?
Yeah, 8.5 hours actually. No, 9 hours. 9 hours exactly.
Yes,
9 hours exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's long. And you definitely do start to feel it.
I think more so the mind is the first one that tends to
Yeah.
drift as opposed to the body. The body doesn't necessarily feel the fatigue. Obviously, the fast bowlers will be feeling it. Everybody's in the mid-20s, barring Malik, with their overs, and so that is going to put some fatigue. I mean, it's good to get miles under the belt, but at the same time, Simon, you've got to manage your guys over a 3-match series.
Right, so with Gautam to continue, he's going to come right arm over the wicket. There is a man about a third off the boundary at fine leg. Otherwise,
And then at cow corner as well.
sweepers at cow, at long on, and at backward point.
Gautam in again, straighter this time, and just a large lunge there from Krishila to smother it and keep it out. We were asked if at some point during the day yesterday we saw a defensive field. I think this is a defensive field.
I think you're right.
I think there's a man at long on. I mean, these boundaries we've spoken about, the boundaries are quite lengthy here. We're seeing mid-off is outside the traditional ring as Gautam is in once again. Straight this time, and Krishila almost squares himself up there, but able to see it out.
Yeah, this is, I think, trying to put a little bit of a break on the scoring rate of these two. Can you have a look at and see what their strike rates have been?
Krishila is going at 57.83, while George Linda 67.14 is clearly in a hurry.
But neither of
14
those are
more balls
materially
for
different
Linda.
to Dzozi and
Milan,
and
sure,
Milan yesterday.
sure.
It just feels a little bit more frenetic.
It's the manner of scoring, I think, is we saw a lot of singles, a lot of rotation of the strike yesterday. Far fewer boundaries, but today we've seen quite a number of them. He's coming round to George Linda, who just drives this out into the vacant cover region. There's a man that has to come off the boundary. It's Chaha that does the fielding, and they get through for a 1. And like you said, we're eking closer to the milestones. Krishila 1 away, Linda 2 away, South Africa A 2 away, and this partnership 2 away. So there's 2s all round, lucky 2s. If your favorite number is 2, you should be smiling. Looks like there's going to be a change of bowling from the Willows end.
Is going to be Chaha, who will be bowling from this end. I think there was just a sense that Malik was losing his length a little bit. Well, his line actually, he was losing his line as much as anything else in the last over. So fair enough. He's maybe a bowler that needs to be used in short bursts, and so it will be Chaha to bowl this next over from the Willows end. Single slip in place. Cover is conventional. Mid-off is jogging down towards us here.
Yeah, Safaraj has just made his way onto the park to make a bit of a substitution. He's immediately into the covers, and there's a loud exclamation as he is thoroughly excited. I'm not so sure about those sunglasses, Simon. The man in that mid-wicket region with quite large sunglasses as he makes his way onto the park. So
I thought you were giving grief about my sunglasses.
not yours. The man out at mid-wicket.
Oh, we're talking about Suffrage's Elvis-style
Yes.
sunglasses. Yes, no,
Yes.
they're quite something. And I think I pointed them out right at the very, very beginning while they were still doing the warm-up, didn't I? Yeah.
Yes.
They're quite something. Yeah, so again, that loopy delivery that Chaha bowls and defended down the pitch and no run. Just a reminder, if you want to tweet us, you can tweet us at hashtag #SSCricket. That stands for Supersport Cricket. Hashtag #SSCricket. And we'll happily take your questions or your comments. Always nice to get a sense of who's listening.
So there's quite a defensive field at the moment. There's a man at deep point, long on. Mid-off is behind, and there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. There's a full toss, and he swept it. Goodness me. I think he attempted to try and hit it through square leg region there. He didn't quite get anything of that, and could be very, unfortunately, could have been a dismissal, but he's safe now. Linda, 2 away from his half century. He tucks this away off of his pads. He runs hard. He's going to come back for the second, I think. No, is the call from Linda. He says, hold on, we'll have to delay it just one more. So 1-1-1-1-1 is where we find ourselves. We need
4-4-9, 49, 49 and 99 for the total, 2 batsmen and the partnership.
So man goes out to long on.
So they're going to be, one of the batsmen is going to be able to tick over 3 milestones with 1 shot here. And at the moment,
Quite a heavy leg side field as well
Yeah.
for a right arm leg spinner. You wouldn't necessarily assume that would be the case. There's a short 45, deep backward square, a man at mid wicket, a man at cow corner, and looks like long off is going to come up. But I think that's because Simon, he's coming right arm around the wicket.
leg spinner coming right arm around the wicket is a very strange line.
Perhaps chuck it outside his
Yeah.
sideline. There we go. He looks for the quick shot, and there's a loud yelp from the man at cow corner. That one was cut off nicely.
Yeah, so he's trying to bowl the miracle ball, isn't he? Getting it into those foot marks and, I don't know, try and bowl him around the back of his legs or get him to scoop one to mid-wicket. Oh, that was a good ball. Bashila able to just get his pad in the way because it definitely pitched outside leg. That is the end of that over, which brings George Linder now into strike. He's now the man who might be able to bring up three milestones with 1 shot.
4-4-9 for 5. 124 overs gone, and we're expecting about 56 overs in today's play remaining. But you were mentioning, Simon, at lunch that we're slightly behind the over rate, or required over rate rather.
Yeah, what were we on at lunch? We
We
were
were 4 overs behind as opposed
26.
to being 2.
Yeah, 26 for the and we should have been at 30. So it is definitely a bit behind.
But as I said in reply to you, that they'd used quite a lot of spin in the post-lunch session, and we're seeing that now, spin from both ends. Gautam continuing with Chaha from the Widows end, but Loch Logan end, slip in place, catching cover, extra cover, backward point, and a man out sweeping. That shot from Linda means that he just canters through, and he gets South Africa's 450, his 50, and the 100 partnership. It's 3 for in records. That's coming off 76 deliveries and 9 fours to his name. He's predominantly played behind square and square of the wicket on the offside, and so he'll be really proud of that. 100 partnership, Simon.
Yeah, 100 partnership in 117 minutes, just shy of 2 hours, 16 fours. Linda scored 50 and Rashida 49 of those. And the 450 came up in 124 overs, 57 fours and a 6, at a run rate of 3.6 runs an over.
These two came together, Simon, where South Africa A were really in trouble again after both of the set men in Peter Malan and Jason Smith were dismissed quite soon after one another. Jason Smith first to go, and so these two have done really well to put this 100 partnership now, as Koshile bunts this down the ground. He gets a 50 as the man at long on does the fielding. Great bit of work there from Koshile to assist his team here, as him and George Linder have put on a wonderful partnership. That coming off 89 deliveries, 7 fours to his name, most of them coming also behind square through that third man region. These two really doing their level best to push the South African total forward. Round the wicket comes Gautam. It's just driven and he gets a hand on it. They'll look to run for 2, but there's a man who's come from the cover region to cut it off before it gets through to long off.
452 for 5 now, with that partnership of 102. And both batsmen have just gone to their half centuries. I'll read a tweet after the end of this over. This the last ball of the over. Quick reshuffle as the right-hander is on strike. He tries to work it into the onside, but he does collect that man at mid-wicket. Remember, you can tweet us using the hashtag #SSCricket. And Ongama saying, this was about 15 minutes ago, saying 439 for 5 after 121 overs for SAA. I'd like to see them add 150 more. because this India A batting lineup is scary, especially on a flat Mangaung Oval pitch, and I think he's 100% right. He's definitely, we're probably at the stage where we're not going to lose this. That South Africa A is not going to lose this game. From here, you would be hard pressed to lose, having put on 450 in a 4-day.
In a first innings as well, sure.
Has been done before, but it's not like this pitch is suddenly going to grow demons over the weekend, I don't think, or as we get towards the end of the week. Gavin Hoffman reckoning that the current crop of bowlers complicate things too much with variety, and that they could learn a thing or two from the genuine swing bowlers like Snell and Dawson and Pringle.
I don't agree with that. I think variety is the spice of life, and as many options as South Africa can have is going to be a fantastic thing, because then you can pick your team according to the conditions that you have, and not be maybe cuffed to a certain group. As Chahal comes right arm around the wicket to George Linder, down the wicket and slaps this straight, but been wonderfully fielded there. There was a question. Sorry, Simon.
So I definitely think he meant bowlers using too much variation within
an over,
within their
right.
Something that they've picked up from T20, where variation is everything.
Sure. Oh, is that a waft at that? Has George Linder Yadav taken it behind the stumps there, but nothing more than air conditioning.
Slip in place. Other than that, a very, very defensive field. So lots of men out on the boundary, and those who are in the ring are a long way from the bat. Oh, he comes down. Is that the stumping? I think it is. Yeah. And he came down, and it was just pushed wide of him. Had a bit of a swipe at it. That is the end of George Linder. And I think the fact that they were given some freedom to bat the way that they have after lunch implies that there probably might be a declaration in the offing. Maybe at 500. That's a nice round number.
Yeah, it would be lovely. We just saw him previously, Simon, waft at the last one, but that one, he came down the wicket and remained stagnant, and was an easy decision there for dismissal. We discussed entrance here at Mangaung Oval before lunch.
Oh yes, we forgot to say anything about that. Yes,
information.
Yes, so 50 rand entrance, and you must have proof of vaccination, which you can do by, there is an app that you can, or a sort of digital vaccination certificate that you can get from, I think, one of the government websites, or you can just bring the little card that you got when you went to your local vaccination centre.
51 runs for George Linder, coming off of 80 deliveries, 9 fours to his name, so he can be proud of the partnership that he's put together with Senator Mqishile, as we see the lanky Marco Jansen make his way to the crease, and we replace one left-hander with another, Simon.
Yeah, just be aware if you do come, I don't think any of the concession stands or anything like that are open, so you're probably going to have to bring your own picnic. No alcohol allowed on the ground, I seem to remember someone saying. But 50 rand gets you in, and so you're going to get to watch some pretty interesting cricket this afternoon as we get into the bottom half of the SAA lineup. We should see a few big shots and a few wickets falling, and then we might well be treated to a batting masterclass by the India A batsman for, I would imagine, probably the last hour of play today.
Marco Jansen has 15 games under his belt, still new to the first class game. Got 506 runs at an average of 20.24. His high score is 87, that coming against Gauteng at Sandwest Park in Potchefstroom in 2018-2019. So really still in the infancy of his career, but I'm keen to see what he can do. He's somebody who's not gotten a national cap yet, although he has been in and amongst the South Africa test squad that went to Pakistan earlier, and famously, Simon got himself an IPL contract.
Yeah, he played for the Mumbai Indians. And in fact, the only teams that are listed on his Cricinfo profile are South Africa, which you said he hasn't got a call. So South Africa,
yet.
Mumbai Indians, and Northwest under-13s, Dave.
Right.
Yeah, that's quite a step up from Northwest under-13s to the Mumbai Indians.
Mumbai Indians, sure. 2 slips in place. There's a man at deep backward square, and a deep extra cover. The rest are all in the ring.
Gosh, this guy is a string bean. It's like it's going to be like watching the big friendly giant batting.
Wonderful. 2 slips in place, right next to each other. Chaha in again. Oh, and it's just defended. A big stride there from the South African right hand. I thought he was a left-handed batsman, but I stand corrected because he bowls left-handed and bowls right-handed. Kind of the inverse of Lance Klusener. He just drives this out into the cover region. They'll get 1, so he gets off the mark. Wonderful quick start for him. Yeah, Lance Klusener was a left-handed batsman, right-handed bowler. It wasn't Graham Pollock or something of that ilk?
Yeah,
Left-handed batsman, right-handed
I
bowler.
remember we discussed this at insufferable length about a year and a half ago on air. That it seems to be a symptom of kids who are quite headstrong and won't listen to their parents or pick up a bat and just do their own thing with it. That it's actually easier to bat with your strong hand as your top hand.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And that's why left-handers like Graham Pollock are so good at cover drives, because they are actually driving with their strong hand at the top at the top of the handle.
End of the 126th over, 453 for 6. And these two will have to do a slight rebuild. Simon, I don't think it will be long before we see Marco Jansen using his long levers, but even his long levers may struggle to truly clear the boundaries, at least square of the wicket here at Mangaung Oval.
Yeah, he's. It's going to be fun to watch him have a little bit of a swing at it. He's also a millennium baby, born in May the 1st, 2000. There's not a lot of those knocking around at this level. But average is 20 with the bat at first class level, and 37 at list A. So yeah, those are decent figures.
So, a long on, fine leg. Fine leg who's very square here. He's not as fine as you would normally presume he would be. Square leg, cow corner, and or rather deep mid wicket rather, and then a cow corner mid on. Who's quite deep, the mid on, mid off, man in the covers and backward point. So they're asking him to hit towards that long boundary, and perhaps that's how they're going to pick up a wicket.
Well, so far he's been fairly watchful, just allowing himself to play in, defending into the onside and no run. Just getting his eye in and being watchful. No particular rush yet, I don't think. But I like to think with Linda clearly wanting to force the pace in that previous over, that there has been some sort of instruction that if they can get a quick 70 from here.
Yeah, 520 would.
Yeah.
But why not bat? Why not bat to the end of the innings? What's forcing you to declare?
Yeah, I suppose.
Just to get the bowlers to. I mean, let's, for argument's sake, the South Africans bat here. They put on another 100 partnership between these two. That's 553. Just worked away, and he's not going to get a run just yet. Another run to add to his singles so far. But that is the end of the 127th over. The South Africans are going at 3.6 to the over, 19 extras rather. And these two have an opportunity to at least put some miles in the boots. We're trying to have a leer over to the South African dressing room to see if there's any indications that somebody might be declaring.
I was actually looking to see who the 12th man was who was going off. It was Ishan who was leaving. I didn't actually see who came back on.
But it looks like Lucas Sapamla does have his pads on, so...
Yeah, let's have a look. So Sapamla's definitely padded up and ready to go. That's George Linder, who's the other man in whites there.
Right at the front of the change room. So he's presuming that there's not going to be a lengthy gap.
Oh, no, I think he just hasn't been bothered to change. He's taken his pads off and just come to chill. Maybe.
mean, he batted for a significant amount of time. Why not a shower?
Yeah, I suppose that's also true.
But if you're going to be bowling soon,
Yeah.
maybe not worth it.
Well then, but I think the fact that Sapamla does have pads on is probably more significant.
Well, to counter your point,
Mm.
that's how you play the bluff with the opposition. You have your next man padded up,
So in fact,
and he doesn't have gloves or helmet on. He just has pads on.
so tell me who all the guys in blue are. That's going to be the real. Oh, he has a proper
Shot.
sweep at this,
Shot.
and that's gone all the way onto the embankment. 4-6, and Sapamla. Bashile goes to 56.
What a shot!
It was a proper shot, that down on one knee and just slog sweeping it square and
And
high
against the
over
spinner
boundary.
as well. Just we're going to have a look now in a moment at that change room.
And that brings Raul Char's 100 up. One for 102 off
So he's
24
got 100
overs.
to his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reinhard van Tonda and Eddie Moore are in green, so blue rather. Peter Milan just has his shorts on at the moment, the black shorts. So there's no real indication that the declaration is coming.
Peter
through.
Milan only has shorts on.
Yes, he has black shorts on, and he's thrown a signal of 4 out to someone. So I wonder whether or not he's saying that he's expecting 4 more overs.
Defended and no run. I mean, Peter Milan in only shorts is not far off Fuff in nothing but a towel. One of the more built men in world cricket. His brother is no shrinking violet either, actually. Just defending again. He knows he's had his big 6 for this over, so there's no huge pressure to go after another one.
Yeah, Jason Smith also still in his blues, so I don't think
Yeah, there's no
That
rush.
it's going to be a hurry. I suppose once we see that dressing room empty of
Oh, I think that was a bit high. I think it was a little bit high.
outside of leg,
Oh, and very, very close. In fact, that is...
and
that,
they're going to get a single there from leg
that's-
buys.
That, I'm afraid, is reportable dissent by Chaha.
Yeah, he's still going at Kuma here.
He appealed twice, and then he threw his glasses on the air, on the ground. My view was that it was too high.
Yeah, it was leg buys.
I think the initial signal from Kulma was that it pitched outside of leg stump.
Mm-hmm. He's
Terribly
very, very
unimpressed.
irritated, yeah, but I'm afraid that's a level of dissent that is reportable.
So 2 more to come in this over, or 1 rather.
He might have got away with just a slap on the wrist if he hadn't thrown his glasses down. But you're not allowed to throw your equipment around. Hopefully, it will
slips
be
in place.
handled in a sort of sensitive and friendly manner by match referee Wadvala.
Chaha in once again. It's floated up and just driven through the covers. It's straight at the man, Aparajit, in the cover region, but they're going to get through for a single. 461 now for 6.
He's not happy at all and still glaring back at Bubs Gloma, and all of his body language is irritable. Is Chaha.
Tony DeZorz is also in his blues. So I think the moment we see, the spares in this playing lineup suddenly flood the front of the dressing room and the playing 11 disappear. I
Yeah.
think that's an indication that
There's a flood of changes here.
double substitution. Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure who that is who went off. Was it Prithvi Shaw, I think?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have a...
And I'm not sure who this other guy is who's going off. Is possibly Parajit?
No.
No, is it not? And the 2 guys coming on?
Looks like the man who's gone off is Yaswaran. And Safaraj with his Elvis glasses are back.
Ah, okay.
He's now having a word with umpire Kuma. Oh, he just clutched at his left hamstring there, Simon, did Gautam after that last delivery. I wonder if a little bit of an effort delivery there. Koshile is now on 56. His partner at the other end, Marco Janssen's on 3, and this partnership is worth just 10.
Defended into the onside and no run. Just one slip in place, but otherwise very defensive field.
Driven hard.
Drives it hard, and it is going to go past the diving mid-on and run away for 4, and that takes Koshile into his 60s and looking good.
Beaten Simon's favourite man, Parajit, at mid-on there. Desperate to dive there at mid-on, but a fantastic cricket shot by Koshile. He's really showing his class here.
Yeah, he's looked good. And survived that big LBW shot in the previous over. My gut was that it wasn't. Well, I felt it was too high. You reckoned it was just pitching outside leg.
Because he was right arm round the wicket from a leg spinner, as we see. Vihari is the man at first slip who first had his hands on his hips and now arms crossed here. He's really not impressed. He goes down now. Reverse sweep and a shot. There's no one there.
Well.
4 runs.
Really classy
thoroughly
shot.
Deserved.
He spanked that properly. So he goes through to 64, 470 for 6 now. Well, they certainly aren't going to declare now, leaving him floating sort of in the
70s,
land
60s,
between 50 and 100, are they? They're going to give him every possible chance he can to get
him to get 100.
2
minutes away from a proposed drinks break. Do you think there's one ball left. Would they squeeze it in if there's 1 minute to go? A second over?
So, umpire Kobo's got to walk at a normal pace, says the law.
That's the end of the over.
To his mark. And if he's going to get there easily. It's 13:38. Yeah, he'll get there no problem at all. And they'll be ready to bowl a final over before drinks.
Yeah, umpire Harris just having a look at the strip and where it is. Not much wear and tear. It's a veritable road. You might think it's Nelson Mandela Drive. You could be mistaken. It's a wonderful opportunity. Koshile having quite a lengthy conversation here with Marco Jansen in between overs. Obviously mapping out the...
asking him what the weather is like up there.
Sure. I wonder if he plays at altitude, risk of altitude sickness, if he plays at Joburg.
Well, certainly I think when he gets up quickly from a chair is probably a problem. But yeah, there's a good foot between Koshile and Jansen.
Chaha to continue. There's a bit of movement. The man from Cow Corner is going to come to what looks like a mid-on here. There's a man at mid-wicket, deep backward square, 2 slips in place, and a sweeper out on the offside. Backward point, cover and middle. Floated it up. It's a full toss. He smashed it over the man at mid-on, and that's going to race away to the boundary. Great shot there. He's not going to miss out on a veritable gift with the levers that he has. Yeah, it's a full toss and suitably punished.
Yeah, good solid shot that, and or straight away that pushes a player down to this long on and one to long off as well. Encouraging him to take on the long levers, and all that Jansen does is push it out to that man at long off and take a single.
As we can hear peacocks.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the distance we can hear peacocks calling, which is unusual to say the least. There is was a zoo in that general direction, but we heard yesterday that it was closed. Maybe the peacocks are remnants. I think zoos peacocks generally just look after themselves, don't they? They don't have to be fed like lion keepers.
Do you feed lion keepers?
Yeah, you feed them sandwiches that they can then feed the lions meat.
Sure. Hard run here. They're looking for the second. There's a declination from Koshile to a return. 476 for 6 is a lovely little partnership here. They've raced to 24 here. It helps when you put away the bad balls. So they've moved the man who was sweeping out at the deep cover region, and he's going to go backward of square. And there's no one in the cover, Simon. If he's able to drive this through the covers,
Yeah.
he's in all money, really. Floated up and down the wicket comes Janssen. He just tucks this away between the cow corner, and they want to take on the arm. There's a shy here at the non-striker's end, but Bashile had already put his skates on to
Very
get to
good
that.
running.
Good running
Very
as well.
And Achille was awake to where the ball was, had paid attention as he turned, and knew that he was in for it.
Well, crucially, he knew that the man to whom the ball had been hit was a right-hander, so he was collecting it at his left foot and then would have to turn to get rid of it. Round the wicket again. Oh my word, that has beaten him all ends up, Simon.
Yeah, went over the top of middle, I think, and the keeper did remove the bails. For a moment, I thought it was actually bowled in, but it was just the keeper having a go at the stumping. Speaking of stumpings, interesting tweet from Leia saying, I go to the kitchen for 10 minutes to look after the chickpeas, and now Cricinfo is claiming that Linda was stumped and bowled by Chahar. What did I miss? Yeah, I noticed that too, Leia. They definitely mean stumped Yadav, bowled Chahar, but stumped and bowled would be quite a feat to
I don't know how you
take
would
on.
achieve that.
There used to be was it on Beano? One of those types of cartoons where they had Dangerous Dan, I think, or some kid who could run incredibly fast, and he was able to bowl.
Like the Flash, almost.
Yeah, he was able to bowl and keep to himself as well.
Right.
Right, well, that is the end of... No, it's not the end, it's just drinks, sorry. We're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break while we're on drinks. Remember, you can tweet us, use the hashtag SSCricket so that we can read you. And we will chat in 3 minutes.
Welcome back to this Supersport broadcast of the South Africa A, India A test from the Mangaung Oval. We've just had just a quick drink. There's a lot of discussion about who's on the field and who's where on the field in this post lunch session. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Simon Gibb. South Africa A are 479 for 6 after 130 overs. The toss was won by India A, and they selected to field. There was 2 quick wickets early, and after that there wasn't really much. It was a massive partnership by Malan and Dzozi. Malik here just bowling short and wide and carved away over desperate leap into the air from Umran, rather not Umran Malik, but the man at backward point. That raced away to the boundary. Yeah, it looks like Vihari is the man who's trying to lurk there, but that's raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, that wasn't it wasn't that far away from him, to be honest. And certainly it was the definitely part of the plan. And immediately they've changed the plan by pushing him to a backward point instead of a gully. I think that's give it a bit of a chance to work, before you scrub the plan.
Yeah, deep third man lurking there on the boundary. Again, Umran Malik is in again, and it's at the hips of Marco Jansen. It's going to take quite a serious effort here to truly bounce out Marco Jansen. We've spoken about his height here, and it's a great asset for him with the ball, but it's going to take some serious work to try and intimidate the lengthy fast bowler. Malik has come in and been used in short spurts, but really just full of short pitch bowling.
Yeah, he's going to be banging it in. There isn't really a catcher on the offside. There's a leg slip and there's a bat pad, but the man who had been at gully is now really at a conventional backward point. I mean, he's a long way away from the bat. I suppose he is still considering himself to be a catcher, but he's walking in, not crouching, which is always the sign. Malik bowling from the Loch Logan end, so he's had about 10 overs off since he had his last spell. Bangs it in again and defended into the offside and no run.
Looks menacingly at Marco Jansen, as if Marco Jansen had not fallen into the trap that he was proposing that he fall into. But I don't think Marco Jansen's going to be intimidated by Malik. Malik's not your traditional tall fast bowler that can perhaps run in like a Joel Garner and seriously intimidate the opposition.
Yeah.
Particularly on Marco Jansen. If you're going to intimidate him with a stare down, I think you've got to have the stature on your side as he comes in once again round the wicket and just defended. There's an attempt of a run from Rashida, but he's sent back by Jansen. These two together have put 31 on the board as a pair, but South Africa A are really in the driving seat here. They've amassed 483 for 6 in 130 overs, and it's the kind of batting performance, Simon, that you would really hope that South Africa can put on against India in that first test at Imperial Wanderers.
Oh, they would be very, very happy if they could be here after lunch on the first day of that first test. Second day. Sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Of the first test. Be
over the wicket now to Jansen. He just defends that and immediately calls for the first. There's a straighter shot there, and they're going to get through for the second quite comfortably. He wasn't quite sure about the angle of that one, but in the end it gets 2. That is the conclusion of Malik's 20th over. So he finally makes his way into the 20s with his bowling overs, and he's really not done a horrible job, but clearly for a purpose of short pitch bowling. His singular wicket is that of Tony Dzozi, who chopped on during the course of play yesterday. He's 1 for 80 from his 20. There's a discussion now about whether or not they're going to continue with Chaha. Simon Gear earlier said that he'd scored 100, but as a bowler, that's not something that you really want. But it points out the fact that leg spinners or wrist spinners rather in 4-day cricket, he's going to continue 101 for 112 from 26, but he's proving that leg spinners or wrist spinners rather in longer format cricket tends to be put to the sword as well. So we're just having a look at the field here. There's a short 45, there's a man out at deep backward square, a man at forward square leg, and a cow corner fielder. Long on and long off, who's just off the boundary. One man in the covers at deep point, so almost everybody's on the boundary. There's only 3 men not in a catching position that could be considered ring fielders. Chaha in again, and Krishila reverse sweeps this. The man at deep point is having to do a lot of hard work to try and prevent that from going in. He does just that as they'll run for 3 here. There's an opportunity for a run out. There's absolute chaos, and I think he's been run out. He has Marco Jansen run out at the striker's end. They really shouldn't have gone for that one, and that is the end of the 12 South African right-handed batsmen. That's maddening. He's done a great job there out in the deep in order to prevent the boundary there, but it was almost one that you would have expected them to have taken the third one if they'd run quickly, but just maddening there for the South African A squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's unnecessary, I think, and India really could have messed that up as well, because he landed up throwing it at the stumps from 2 meters away.
Yeah, he initially intimated as though he was going to throw to the non-striker, and then realised that Jansen was well short. But despite his 2 meter length, wasn't able to get to the crease in time. As we see, Lutho Supamla is striding out to the wicket. It doesn't look like a declaration is going to come anytime soon. Peter Malan still with shorts on, and no sign of that. I think they're going to try and put Krishile through to 3 figures. He's on 65 at the moment, and they were going at 3.7 before that dismissal occurred. Sinatemba Krishile going along nicely, but Lutho Supamla has just 200 runs, 199 rather, to his name. His best score of 28 for the Lions against the Dolphins in the 2020-21 season. His average is 5, so not really considered a batsman, more an out-and-out bowler. Jansen was out for 17 from 21 deliveries and just 2 fours to his name. So not an extended stay at the crease, but he was really doing well with Krishile to just hopefully rotate, as we see a couple of words there being offered in the ears of Krishile. That definitely are going to say something to Krishile, because he may have been given he may have been guilty there of running his partner out. I'm not sure necessarily if it was his fault, but the Indian players, rather, not the fans, the Indian players will definitely want to pin it on Krishile as he remains. Supamla on strike, slip in leg, slip in place. Round the wicket comes Chaha, right arm, and that's just ripped back in. It was the wrong one, and wrapped Supamla on the pads.
Yeah, probably a little bit high. Supamla got a decent stride in there, and I think it hit him above the roll. But it was a polite inquiry. You don't get if you don't ask.
In again, just dots away does Supamla. This will be a good test for Lutho Supamla if he's going to be named in that squad to play the Indians at Imperial Wonders for the first test. If he can squeeze out a 20 here, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. And then he really has to run in and bowl well. Chaha in again. And it's a little bit shorter this time, and Sapamla is able to guide that out to the man coming off the boundary at deep point. So he'll get his first run. Good bit of work from him, but he needs to stick around for the sake of Gqeberha. Gqeberha also has to farm the strike if he's going to get to three figures here. He's in the 60s, and it's almost the norm when somebody's in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that you tend to get out. But what a cricket shot there. He's just got down on one knee and absolutely smoked that over the deep square boundary. That's 6 runs. What a shot, young man.
He really has batted very, very well today. And both of those sweeps for 6 have been such classy shots. And he's slapped them so nicely. That reverse sweep he played for 4 as well had a similar sort of slappy sound to it as he played it. And he moves now into the 70s. 73 now is Gqeberha, and the score 494 for 7.
We just saw there the man at the umpire at square leg, Harris. There was a fan that was in the ground that picked up that ball, and so umpire Harris had to give it a once over with a disinfectant wipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's part of the rules of the bio bubble. And even actually at amateur level, you have to do that if someone
swatted away. It was wide from Chaha. Sorry to cut you off there, Simon, and it means that Prithvi Shaw is having to do the work there out in the deep. That is the end of the 132nd over. South Africa 5 away from 500.
5 away from 500. How are we doing on our guesses for declaration?
Yeah, we're just gonna pan over there to the dressing room. Peter Malan has still got his shorts on, but we also see.
You see, when you said he was wearing shorts, I thought you meant he was wearing only shorts.
Oh no! He's wearing shorts as opposed to longs.
Oh, okay, right, fair enough. Yeah, but everyone else is still in blues. So, and I'm sure that George Linder will want to go and have a shower before he goes out to bowl.
I'm sure our cameraman can see that it looks like Marco Jansen is the man at the front of the dressing room there. Oh, is it just still George Linder?
It's still George Linder, yeah.
It is indeed George Linder. As we see Umran Malik coming in, I'm sure he's going to bowl it short. He does bowl it back of a length, and it's gone past the left hip of Gqeberha. He's going to really have to do the most here. He's going to have to work the hardest here to get to those 3 figures. Sapamla, as we know, is a fast bowler and not really not a mug with the bat, but definitely still working on his batting game as Gqeberha surveys the field. There's a man down there at third man and deep point in again, and that's wide, yes. Very wide. I mean, to bowl a delivery that wide is probably a cardinal sin, particularly in the red ball stuff. That was bowling it to second slip. The wicketkeeper Yadav had to really get across there. We're just having a look at the replay there. It just hit midway through the pitch and just kept going on the angle. It's probably not the best idea to have an away swinging delivery when you're bowling it that short. Maybe playing a bit of Don Bradman cricket at home and seeing what that's like. The man at deep points on his haunches, so clearly there's a fatigue. 500 runs, nigh on 500 runs on the board as Malik comes over the wicket now, and he bowls a short one, and it's wide by the square leg umpire Kuma. Really not happy with the height of that one as it passes Sinatemba Gqeberha. Simon, perhaps you can explain to me. I mean, you're obviously an experienced umpire, and the new laws of the game dictate that a ball over the head of the striking batsman is actually a no ball, but the playing conditions dictate that it is a wide. Is that correct?
Yeah. So
it used to be a wide.
It used to be a wide. Every single match that is played has playing conditions, as this is just defended straight back to the bowler, where he does have a vague attempt at running out the non-striker. That's
accidentally, perhaps, if it was the case.
I don't know how accidental it was. I think he was trying to guide it. So yeah, every single match, all cricket is governed by the laws of cricket, which is that little blue book that is published by the MCC. And so a good example is that the laws of cricket still have the idea of a runner in them.
And again, Malik, and that's gone down the leg side. Koshila didn't really get anything on that, but it's a great effort there from Yarov to leap across almost to a leg slip position to stop that, and the resultant fumble means they get through for 1.
But there is no game at any level that is played only via the laws of cricket. Every single game has playing conditions attached to it.
Right.
And it can be something as simple as you and I agreeing that a one hand, one bounce is going to be a thing in our backyard game.
Okay.
The good example is runners. Just about every cricket game that I know of, as part of their playing conditions, say that we're going to ignore the laws on runners,
Yes.
and no runners are allowed. And the noble thing is similar. So you
Round the wicket comes Malik. Now it's short again. Oh, it looked like he may have gotten a feather through to Yadav there, but it's some clear daylight there.
Yeah, so under some playing conditions, bouncer wides are considered to be nobles because they don't want you to be able to flap at it above your head, because there's no ways you can control that
Sure.
and be caught.
So surely, perhaps maybe it's an explanation that you'll need to give to us as Malik comes round the wicket again to Sipamla and decides he's not going to go. He pulls the handbrake. So the question perhaps is that why have laws and playing conditions that contradict each other? Perhaps my assumption is that playing conditions are meant to clarify or further extrapolate the laws
No.
and not be contradictory. Why
No,
would that be the case?
Contradictory is not a problem at all.
But why isn't there uniformity? That's my question.
Well, because there's not uniformity in types of cricket that we play. So this is a 4-day game for guys prepping for a 5-day game. And the current bowler is a guy who's never bowled in a match that's longer than 50 overs.
Up on this toes does Pamela's really lovely punch shot there, and they're going to get 3 as it's desperately reeled in there on the long off boundary. There's a great bit of running from those two, but that takes South Africa over the 500 mark. 501. Brian Lara scored that by himself. It shows how incredible that.
How long did it take Brian Lara to score it? That would be an interesting one.
2.5, 3 days. And that was
501.
in a domestic game as well. 132.5 overs that it took the South African A team. 805 balls, 61 fours and 3 sixes. But yes, the playing conditions to the laws, the ratio.
So cricket is unique in sport, in that a rugby match is at a professional level always 80 minutes, always governed by the same.
Oh, swatted away. There's a man out there, Chaha, but it's gone over his head and it's gone to the boundary. Koshila, it's
Very odd
unconventional
shot.
shot. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it went where he was intending it to hit to go. I think
Tennis shot, really.
I think that was meant to go probably straight, but he hit it. He hit it quite square. I mean, that was
Good forehand.
That went to the left hand of that man at mid-off.
Right.
And it went exactly where a classic cover drive would go, but was played like a pull. My old coach John Ridgway would have had conniptions if any of us had tried to play anything like that.
Shows how the game has evolved, though.
Well, absolutely. And yeah, so essentially, cricket is unique in that we have the basis of it, which is laws. So a bowler runs in, he bowls, and the batsman hits it. But just about everything else is up for grabs, and particularly the way the game is structured and how long it takes, and so on, are all things that change depending on the level that you're playing at or the type of game. So I can't think of another sport that is this variable. Certainly at professional level. Obviously, rugby, for example, I think kiddies play like 20 minutes each way or something like that.
Sure.
Barefoot
And barefoot, yeah.
And maybe play uncontested scrums at certain levels and that sort
And
of
lineouts, yeah, as well. Yeah.
But once you get up to professional level, cricket is the only sport that I know of that is as variable as this.
Chaha in again to Sipamla. It's a short delivery, and there's a waft from Sipamla. There's a massive shot that they feel that they've got him.
I thought I heard something there.
Kuma again not interested in the plight of these Indian bowlers, particularly Chaha, who's seemed to have
There's a lot of
been
pressure.
the recipient on
a lot of
Kuma.
pressure coming on Kuma now. That's this is. Bear in mind, this will be, I think, probably the highest level that both of these umpires have stood at. I think Steve Harris might have stood at. has Steve Harris got a test? I'm not sure.
We'll definitely have to have a look.
Almost certainly stood a lot of female international cricket.
Right.
But there's pressure now, and you are confident as an umpire that you've given the right decision, even insofar as maybe benefit of the doubt is concerned. But you do begin, although you know that you should never ever ever try and redress the balance. There are definitely weevils in your brain now who are going like, ooh, because no one likes to be hated as well. That's the basic human traits.
Oh, that one catches the edge. Sipamla catches it was caught the outside half of his bat. He leaned forward to defend it there, and it just went to a vacant second slip region.
I assure you, Tuma will be replaying that in his mind. He might be very, very confident in his decision there, but that's the second time now that he's had to turn this bowler down in circumstances that Chauha was absolutely certain that he has that he's prevailed.
Not a polite inquiry, but rather
It's
a foregone conclusion.
And while I didn't, that was a not very subtle shot from Krishile, but not dissimilar to the one that he played in the previous over. Actually, this time did actually go onto the onside there.
Yeah, he didn't really hit with the spin. He hit it against the spin, short and wide, and he's hammered it to long on.
But while that latest incident is probably not enough to get Chauha written up, in addition to the previous one where he definitely showed very clear dissent, I think that he is going to have a meeting with Mr. Wadvala this evening.
507 for 7 after 134 overs. The South African team going along wonderfully here. Krishile is on 80. And he's got that from 110 deliveries, 10 fours and 2 sixes. Sipamla's 5 from 10. So Krishile has really ramped up his strike rate. He's going at 72 at the moment.
He's so that's getting him now above 5 runs and over. 5 runs per 6 balls faced, I should maybe say, which is a way that I would far rather they gave these things.
You prefer that to the percentage per 100 balls?
Yes, I think that is a ridiculous way of giving that stat. It's not how we talk about cricket at all. And so, how many deliveries had South Africa taken to make this 501? Did you pay attention? It was about 800, wasn't it?
Roundabout, yes.
Yes.
850.
Brian Lara's came in 427 deliveries.
Goodness me.
Including 62 fours and 10 sixes.
501. That was against Durham, wasn't it?
It was indeed. On the final day, he hit 174 before lunch.
Goodness. And famously, I believe he was dropped by Paul Rifle. And the discussion was, well, watch, he'll go on and make 100. I think he was dropped at second slip.
Oh, gosh.
Quite early in single digits.
Was it really Paul Rifle?
Parajith is going to come from the Loch Logan, and I'm sure you can
because Paul Rifle was the same guy who dropped Lance Klusener on the boundary on that...
Parajith, and again, down the wicket comes Krishile. He's just hit it straight down to the man at long off. Would you be able to research that for us? Who dropped Brian Lara? First or second slipper, I seem to remember, for about 8 or so. And they, if not him, Paul Rifle would have said to someone, to say, oh, watch him go get 100, and then he makes 500. Chris Scott.
He was dropped.
Chris Scott.
He was dropped by wicketkeeper Chris Scott.
That one was dying out the wicket from a Parajith, and Sipamla defends on the back foot. Left leg slip in place.
So he was dropped by the keeper on 18 or 17 possibly.
This one in again from Parajith. It's a fuller delivery, but Sipamla seems quite comfortable to lean back on his heels there and just defend it away.
But something we forget is that he was bowled off a no ball on 12.
Goodness. Parajith in once again, right arm over. Good defense there from Sipamla. He's trying to work that onto the leg side, maybe just roll the wrists a little bit, but not able to get that away, and just goes back to Parajith. He's in once again. There's a lot of flight in these deliveries to try and get it out of the eye line of Sipamla. There's one ball remaining in this over.
I mean, it really does show that even those very, very top guys still need lives to create those massive totals. Hashim Amla when he scored. It was a triple century. but
Yes,
he's- yeah,
311
yeah.
at Headingley. I
He
think
was
it
dropped
was.
at least twice in that
The Oval.
in that innings, if not 3 times.
End of the over. 135 gone. South Africa A
508 for 7.
Yeah, 508 for 7. We must be starting to think about what we're doing. There's Peter Malan is walking
He's
up
on
the
his
stairs
feet now. Yeah.
to go inside.
George Linder watching the camera along with Glinton Steerman, who doesn't have his pads on. Perhaps that's an indication, Simon, that they've. I mean, Steerman is batting at 11, but you would still think that he would have his pads on if there wasn't a declaration coming.
They're not going to leave Treshile hanging on 81
But why hasn't Steerman got his pads on?
because he has enormous faith in Sapamla and Hendricks.
Chaha. 124 for 1 from his 28 overs. He's in once again. Slip in place. Wider. Floated it up and hit across the line. That's gone high in the air.
Going to drop safe.
And it's just fallen in, plugged into a no man's land there at Cow Corner in the ring.
Plugged like one of the best wedges anyone's ever played. It literally didn't move an inch from where it had landed.
The golfer in Krishila would have been happy with that if he was approaching
Absolutely.
the green.
So what I suspect will happen here is that Rashid is probably being told.
Just guided out to a point, but nothing there.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's probably been told that he has a certain time in which to get to 100.
probably T.
If he gets out, I think it might be before T because he's clearly
there's 18
chasing it.
runs.
There's 18.
There's 18 runs away from a century here. He's
So what time's T? T is 25 minutes away.
Roundabout.
Yeah.
It looks like the declaration's coming. Yep, there you go. There's the declaration from South Africa A. Peter Malan is waved it, and there's Krishile stranded on 82, and South Africa A declare their innings on
Like-
509 for 7. We called it.
I was kind of enjoying all the theories I was about to give you,
Nope.
and I was shown in a cynical way by Peter Malan that I was wrong on every count. Right, so let's quickly take you through the scorecard, and then we will have a brief break.
Yeah.
South Africa lost the toss. They were put into bat and almost immediately lost a wicket with Sadal Erve flicking one to Sani. He was gone for naught. Reinhard van Tonder followed him pretty shortly afterwards. LBW Nagosala for naught as well. Peter Malan and Tony Dezorzi put on 217 for the third wicket before Dezorzi played on from Umran Malik, giving him his first ever first-class wicket. He was out for 117. And then Jason Smith came to the wicket overnight. Smith was on 51 and Peter Malan was on 157. Both not out, but both fell fairly early this morning. Firstly, Smith for 52, slashing at one from Nagosala and was caught by Aparajist at second slip straight into the breadbasket there. And then Peter Malan played just down the wrong line to one from Sani and got a whisper of an outside edge, and he was caught by the wicketkeeper Yadav for 163. Then Sinetemba Glashile and George Linder came together. They very, very quickly put on a 100-run partnership before Linder ran past one and was stumped by Yadav and Bal Chaha for 51. Marco Janssen got caught in a comedy run-out situation and was run out by Prithvi Shaw for 17. And Sinetemba Glashile left not out on 82. Lutus Sapamla not out on 5. The bowlers, Navdeep Saini, 23 overs, 7 maidens, 2 wickets for 67. Arzan Nagoswala, 23 overs as well, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 75. Umran Malik, in his first ever first-class match, acquitted himself okay. He was a little bit expensive. He went for 90 runs off 21 overs, but bowled 2 maidens, 1 for that 90. Krish Gautam, no wickets for 98 off 30. Rahul Shaha, 1 wicket for 125 off 28.5. And Baba Aparaj, he bowled 10 overs, 0 for 40. We will be back in 10 minutes' time for the Indian innings.
Just a quick update for you. They've taken tea early here at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. That means that we'll probably be back at about 25 minutes to 3. They've obviously combined the tea interval and the change of innings, so it looks like South Africa will have an extra 15 or so before they have to get underway. So yeah, stick around. We'll be back very soon. Make sure you've got your cup of tea hot and ready for the final session of today's play. Welcome back.
From the early tea break, as South Africa A declared their innings closed at 509 for 7. Kashila was stranded on about 82, not able to get to that three-figure mark. You are joined. Well, my name is Coach Dave Midgley, and alongside me is Simon Gear, who will bring you every single moment of this game. If you want to tweet us, hashtag it SS Cricket. Looks like from the Willows end, it's going to be Bjorn Hendricks that's going to be opening the bowling.
Got some good tweets that about the declaration, which we will talk about in the first couple of overs. Thoughts? Well, my personal thoughts is that they made a mistake, that they got their timing wrong.
Jumped the gun, perhaps.
And they hadn't read the playing conditions correctly, and the umpires called their bluff. Right, so 3 slips and a gully. Man at point. Peter Malan, who's conducting things, is at mid-off. Bjorn Hendricks is about to take the first ball, so he's moving. Who is that?
Luto Sepamla. No, it's not Luto Sepamla, it's Glenton Stierman. Sepamla's at mid-wicket region.
The lanky Janssen is at mid-on, and Luto Sepamla is there at mid-wicket. So this is a classic South African field, three slips and a gully. Bjorn Hendricks is going to come left arm over the wicket and immediately drifts down to the leg side, and it is on the bounce to Luto Sepamla. Not Luto Sepamla,
Glenton Stierman.
Glenton Stierman down there. And
it's a no ball to begin as well.
Oh, for goodness sakes. All right. So,
off to a howler.
Partnership is already on 2. Shaw is off the mark on 1, and it is going to be Captain Panchal who will be taking the second ball of the first official ball of the innings, as long as
Bjorn plays along.
Bjorn plays along, yes. Bjorn does a Morne Morkel circle. He does another one. He's going to get dizzy at this stage.
He's circling back.
Yep.
As we've seen that the common thread during COVID.
Left arm over again and just knocked into the offside. Fielded by Peter Malan, and just the 1 run. So tweets. If you want to tweet us, by the way, include the hashtag SS Cricket, SS for Supersport, SS Cricket, and then we'll be able to read it. Amanpreet Singh, hoping that Supersport TV will turn on the live chat. I'm assuming he means on the
YouTube.
On YouTube. That's completely outside of our control. That'll be handled by some social media chap at Supersport's headquarters in Randburg. It's shortened. Panchal. It was a Shaw now. Just drops his hands and lets that go through to keeper Kashila. But Arun says, what is that decision from Peter Malan? He's talking about the declaration. Couldn't even afford to complete that over. Kashila is on 82 not out. If that's the idea, you could have declared when SAA reached 100.
500.
500, sorry. I completely agree. And my thinking of this was that they thought they were going to get a 10-minute innings break and then get about 4 overs at
the opening
at the Indians before they had to come off for tea. They didn't read the playing conditions correctly, which obviously said that should the declaration be taken less than half an hour before tea is due, then you take tea straight away. And they basically got their timing wrong. That is the only thing that I can think of would be the logic behind that. There was no real sense in taking it, 3 balls into the over like so urgently, or 20 minutes before tea. If you're going to take it at tea anyway, then let Kashila bat for 20 minutes and get his 100. So, all in all, I suspect that was a little bit of sloppiness, or possibly could it be inexperience from Malan as a captain? Is he an inexperienced captain? I don't think so.
No, he's not.
No,
he's got 166 games under his belt at first class level, and captains the Paul Rocks team at franchise level. So not a newbie to captaining, but nevertheless, this is where South Africa find themselves. Inside the first over, it's 4 without loss, and there's just 2 balls remaining in this over. Remember, we started with a no ball, frustratingly for the South African A. Hendricks left arm over, and it's just squeezed away. They immediately take a single here. Sepamla tries to to flick it onto the stumps. He's had to lumber in from the square leg region, and Shaw gets through quite comfortably. It's a good bit of running, so it's just leg buys there as Hendricks has 1 to come, and there's 4 from this over. The deficit is 504, and there's already 2 extras, Simon, inside the first over. Not ideal to begin.
No, not great, and they need to tighten this up a little bit. I think Hendricks has been sitting doing not very much for a day and a half, and maybe needs a little bit of time to get his head in the game. Just back of the length and played into the onside, where Sapamla does the fielding. Is that the end? That is the end of the first over. 4 runs off it. Who's going to be taking the...
It's 5 runs from it.
5 runs off it. It is 5 runs indeed. Sorry, my apologies. 5 runs off it. Yes, there was the bye as well, the leg bye.
Yeah, Glinton Steerman is going to come in from the Loch Logan end. It's only those who have not batted that are now bowling.
Yeah, that's how it works. You've coached under 9s?
Yeah, that's very much an under 9. That's very much an under 9 thing. That's why I was surprised. If you don't bat, then you're going to have a ball.
Exactly.
12th man Miguel Pretorius running on the park now. He's just giving Bjorn Hendricks a sleeve that'll undoubtedly go over on his right arm. So if we give you the slip cordon here, it's Krashilia obviously with the gloves, Arvia at first slip, Reinhard van Tonder at second, and Bjorn Hendricks at third, Jason Smith at I don't know if it's a gully, it could be a 4th slip, but he's meandering out to gully. That's a surprise because we saw George Linder in that 3rd slip position, and he's now at mid-wicket. Sipamla at mid-on.
There's not a lot of guys who bowl the first over and then go into 3rd slip, are there?
Carved away, that's a shot and a half. What a shot to start that first over. Panchal not missing out there, short and wide and slapped away to the backward point boundary.
Jason Hall is the only guy I can think of who would conceivably have opened the bowling and then gone straight into the slip cordon for the second over. Did Pollock ever field it?
He did.
Pollock used to field also, I suppose, 3rd or 4th slip, didn't he?
He did.
Would he have done it right
whilst
at the beginning of the innings?
bowling.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really picture him down at 3rd man, weirdly. It doesn't seem right at all. So I think he probably might have once or twice. No one in the current crop would be trusted in the slip cordon. Certainly Dale Steyn, never ever. I mentioned Dale Steyn probably could be quite a good grabber. Oh, straight through him. That was a really, really good comeback by Stearman there. And Panchal guilty of maybe chasing one slightly.
Shane Warne famously was a bowler who was known to lurk in the slip cordon. Actually a really good option there at first slip for Australia for a number of times.
He had huge hands as well, still has huge
Brian
hands.
McMillan is another one who could bowl and catch.
I thought for a moment you said it meant Brian Lara. Brian
he could catch.
Yeah.
Did Brian Lara. Bowling not so much. Steerman in, there's 3 slips already. Oh, he's absolutely bamboozled him. What a lovely fast bowler's delivery there. Great bit of work there from Glenton Steerman. But just to have a look, sorry Simon, at South Africa A with 14 for 2 to 509 for 7 declared. You really got to think that the men in the slips at 1 and 2, Arvia and Van Tonder, have missed out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure they are very, very aware of it and are not particularly happy with the whole experience either. Priyank Panchal facing. And again past that outside edge. This has been a good over from Stearman after that initial ball that went for 4. And he's getting lots of support from his team as well.
Yeah, if they're not careful, the Indian A side are going to have perhaps another man in that cover region. Probably Peter Malan will leave his position there at mid-off for possibly a Tony DeZorzi from a point, and he might go to point, Peter Malan.
Stearman in for the 5th ball of his over, left arm over, driven, but there is a good diving stop by, is that Linda there in the
Malan? Linda's on the onside here with his lengthy,
yes.
his lengthy facade.
His lengthy what?
I almost said lengthy facade, but more lengthy appendages.
Oh, I see.
He's looking at mid-wicket.
Yes, he is. He's looking at mid-wicket.
Just 500 runs, Simon, to go before they cross the deficit.
South Africa needs to bat again. What?
Well, yes, sure.
Yes. Well, 309, 300 before.
There's going to be a double 100 here in the Indian squad. Oh, that's what bold.
Of course, we must bear in mind the follow-on is 150 runs shy in 4-day cricket, not 200 like it is in 5-day tests.
So 350.
359 is what they would have to get to.
Good gracious. Excuse me. Good gracious.
Certainly started with a lot of confidence. The couple have gone past the outside edge of Panchal, but we'll watch with interest. Tweet in from Panchal Messi fans saying, will Mpho or Tim join the commentary? Unfortunately not this series. Tim is down in Cape Town, and I think is just generally quite busy at this time of year. But his partner in crime from Cape Town, James, who they've done some very, very successful broadcasts together, he will be joining us for the next game.
Down the leg side, there's a slip that has been removed, as we just see Arvian van Tonder in that slip cordon. You'll see that George Linde, who was at third slip in that first over, is now in a catching cover position.
And Mpho is excitingly up in Zimbabwe. He is in Harare, and he is commentating on the ICC qualifiers for women's cricket. So he's doing all sorts of really interesting games, and he's on ICC TV there. So just search that, and you'll be able to hear the dulcet tones of Mpho Motwane.
Oh, just worked away off the pads, slightly straighter this time. The previous one just going down the leg side, but much better there from Hendricks.
So just to give folks an idea of who will be commentating for the rest of the series, this game will be covered by Dave Midgley and myself, Simon Gear. So we'll be doing all 4 days of this game. Dave will continue to do all 3 games, all 12 days of cricket over the next 3
It's
weeks.
like 12 days of Christmas, preferably. I'm
You're
thrilled.
Absolutely in your element. And as I'll tell you after, Hendricks continues in from the Willows end, left arm over, and again just in that line which invites the right-hander to try and play it into the leg side, but no run. And he will be joined next week by James from Cape Town, who many of you will know, and Chepo Taile, who is one of our young up-and-coming stars. So he's a good addition. Then the third game will also be Dave and Chepo, and then we're still deciding whether it will be the third seat will be taken by myself, or by James, or by Ken Borland, who is one of the veteran cricket writers in South Africa, and also an old hand of our commentary team.
Oh, I'm sure he's nicked that. Oh my word, there's a massive celebration from the South Africans. They seem to think that they've got him, but umpire Kuma is not interested. He's saying that's come off the hip there, but I almost thought that was a foregone conclusion. If we have a look at the replay there, oh goodness, there was a fine nick. Everybody in the South African team came together to celebrate, but Kuma is not a fan of anyone getting a wicket, it seems like.
Yeah, he's a tough man to please, isn't he? That's the third
Stoic.
really, really big appeal from this end that we've had, and he's turned them all down.
Tony Dezorzi is the man under the helmet. In case you were wondering, you may have seen him there as the celebration, or rather the question around the wicket occurred, or non-wicket in this case. Hendricks in again. It's too full, and it's driven out through the covers. Malanda's got a lot of work here if he's going to reel this in. They're going to come back for the second, but thankfully it's slowed up on its way to the cover boundary, and they'll just get 2. 1 ball left in the third over. 11 without loss, and there's a discussion around Bjorn Hendricks possibly running onto the danger zone there, as umpire Kuma is having a word with him there. Do you find that it's players react negatively sometimes if there's an umpire that's that they have some challenges with?
What do you mean react negatively? Like begin to go off the boil themselves?
Or that's just offended?
This is defending to the offside. No, they certainly get angry, and in fact, in
More insistent in their appeals.
definitely appeals become much more insistent and more frequent. They start appealing for everything.
Sure.
And the flip side happens as well. If they feel an umpire's a soft touch, then they will pile on the pressure. So basically, any chink in the umpire's armour, the players will exploit. There's often a feel that there's three teams out there, and the two teams in white, and then the two umpires also operate as a team very consciously.
And have to, I think, if they're not a
They do,
united
yeah.
front.
It is on the bounce to second slip. Van Tonder there just taking it. It bounced well in front of him. There wasn't really a chance there. Played with soft hands, and Panchal living slightly dangerously at the moment, I think.
Steerman has 198 wickets at an average of 21.24. An average, usually goes for around 2.86. His best coming for Southwest Districts against Namibia in 2016. That was a 7 for 12. But he really bowled well in the first over, Simon.
Yeah, he did indeed, and is continuing that in this over as well, and putting pressure on the batsman and putting pressure on the umpire and his slip cordon as well.
Oh, he just leaves that alone. Does Panchal. He just left his bat hanging out there for the one that fell agonizingly short of the man at second slip, Van Tonder. If we have a look at the first-class career of these two, Panchal and Shaw, Panchal's in his 99th first-class game, having 6,891 runs, best of 314 in 2016-2017, but averaging 45.63, while his partner at the other end, Prithvi Shaw, has 2,263 runs. Just whipped away off the pads. There's always an exclamation from the men behind the stumps, but that's going to run away all the way to the deep backward square boundary, but they'll get 3 for it. So wonderfully run by those two. But Prithvi Shaw rather is 25 games, so much the junior in this partnership, but he's averaging 51 at the moment, 900s and 1050s, so 24 and 24 for Panchal. But really, these two have the best averages in this team besides Khan, who's not actually playing in this game.
Yeah, it's it just more indication of the embarrassment of riches that is Indian top order batting at the moment.
Oh, again, that one just coming back into the pads of Shaw, and there's applause from the men in the slip cordon. There's 3 slips and a gully, so it's Arvi at first, Van Tonder at second, Björn Hendricks at third, Jason Smith at gully, Tony Zazorzi at point, Peter Malan at mid-off. At mid-on is Luto Sipamla. At the mid-wicket region is George Linder. Oh, and they really
Bang
drop
in,
it, and they
yeah.
thought about a first run there, but not interested there. As we see
Marky Jansen making his way down to fine leg, which means there might be a
He was there the previous over as well, because remember Björn Hendricks
goes
is
to
in
third.
third slip. Yeah,
I got excited. I thought we were going to see Jansen.
I'm looking forward to watching him bowl. It's going to be good fun.
I suppose his height is absolutely the way to go with a new ball. Really get him to bang it in. But Steerman is a seasoned campaigner. He's in once again and driven hard, but not quite timed the way that Prithvi Shaw would have wanted. And so that's the end of the 4th over, 14 without loss.
I think that this is Priyank Panchal's 100th first class match. Oh, it's 98. This is his 99th. His 99th. Yes.
So the next one will be 100 up for him.
Sorry, you probably did mention that. I missed it. But yeah, I mean, a phenomenal campaigner. He's been playing cricket for a long time.
Since 2008-9 is when he got
made his debut.
his debut. November in 2008.
Weirdly, his last first class match was last year.
In March.
Yeah.
February, March.
Wonder
Yeah.
what he's been doing for the last 12 months. That he hasn't-
Injury is probably the common thing, but he is the most experienced campaigner in this India A side by quite a lot. Yaswaran is the closest, or rather Aparajit is the closest with 78 games.
Right, Hendricks to resume from the Willow's End. 2 slips in place. Played into the offside and they come through for a quick single. Good crickets. 1 run. 15 without loss.
I think as we head up to the 3 o'clock mark, it's not a dreadful start for anyone. It's a good, mindful start from both sides. There's no caution from the Indians, but mindfulness. I think caution denotes a certain defensiveness, as Hendricks is in once again.
Oh, wrapped on the pad. I think there was a bit of bat in there as well. There was
Slight
certainly a hard
inside
sound,
edge, yeah.
wasn't there? Yeah. But worth a bit of a shout. It was not. It was more a disappointed ooh rather than an actual shout, I think. But both batsmen being tested here, and testing the bowlers in return. You can't give them the slightest bit of width, or drop it slightly short, and you're going to get punished by these two.
Yeah, so we've got about 2.5 hours left in the day's play, but they're expecting 40 overs to be bowled before the end of the day, and I think without a couple of overs of spin from George Linder, you might struggle to get to that.
Very, very pace-heavy attack this from South Africa. Defended into the offside.
They're going at 3.3 to the over, so slightly behind where the South Africans were, but at the same time South Africa really were in trouble early doors.
Yeah, they were indeed, and they had already lost 2 wickets by this stage.
But a different stage in the game. This is late afternoon with the new ball as opposed to early morning hour.
Right arm, left arm over the wicket rather, just worked around the corner, and Steerman is going to collect that down at the fairly wide fine leg. They jog through for a single.
Bjorn Hendricks, in his first-class career, well over 300 wickets. He's got 326 wickets at an average of 23.91. He's averaging 3.33 runs to the over. His best performance came last season against the Cobras, in which he picked up 7 for 29.
Jeez, that's
19 wickets in an innings for him.
How many tests has he played?
We'll have to have a look.
Okay, I can have a look on the side, don't know worries.
Predominantly involved in the South African white ball setup. Hendricks in again, full and just wonderfully left alone there by Panchal. Experienced campaigner. He has a stroll out to perhaps a backward short leg position. I'm surprised Tony de Zorzi's not having a wee word. He might be just getting in the ear of the India A captain.
Of course, he's bowled just played in just the 1 test. I definitely thought he had played more than that.
But picked up Pfeiffer in that game against England.
Of course he did. Yes, I remember this now. Yeah, so best bowling figures of 5 for 64. Admittedly, he's got the match figures of 6 for 175. So he did.
Oh, that's looking like it was stone dead, but umpire Kluma not interested.
Might have pitched a little outside leg, possibly. That's the only thing I think could have saved him there.
We're having a look here at the replay on our end. Oh yeah, it's pitched outside the line of leg stump.
Good decision by umpire Kluma. Bjorn Hendricks walking away in some level of irritation, making some friends in the slip cordon.
Leg just outside. Our producer seems to think that was close, but our scorer thinks, that's just outside. So difficult one for Kluma, but giving the benefit to the batsman. Steerman in again, and he squared him up, and that's gone through the cover region. There's a jog on here for Tony de Zorzi to go collect that out at the cover boundary, and they'll get through for the 2.
The South African team certainly a lot more demonstrative than the Indians were, even at the same the same sort of fairly early stage in their fielding innings, and don't know how much of that is just a difference in the cultures between the two camps, how much of it is just having sat and done nothing for a day and a half.
You're well charged.
You're quite keen to get going, yeah.
Sure. Raring to go.
Stearman in.
Oh, driven.
Right
Wonderful
driven
shot.
so confidently.
Oh, he's just hit that on the up and smashed it through the covers. Stearman has his hands on his hips and dismay, but that was a lovely shot from Prithvi Shaw. Just on the up and hit it through the line.
Yeah, both of these guys looking like class acts, but particularly Prithvi Shaw, who we know is good enough to thrive at Test level.
I'm sure we'll be able to bring up his foray into the international squad as Tony Dezorzi does the retrieval there. Just like a casual word from Peter Malan to Tony as he jogs back to his position point. So Marco Jansen is not completely on the boundaries, about 20 or so steps in as he walks in now. This one is a better line from Stearman, much straighter this time, and Prithvi Shaw is able to defend. Even with Marco Jansen being not fully on the boundary, you would think that his height would cover any gaps that may come as a result of being closer in than the normal average Joe.
Right, so Prithvi Shaw is 22 years of age. He has played almost all of his cricket in Mumbai and has played age group from under 14 upwards for Mumbai, including the first class team.
Oh, that's driven again. Lovely shot from Prithvi Shaw. It's on the up again. You cannot give him any width. He just gets on that back foot and punches it wonderfully through the cover region. That's 2 boundaries on this in this Stearman over. 17 so far from his 2.4 overs.
We were talking about Brian Lara's 501 a little earlier. Well, Prithvi Shaw will laugh at that because his highest score is 546 off 330 balls.
Good gracious.
Yeah, it is something I don't like about Indian school cricket, is that it does
You can
produce
score a million runs.
these
sure.
ridiculous mismatches. That's not good for anyone.
I think there was a game a couple of years ago where there was 1,000 run score. This one's just into the body. There's a
I wouldn't be particularly surprised if it wasn't the same game, to be honest. He scored it for his school in the Harris Shield in 2013. Anyway, Test matches, he's played 5, had 9 innings, 1 not out, scored 339 runs at an average of 42 with a higher score of 134, 100 and 250s. But his strike rate is what is impressive. He goes along at about 5.5 runs and over in Test cricket, which is phenomenal. Oh, that one did, I think, come off the bat, and it is one of the reasons why it was able to be nudged out of the grasp of Bashile, and it runs away 4-4. And Shaw goes through to 19. Panchal is on 9, and the score 30 after 5 overs.
Yeah, you talk about that mammoth score and the one-sided nature of some of the school games in India. There's a youngster by the name of Pranav Dhanawade who scored 1,009 not out off of 323 deliveries, strike rate of 312, 59 sixes and 129 fours. The team score was 1,465.
Yeah,
Goodness me. He was 15 years old.
There's no ways that was against a team that should have been in the same league as that. That's not a team having a bad day. That is a team of novice youngsters coming up against a
far better squad,
a top cricket academy, and that's not okay. Left arm over, banged in, and Panchal just ducks underneath this one from Bjorn Hendricks, and no run.
Yeah, that view that you have, Simon, about it not being helpful to anyone is one that's shared by Shahid Afridi. He's really not happy about the fact that that something like that can be allowed to go.
I mean, as an umpire, I've had to get very, very close to actually calling a game off because of a massive mismatch, where a group of novice 10-year-olds came up against one of Joburg's top female sides, and it just was not okay.
Oh, into the rib cage there of Panchal. There's a man lurking there under the helmet.
It is Tony De Zorzi who's under the helmet.
After scoring 100, then they put you under the helmet.
Yeah, man, you must learn.
But fair enough, he is one of the younger players in this side. On his second outing with the SAA squad. And who else, I suppose, maybe an Arvia or a Van Tonder. But perhaps they're better suited to the slips. Always pitch that up and that's driven.
Just so nicely driven. Just laid his bat on it, a heavy bat that shoots that ball away through the offside field for 4. He moves to 13, the score to 34 after 6.5 overs.
Hendricks just bowling a half volley essentially.
Yeah.
And any batsman worth his salt is not willing to throw that one away. There's still half of the over to come, but he's bowled 3.5 overs for 12. So, just shy of 4 to the over. Oh, that one's well left away.
No, slightly shorter one in the channel, and no run.
Yeah, he's going at 3.4 to the over, while his partner at the other end, Glinton Steerman, is going at 7 to the over.
Yeah, some pressure on the South Africans here, because I think looking at how classy and compact these two batsmen look, and their willingness to score at 5 runs and over plus, they could very easily take this game away from South Africa very, very quickly. And South Africa will be hoping to take any chance that is presented to them.
Extra effort delivery there from Björn Hendricks, just really just lobbing it to the other end. Another look here from umpire Kuma around that danger zone as Prithvi Shaw is joining him.
So Omi Banjara has tweeted us, SA Cricket was declining early this year, but after this good World Cup for them, they are again on track. And then he wants to know, should I go to my classes or watch the match?
I'm not answering that
Yeah,
question. I'm going
mean,
to leave shoulders.
What are your classes? If it's life orientation or something ridiculous like that, which is of no real use to anyone according to my children, stay and watch the match. But maths and science, get yourself off there, lad.
Why can't you do both?
What, watch this? Oh, you could certainly watch the match and
Or
do
just
live
at least
orientation.
listen to the commentary in the background.
Yeah, the old
Unless you're in
earphones up the sleeve trick.
Sure, but if he's at school at this time, perhaps presuming that he's in India.
It must be evening classes of some description, I think. Yeah, I think he's in India. Well, he's not in South Africa anyway.
Yeah, Björn Hendricks really examining that space on the pitch, which umpire Kuma pointed out to him to say that you've got to be careful that you don't encroach rather, or incur a warning or encroach on that space. But South Africa A just keeping an eye on it.
Pirate Budger has tweeted us from Ireland. He's one of our established listeners. He says, "Afternoon, old salts from a cold and grey Dublin. Good to have yourselves to enjoy over the next few otherwise dull hours." Well, Pirate, we're more than happy to be entertaining you. We had a tweet from Captain Yates earlier, also saying that he was listening to us from a wet and rather miserable Birmingham.
Is he the second mate to Pirate Butcher? Oh, is Pirate Butcher the second mate to
Captain Yates?
Captain Yates, or the quartermaster perhaps?
I don't think so. Very different nationalities for a start.
But aren't they, captain and pirate, the same ship? Both pirates.
Yeah. No, well, both seamen, shall we say?
Not Orlando Pirates, it's a different thing. Or just driven on the full...
3 slips. There's no gully any longer, but there is a catching cover that is being manned by Tony.
He's slightly wider, that third slip. He's encroaching on gully space.
He's very much a 4th slip, I think. Slips number 1, 2 and 4 at the moment.
But there's a clear plan here with De Zorzi in the covers and Jason Smith at backward point. Milan at a very wide mid-off. Steerman in again. Oh, he's just worked that off the hips, and that'll run down to Marco Janssen. They'll look for a second, but he comes striding in off the boundary, and in about 2 steps he gets to where he needs
Yeah,
to.
he was actually quite a long way in off the boundary. I was about to comment on it. He's about 15 meters in, and I was wondering whether that's actually part of the plan or whether he's falling into that trap that every schoolboy boundary fielder does of sort of drifting into the action naturally until the batsman pops it over his head.
FOMO, I suppose.
Yeah.
Steerman has gone for 22 in his 3.2 overs. He's really been expensive. Oh my goodness me, he's absolutely beat him all ends up.
Absolutamente.
Leia,
Wonderful.
Leia's made a very, very good point, and I should have actually picked this up myself. The last season of the Ranji Trophy was cancelled due to a popular infection of the respiratory system that was making the rounds. That's why these Indians haven't played first-class cricket in a year. Of course that is. Thanks, Leia, for pointing out the blindingly obvious to us.
Gotten some sort of cricket in that space, but I suppose every country is unique.
Yeah, so our guys just played... Did we lose the first-class season? I don't think we did.
No, it was right at the end of our season that we shut down
Yeah.
things. There was about 2 or 3 fixtures left. Carved away and square of the wicket. Dazorzi's wrong-footed like somebody trying to tackle Cheslin Colby, and that one races away to the boundary for 4. It's short and wide from Steerman and suitably punished.
37 overs left in the day.
They're
Still
going at
a lot of
5 at
cricket.
the over, per over at the moment.
Yeah, so that could get them to what? 100
150 extra,
180.
so 180, 200.
180 yards, 200 yards. It'll be 210, 220 if they carry on at this rate.
There's a persistence with 3 slips here. You've
More conventional third slip now, and the gully has been put in.
to Panchal.
Oh, worked off his toes. It's going to be a long chase for Luta Sapamla. Is he going to get there? Yeah, he does indeed. They go through for 3 though. That is the longest boundary on the ground by miles. Probably the longest boundary in South Africa actually, down to that cow corner.
Particularly since we're using the second to last strip on
It feels longer than this one here down to
square.
fine
Sure,
leg. Yeah.
Sure. Probably is because of the angle. Tony Dazorzi geeing up his fellow fielders in a catching cover region. Oh, it's just driven.
But there will be a man there. It's Peter Malan who does the fielding. That is the end of that Steerman over. He's been expensive. 0 for 29 off 4.
And again, he's over that 7 mark to the over.
Both batsmen on the 20 run mark. 42 without loss now after 8. Going along very, very easily at 5 runs and over.
These two have 20 apiece, and the partnership is 42. South Africa yet to make a breakthrough, but there's a change of bowling now as we see the lengthy Marco Janssen coming to replace Buren Hendricks. Slightly shorter run-up than Buren, but I'm excited to see his foray here. I thought he might have been used to open the bowling with the harder ball and the bouncer that will inevitably come out.
It's interesting that they're choosing to replace Hendricks and not Steerman, who has been substantially more expensive.
There might be a double sub here.
Yeah,
That Sipamla might come from the other end.
Exactly what's happening. There might be a cycling of guys all the way through the, recognizing that they might be in the field for a long time, have quick bursts of 4 overs each. Oh, he really does look like a daddy long legs, doesn't he, as he runs up. Let's do a couple more tweets. Pranjal Messi saying it's nice to see that Chepo is going to be on the commentary team. Love his commentary. Yep, we love it too. He is just an infectiously happy and joyful guy to be around.
He's really excited. I know that we've had conversations with him, and he's thrilled to be stuck in here. He would love to have been here for the first game.
Absolutely.
But,
He's one of those guys whose smile enters the room about 3 days before he gets there. Great fun. In fact, his I don't know if you've seen his the photo of his on his ID for this cricket match. It's got him grinning like an idiot. That ball just back of a length and on the bounce through to the keeper. So 2 slips in the gully for Marco Jansen. He has got a bat pad as well, and a conventional mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a point. And then there's a man all the way down there at fine leg, who I'm sure will still be Stuurman.
Yeah, there's Stuurman still there.
Comes in again, left arm over the wicket. Oh, and just in the block hole and driven back. It's not quite as express as I was expecting to see, actually, from...
Yeah, it's not traditionally a absolute wheels bowler, but by no means...
yeah, I mean, coming in from that angle is always going to be tricky.
Absolutely. We just have a look at his stats coming into this game. He is... I'll bring it to you now in a sec. Oh, that's just straying onto the pads, and Panchal's not going to miss out on it. Dive from Sipamla means that it doesn't go all the way through to the boundary, and they'll get through for the second. Marco Jansen's got 56 wickets at an average of 21.96, 22 really. His best coming for the Warriors against the Lions in Gqeberha this season. So just 2 5-wicket hauls to his name.
We were talking about Danawade's innings of over 1,000, and Indian Vexillology gives us some background to that innings, which pretty much supports exactly what we were saying about it. I'll tell you about this after this ball. So he lopes in again, and this time the batsman is able to really get on top of it and square drive it out all the way to that long boundary, and it does go for 4. And that takes Panchal on to 26, the total onto 48, and also the partnership, I suppose, onto 48 as well. So Indian Vexillology says 16-year-old Danawade's innings came against a bunch of 10-year-olds in a ground with 30-yard boundaries because the main team had their exams and the coach didn't want to give the match up.
Senseless.
Wow, that is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, so I suspect there was probably a degree of bad blood between the coaches there as well. That if you're going to,
I mean, surely you've run out of space as a scorer on your sheet. You're about 3 or 4 pages in.
well, surely you know at the beginning of the season when exams and when matches are, and make sure they don't overlap.
It's well left
Offside,
there.
the off stump and left alone. Good ball that as well, though. Right at the length and line that he should be. We called that over one early.
No, I think the scorers are just 1 shy there. I'm sure they'll wrap that one up. But end of the first over from Jansen, 6 runs coming from it. And
Well, the scorers definitely left it on 0.5 for quite a while to send the
there we
message
go.
to the umpire.
1.
Does happen. It's when I first started umpiring, it was just keeping the number of balls correct was I found the hardest part.
Counting
of
to
the whole job.
6.
Counting to 6 is surprisingly difficult after you've been baked in the sun for 2.5 days.
Touche. There's now another conversation here as umpire Harris gives the ball a bit of a haircut, no doubt.
Is going to be Stuurman to continue. 2 slips in the gully now.
Surprisingly, since he was the more expensive one.
Mm-hmm. Sure to face. Oh! It was past the outstretched hand of a diving Van Tonder, and it would have gone straight in at mid-shin level of a 3rd slip.
Would have taken some spectacular catching though if he'd managed to hang
From
on
Van
to
Tonder,
it.
yeah.
Yes.
I don't think you can even put that down as a chance, really.
Half chance.
Well, it was a chance, but it wasn't a drop catch, I think, is what I would say.
Just having a look at the replay. Oh, we had to really lean to that
I think he
right
probably
hand
got a
side.
finger to it. But
Not able to prevent a boundary. And so
Yeah.
that's India's 50 up, coming at 9.1 overs. They're going at nearly 6 at the moment, Simon. So really prattling along.
Yeah, South African looking for a little bit of luck here. Oh, just worked off his pads. What a shot. That was a very, very classy cricket shot.
He just strayed onto the pads, did Glenton Stuurman. Not the ball that you want him to follow up with, but he did it, and sure, the quality that he is wasn't going to avoid that gift.
Omi Banjari wanting to know, how is this working? Are we both alone commenting and programming the whole stream? No. We are definitely a part of a team. So Dave and I are obviously providing the commentary. For this match, there's just the two of us, but there will be three of us as part of the team all the way through the rest of the series. Banged in and worked into the onside. They are going to come through for a single. So Pamela picks up, sends it through to Kaishile, and one run, 57 without loss. But immediately to our right is Kenny, to our left, sorry, my left, both our lefts.
Yes.
Is scorer Kenny. He's providing the score that you can see at the bottom of your screen on the YouTube and on the DSTV feed. And then further to the left is our producer and manager of the whole broadcast, Doug. He is with Pitch Vision.
Oh, and that's not a convincing drive. He's just smashed it onto his front foot there, and he looks to rub it. That really hurt. He's absolutely smoked that onto his left foot there. Somebody might have to bring out the magic spray.
So Pitch Vision are the guys who provide the cameras, and Doug is running the entire show basically. And then we do have one cameraman, Vian, who is away to our left even further, and he's the man who is handling the camera that can pan. So we've got one camera that can move around, the others are fixed. And then all of that is then fed up to the Supersport platform, and then there are a whole lot of other people at Supersport who are making various decisions and I suppose worrying about branding and that sort of thing, but generally being the professionals who get it out onto the air for you. Oh, driven into the onside. They're not actually going to get a run. Didn't really get very much of it, and Sapama is able to come along and cut that off. So one ball remaining, but Stearman's Figures really taking a hammering for a fifth over in a row now.
Yeah, Panchal's just signalling to the physio on the side. He wants to maybe get a bit of the blue spray, the ice. Obviously, having smashed that previous delivery, not the one that we've just seen, but rather the one before that, smashed it into his front foot.
3 slips go down, and left alone. During the over break, I'll give you a tweet from Alicia Khan, who's saying South Africa is feeding Shaw with his strength. Anything full and wide is bread and butter for him. Need to hit the top of off or even middle stump. Yeah, top of off is an interesting one, isn't it? I've heard a couple of cricketers complain that, all this idea of having special plans for different batsmen pretty much boil down to hitting the top of off.
That's the standard. It's like you said, it's his bread and butter, but it's also the bread and butter for bowlers. It looks like we're going to have a slight halt to play as we see Panchal is vigorously massaging his left foot. It's probably going to result in a lovely big bruise on that big toe of his. You see everybody's getting a drink as well. Looks like Edward Moore is the man who's got the drinks for the South Africans. Marco Jansen yet to begin his second over. He went for just 6 in the first, so not really an ideal start, Simon. You'd really want to claw it back.
What is going on with the group of guys around the umpire on the far end there?
It's
just chatting.
Oh, on the far side. Let's have a look on the far side. Yeah, it's Björn Hendricks alongside, looks like Sarel Ervia. I'm not quite sure what the discussion is about. There's a set of crossed arms from Ervia, but he doesn't seem too impressed as umpire Harris makes his way to umpire Kuma. Some concern for him here. It looks like the top of his foot is where he got hit, and rather than the toe. So the physio's given him a quick spray with the blue can, and looks like he's just tying his shoelaces ready to go. He won't want to be tying those too tight, otherwise he'll be feeling that pain all day. He wants to bat for a little bit longer than he has. But these two, Simon, have gotten off to an absolute flyer. 5.7 from the first 10 overs. It's a dream start in any format of the game.
Yeah, no, they must be very, very happy with this indeed.
Barring T20, I suppose.
Yeah, barring T20. But yeah, I mean, 57 without loss in an ODI, you'd be happy enough with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, then you're on for 500 in your 50.
Yes. No? No.
No,
250.
250. Terrible mathematics there. I got excited.
You had me going for a little while as well, yeah.
That's what we call a bluff. It's a bamboozle. Our producer very quickly corrected. And now Panchal still asking for gloves. That's, I think, the first thing that he actually did ask for.
Omi Banjara is saying the strike rate is bussin', which I assume means is good.
Yes, yeah, bussin'. It's a youth
thing.
Urban Dictionary, if you're not quite sure.
Okay.
Janssen.
Bussin' as in busing. Like
He's saying-
many buses.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
he
short pitch
bangs one in.
delivery.
It was actually a bit of a waste of delivery there. I mean,
Umpire Kuma signalling
that will be one for the over.
short ball.
Mm-hmm.
Bussin' is like, it's like on point. It's brilliant. It's good.
Okay.
Not sure where it comes from. I'm sure if Urban Dictionary has a description, perhaps.
I usually find descriptions in the Urban Dictionary dismaying, but we can try.
As long as it's
It's from a song, I think.
into the body there. Better length delivery from Marco Janssen.
Still the two slips in the gully in place. So South Africa's still attacking. I mean, as well they can, and you've got a lead of 450. It doesn't matter if you haven't got a wicket yet. You still have the right to attack.
Umpire Kuma looking. I'm not quite sure where he's looking because there's nobody really on this. There's perhaps some official on the side, but not quite sure what he was doing there. Janssen in again. That's pitched up.
Fuller ball, yeah. These two batsmen are very, very good on the ball that's pitched up, aren't they? They have consistently scored well.
Not many gaps in their game.
No.
A couple of fans. There's about 2 people near the Castle Corner side. There's one on either side of Castle Corner. It's a relaxing day here at Mangong Oval. A couple of people across the street sitting on benches that we can see, taking just a relaxing afternoon.
Marco Janssen comes in again, left arm over, bangs it in again, forces Shaw to dip underneath it.
I'm not quite sure why there was great exclamation there from the men behind the stumps. It didn't seem like it was any more concerning for Panchal.
Yeah, I mean it was.
Shaw, rather.
It was pretty innocuous, to be honest. But the slip cordon loved to see the batsman duck, especially because that slip cordon is made up almost always of top order batsmen who have to do the same thing regularly.
Oh, that's got a feather down the leg side, but
It was a soft sound, so it's clipped the pads if it hit anything, I think.
yeah, I think it's gone through on the thigh pad. But you could see there was a deviation, but the bat was well late, and so there was no real concern.
Still the man at bat pad. We haven't really seen the bat pad
Come into
play at all.
there's
in
maybe
this,
one
in this
or
match,
two
yeah.
instances, but
Just clipped off his pads. That's going to run all the way off for 4. Exactly as I was saying earlier in the over. You pitched up to these guys and get your line slightly wrong, you're going to travel.
end of the 11th over. These two have put 61 together. South Africa have to really seek for a breakthrough here. Deficit is 448. The bowling so far: Björn Hendricks, 4 overs, 0 for 12. Clinton Steerman, 0 for 38 in his 5. And Marco Janssen, better this time around with just the 4 from that previous over. Up until then, he bowled a really good over, Simon, but just straying in line and inevitably disappointing with that 4, as we see Panchal getting what looks like probably painkillers just to manage that foot that he's nursing at the moment. His umpire Kuma has a word with the man bringing on the drink. Change of bowling, Luto Sapamla.
Yeah, Twitter agrees with you about how things are going. Tapua Klau says, what class? Prithvi Shaw looks so dominant.
He really is a
Really
quality
does.
batsman. But we've said that. We've said that at great length. And the frustration is that he still can't get a look in at that India side. The question is where?
Yeah. I mean, they need a B-side, don't they?
I definitely feel that if he gets 150 score here, he could be on. I'm hoping that I, can jinx him here.
Well, with KL Rahul now out for a bit.
They've already replaced him with
Have they?
another Yadav.
Another Yadav.
Okay, so Pamela, 12 wickets in the domestic 4-day competition. To be fair, he is bowling with a wonderful quartet of Dwan Olafir, Malusi Sibota and Sana Magali. He's in again. Was in now. Always hit him high there. That's
Bit of a jump. I
seeming-
think that was too high. I really do think.
It was a loud shot from
But
the
a
South
great
Africans.
first ball up by Lutus Apamla.
We're going to have a look at that in a replay.
It really jagged back a long way.
We're just going to have maybe a look behind just to see the height, or side on perhaps, just to see what the height that it hits him at.
So
Yeah, it's probably well over the stumps.
yeah, good ball jagging back. I think hit him above the roll,
Yes.
and jagging back enough that it might have missed leg as well. But a great first ball. There was a lot of movement off the seam there. Slips looking ready and keen here. He comes in right arm over from the Loch Logan end, bangs that one in, getting Panchal to play away from his body, but he handles it well and just drops it into the offside.
So surprisingly,
No run.
Simon, we've just seen Lutus Pamela, just as he's about to bowl, he licks his fingers and then wipes it on his pants. Now that nears the concerns around COVID protocols, doesn't it?
I mean, can you look? He's going to have sweaty hands as well, so you can't stop all fluid getting onto the ball. But
Have a look here again
I think a
as he
spinner
begins
licking
it.
his fingers regularly.
Yeah,
will
he licks
probably
it,
get in
wipes
trouble.
his hand on his pants, and then gets going.
Yeah. Another full ball, but defended well into the onside. And is that Stuurman over there who's
Yeah, it
doing
is.
the fielding? Sends it all the way through to Shile, keeping. Is there a second keeper in this?
Peter Malan.
Peter Malan, is Peter Malan a keeper as well?
He
Okay,
is.
sure.
He has kept for at least the Cobras.
Okay.
So that's why a guy like Rickleton is with the national side, but also why
Somebody who calls Mangong Oval his own, Wandile Makwetu, couldn't quite get the nod. I mean, Keegan Peterson has been keeping for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins in the absence of Grant Rolofsson, who's been injured.
Continues this over, and a fuller ball which is driven, not with too much aggression, and a good diving stop by Peter Malan. And no run. It's really shaping up to be a good over this by Sapamla. Troubled the batsman a little bit first up, but Panchal looking like he's beginning to get the measure of him.
Just two slips and a gully in place. Dozozi's enjoying a song of some kind in his head. He's almost like playing the piano along with whatever earworm is stuck with him.
Bangs that one in, and it is driven off the back foot past a diving Dozozi, and will run away for 4. And the dominance of these Indian batsmen continue, just looking so easy with it. 65 without loss after 11.5 overs. Shaw is there on 33, Panchal is there on 30.
5.5 to the over at the moment, Simon. That's
Yeah.
really rocketing along for a 4-day game.
Yeah, it's looking like usual service resuming here, with the bats being very dominant in this match. I'll read a couple of tweets at the end of this over. 2 slips and a gully. Covers walking in.
Oh, stifled appeal.
Certainly Smith thought that had got a bit of an edge, but it hadn't. So, Lee Joe Fortain saying, I love the stream. Could Pitch Vision possibly stream the domestic competition with an extra cam and not the pitch only? Yeah, so it does require obviously an extra staff member when we have the extra cam, I'm afraid. But we are in all sorts of conversations with all sorts of powerful and hopefully wealthy people. So now what's happening?
Drinks.
It is drinks, right. So we're going to have a bit of a break, and then we will come back with the rest of your tweets after drinks. Welcome back after that drinks break, and now the long push to the end of the day.
2 hours, I think we're in for here,
Yeah.
Simon.
They might actually have an additional drinks break at the end there, in an hour's time. Stop us 4, I think. It is going to be Janssen to continue. Left arm over the wicket from the Widow's End, 2 slips in place, and back of the length and defended into the offside and no run. I said I would read a couple of tweets. Alisha Khan saying, if Ngidi misses the Test series, which is likely as he has been withdrawn from the ODI squad due to COVID, these 4-day A matches can well be an audition for the third seamer of the Test team to accompany KG and Nortje.
I think the foregone conclusion, we're seeing again a conversation here between Umpire Kuma and Peter Malan. I think the foregone conclusion is that somebody like Lutho Sipamla, who's already gotten a look into the national squad, having played against Sri Lanka fairly recently, that he's almost the incumbent.
Okay, so hold on. see if we can.
Going to come over as opposed to around.
Okay, I thought this might have been part of the conversation. I was hoping that we weren't dinging. Actually, we might have been dinging Janssen for running. He's far more likely to run on the pitch left arm around the wicket than he is left arm over. So I don't think that was what it was. Oh, as he angles that into the right-hander. It was almost a slingy ball. I think his arm came quite round on, because of his height. Gave him a completely different angle of delivery. That was a good ball there.
Matthew Rubin, part of the Momentum Multiplied Titans cricket group, has said that he's enjoying our commentary and great value added. So thank you, Matthew Rubin, for your thoughts around our commentary, and we'll be with you for every single game. It's a great privilege and a pleasure for us to be a part of this broadcast.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic to know that we've got people listening.
Steermans had to move almost towards a deep backward square as Marco Janssen's coming around the wicket on the angle. Man in the covers.
Oh, he got an inside edge that went on the bounce to Kashile, and hands on heads in the slip cordon. Everyone there reacted. There was there've been not chances, because chances implies that a mistake is what saved the batsman, but certainly moments that could have gone differently on another day.
Do you disagree with my assessment about Sapamla being the natural?
No, I think you're probably right, actually, which rather puts the light of this whole thing being some sort of audition for... no, actually, I mean, it's not fair to say that this is a trial match. This is an experience builder for that generation of cricketers just below Test match. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what SAA is. Mm-hmm. And it's been one of the things credited with New Zealand's rise is that they've started playing much more A-Test cricket than they used to in the past.
Sure.
So I think it's a very, very important learning exercise, and I think it's important that they take it as competitively as they can and take it as seriously as they can, beyond the individual level, but actually as a team as well. Comes in again, trying to angle it in, but this one is just driven back through the line of the ball, and it is going to run away to that cover boundary. Such a classy shot, and you can't err even slightly in line or length against either Shaw or Panchal, and they are going to punish you. Tim Dale Lace actually makes that point. He says, this pitch is playing like Newlands did last week. There is something in that pitch for the bowlers, but the margin for error is very small. So far, SAA pushing things instead of keeping things tight.
I have to perhaps describe that cover drive as luxurious, as they haven't decided who's going to be the man
to... It was a full fat cover
fetch.
drive.
Yes.
Tapiwa Klaus saying, great first over from Luto. SA bowlers need to keep it back of a length in that corridor of uncertainty. The Indian batsmen don't look too comfortable with that length. Yeah, I think you're right. The second that they have floated it up, they've had to go and fetch it from the boundary. Both off the pads, square of the wicket, and through the covers.
2 slips and a gully. There's a wider gully. He's not necessarily. He's probably at a 4th slip. We've looked at it, and he's probably a 4th slip. There's about 1.5 meters, 2 meters. They're socially distancing really between 2nd and 4th.
Yeah, not quite a gully, is he? Full again, and this is also going to go through the covers. This one he doesn't really drive so much as just lean on, and a fast sprinting Peter Malan is going to be able to bring that in. Sends a gun throw through to Kashile. And that is the end of the over, and Janssen has now bowled 3 overs for 17, and the run rate continues at 5.5. So can Sapamla get a bit of a breakthrough here? Can he make something happen?
At what point, Simon, do you begin to have not red flags, but perhaps your yellow flag, to quote a Formula 1 description? What point do the yellow flags start coming out for caution about the scoring rate that's being achieved here?
72 without loss after 13, possibly?
It's not a panic station, but...
It's not a panic, but it's not comfortable. I think they will feel very happy with the fact that there are chances coming. You know, we could have had 3 or 4 wickets. We, as in... Yeah, well, SAA could have had 3 or 4 wickets.
But could have isn't...
But could have isn't
factual.
Yes,
sure.
Exactly. Could have doesn't put money on the table. It doesn't put dinner on the table.
Right, exactly.
But when they aren't nicking it, this Indian pair look solid gold. They are such a pleasure to watch. Right, so Pamela in from the Loch Logan end.
Oh, he squared him up.
Defended.
Squared him up there. He defended it.
Defended
but,
into the offside. I must admit, I liked the Loch Logan end a lot more before we went and had a look at Loch Logan Park this morning.
Ah, right.
Yes. You described it as being reminiscent of Chernobyl. I think.
It's just that one section. It's no, no. Let's not punch down on the people of Bloemfontein, but
Yeah.
the nearer side closest to the ground is incredibly well maintained.
It's
It just
lovely, yes, yeah.
looked eerie on the other side of
Yeah,
the
there-
road
there
where
was
the zoo used to be.
There is a children's playground that has been allowed to get overgrown for about the last year. And driven straight past the bowler and rocketing away. That is a really, really classy shot. And that's the first time I've heard the Indian balcony erupt in cheers.
Oh, he's absolutely
he hit that so
smashed
hard.
that.
It was really such a lovely shot. Pamela getting down on his knees trying to stop it, but couldn't get close. Yeah, so I mean, I've enjoyed being at in Bloem. It's certainly got a very suburban vibe. I think you were calling it this morning, Dan.
Suburban charm.
Yeah, we've
Another haircut here for the ball. It seems as it looked like it ran into the underside of the advertising hoardings there at what you describe as a straight hit position.
Yeah. So it is obliged by the umpires that if the ball hits the boundary and it hits a solid object, they should at least ask for the ball to have a look at it.
Right.
And in this case, probably pass it through the rings and that sort of thing. At my level, I can pass it through the rings as much as I like. There's usually not a spare ball that they can replace it with. As Pamela comes full, looking for maybe an LBW there, but it is just tucked so neatly off the pads, front of square, which is a really seriously good shot. You know, if you flick it backward of square off the pads, that's often a sign that you may be slightly late on the shot. But to do it front of square like that just shows such class. And Shaw has rushed to 48. His partner is on 30. The partnership is 80 runs.
And he's going at 111, so strike rate is 111.
So 6.5 runs per 6 balls faced. It is proper batting.
It's clearly in a hurry.
Yeah, and I think we are watching one of the more entertaining innings I've seen in first class cricket. Oh, defended so well into the offside. No run.
It's quite a balanced, or the opposite end of the scale to Peter Malan's 150 odd, because that was a workmanlike innings, and this is really he's just gone after any errant bowling early on, and that's how you put pressure on return pressure, so to speak, return serve on a team that really was in the pound seat going into this innings.
I thought you were going to say that's how you put pressure on selectors, which is
That
very
is
much what
possibly
he's
also
doing as well. So Pamela, he gets an edge! He gets an edge, and it flies through to Kashile. There was some doubt as to whether it carried, but no, it has been given. Don't know why he's standing.
Yeah, there was no official raising of the finger. The
Okay.
umpire just nodded his head.
Yeah.
And so that's why Shaw stood. We've just hyped him up and we've cursed him. So if you're
Gosh,
an
we
Indian
hyped
fan,
him up
terribly
plenty, yeah.
sorry. If you're a South African fan, nailed it. So 48 runs, 2 runs shy of his 50, coming from 45 deliveries and 9 fours to his name.
That really was a very, very entertaining innings. And so Pamela is going to be so happy with that as well.
It's a
Good
key
catch.
breakthrough, though.
Great catch, diving forward and to his right. And Kashile will have done his reputation plenty of favours with that catch as well.
We're just having a look at some of the alternative angles that we have at our disposal. And we watch this repeat of it. It's Pamela in again. It's a good length and great catch by Kashile. It was dying on its way to him, and he put in all the hard work. So, first wicket down in the 13th over. They were rocketing along at just shy of 6 to the over, and we're going to see a new man make his way to the crease. It looks like it might be Swaran, that, or at least he was the one who was scheduled to come in at number 3 to join his captain. It seems that the captains are avoiding the curse of being the first one out.
Tweet from Clifford Setlezana saying, listening to the SAA vs India A commentary, and they made a Formula 1 reference. Love it when my worlds collide. Batting wicket, the surprise Fantonda didn't get 100.
So Clifford Setlezana is the social media manager for the Central Gauteng Lions.
Oh, is he?
Mm.
Oh, fantastic. And clearly a Formula 1 fan as well. I thought you were going to say he's the social media manager for, I don't know, Ferrari or something.
No. He must be an Italian, surely, for Scuderia Ferrari.
Oh, Setlezana? Setlezana?
No. Setlezana. Sure, but it's a wee bit of a stretch.
Well, thanks very much, Clifford, for the thumbs up for that. We do appreciate it. Remember, if you are wanting to tweet us at hashtag #SSCricket.
Abhimanyu Ayaswaran is the new man at the crease.
He's
Well, Panchal is standing around
redressing
with
himself.
his pants around his knees for reasons that are unclear.
I'm sure we'll find out soon. He's maybe changing his thigh guards. One wonders why he didn't do that in the interim. It's looking like he's going to get some treatment from the physio.
Because we might have a little bit of a break here.
How important is it for South Africa A to get a wicket and to break particularly that partnership, Simon?
Absolutely vital. I think they must have been worrying that they were going to be staring down the barrel of a long afternoon if they didn't get a breakthrough here. And Panchal clearly uncomfortable, and so that's going to work in South Africa's favour as well.
Yes, Warren, 64 first-class matches, 4,401 runs, best of 233 between India A and Sri Lanka A. But he's averaging 43.5. You replace it's got 1,300 and 1,850. So you replace somebody who's averaging 51 with somebody who's averaging 43. It's still a splendid batting pedigree that they have here in the top 3 for India A. And how desperately Sapamla would want to get a second quickly.
Yeah, he's going to be lining up two slips and a gully, and straight away played with soft hands past that gully by Iswaran, and it is Smith who's going to chase it all the way down to that third man boundary.
Yeah, he had some support there from Buren Hendricks, but a good bit of work by those two to keep it in. Rashida now collecting his helmet.
Oh, you're quite right. It was Buren Hendricks. Sorry, who did the chase.
End of the 14th over. Sapamla 1 for 14 from his 2, so really good start from him. But looks like Marco Jansen is going to continue from the Willow's End. Just a couple of words from his compatriot Jason Smith. 2 slips, Ervia and Van Tonder are in position here. So we see the South African coaching staff just keeping busy by getting their steps in for the day, walking around the outer ring.
It's something I've noticed actually from a number of coaches. I suppose that if you're not careful, you spend your entire life sitting in a soft chair watching cricket, which is how we found ourselves, Dave.
But sure, fair enough.
Left arm around the wicket. Oh, that certainly sounded
Slightly mistimed.
Yeah,
I
it
think
sounded slappy off the bat. Eh?
slightly late there, but well, you see the difference with us, Simon, is that we make sure we get up in every interval just to move around.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough to get even my 10,000 steps for the day,
No,
let alone
no.
keep my trim and athletic figure.
I think the key is to hit the stairs and go downstairs to the bathroom facilities, or just avoid the lift altogether.
Marco Jansen in again, left arm around the wicket, angling into the
Much
right-hander.
much better.
Plenty of chatter, plenty of vocalization by the South Africans, who are keeping themselves in the game here, keeping themselves excited.
Just seen Cyril Ervia pull something like perhaps a Super C or a Jelly Teddy, or Jelly Baby, or all of those jelly sweets out of his right pocket. He's got to be careful that he
Shades
isn't
of
getting.
Faf du Plessis.
Yeah, I was going to say Lollygate.
In again, and this time worked into the onsides, where the number 12.
It's Jason
is.
Smith.
That is Jason Smith. That is Jason Smith over there. Okay. He collects, and four balls done. That's 3 balls only done.
Yeah, halfway through.
So Janssen's been not too bad. 3.5 overs bowled, 0 for 17. Which, considering that the general run rate is 5.7, that's positively sparse. Punch hole to face again. And drives this one, but it is stopped by the man in at point.
It's George Linder.
It is George Linder there at point.
Oh, that deserved a 4.
It did. It looked great.
Maybe slightly early on the shot, but other than that, glorious. Dazorzi having a bit of a laugh with his partner there, George Linder. Looks like he's staring me down, Tony Dazorzi. Obviously, seeing what's going on. There's 2 to come in this over. Janssen would love a wicket here, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would indeed. Bangs that one in a little bit.
Better length.
That's
Good length,
really
though.
well handled. Yeah, that is a great length for him to bowl. A Morne Morkel length.
Milan just...
He's taller than Morne Morkel, isn't he?
He's 2 meters, if I'm not mistaken.
Is he really?
Mhm.
Gosh. Morne was what, 1'9"?
Yeah, around about there. The Springbok rugby team must be terribly disappointed with the fact that he's not at lock forward next to Eben Etzebeth.
Mate, you could tape 2 of him together and he would still weigh less than Eben Etzebeth.
I'm sure he can build that though. Panchal just taking a stroll out to square leg and recollecting his thoughts.
Right, I'm around the wickets.
Oh, lovely.
Bouncer to end the over. Typical fast bowlers ploy that to just finish the over with a guaranteed dot ball. It really pinged off the pitch as well. And Kashida having to jump a little bit to collect it. I read a stat once that if you are over 7 foot possibly in the US, you have a 25% chance of playing in the NBA.
25, that's 1 in 4.
Yeah.
To be fair, you've got to ask the question, how many 7-footers are there?
Well,
that
not very
only
many,
one
but
of you out of the 4 gets to play.
But
NBA, I mean, that's incredible.
No, I mean it's phenomenal. The brother of Graham Smith's PA. So
Right.
our director of cricket at CSA, Graham
Right.
Smith, his PA. Her brother is over 7 foot. He's 7'2", and went to the US on a basketball scholarship.
Well, that's a serious length.
Yeah, good solid length. Classic.
I was
slip
talking
forward
about the
in this.
7-foot guy.
Oh,
That's
yes. I thought you were just quietly ignoring everything I had to say about basketball. I've pretty much exhausted all my basketball facts. We need a Paul here to help us there.
So the great thing for the South African team is that their jumpers actually have the numbers on the back, unlike the cable net sweaters that the Indian team
I
have.
vaguely assumed just none of them were wearing jumpers.
Yeah, Sipamla handed his over to, I think it was Peter Malan, maybe? Oh, no, he's given it to George Linder, it looks like.
From an aesthetics point of view, I prefer the numbers not to be there on the jumpers because I think a cable net cricket jumper is just one of the most special clothing items in existence. They just are gorgeous things. Proper cream one as well, and come to me with white.
Well, the South
White
African
jumpers.
team has cream clothing, whereas the Indian team have white.
Banged in.
Somebody joked about South Africa obviously having cream,
Well, the
and it looks jarring compared to the white of the India.
well India's jumpers are cream, but the rest of the clothing is white.
It's white, and that's why
Yeah.
there's that contrast.
And this is what, but I think the South African kit is white though, isn't it? It's not cream.
Compared to the Indian
Indian kettle. See if
Oh,
we can
maybe
find
it
an
is
image.
slightly okay.
All right. In fact, I'm
Off-white.
just looking at the two at the batsman's pants versus. Well, you can't compare Kwashila because he's been diving around. Right, Sapamla in again, right arm over the wickets. Oh, it's such a good length again. And defended into the offside. Good cricket all round. Score at 4 o'clock in the afternoon is 82 for 1. The man out, Prithvi Shaw, he edged one to Kwashila, who took a very, very good catch, diving forward and slightly to his right.
Yeah, if you see, there's a
Yes.
marked difference.
So Dave
there.
has showed me a photograph of who is it? Malan and
It's Malan and
Panchal.
Panchal, yes.
Oh, played into the onside this time, and no run. Sapamla really has looked the business. It's still slightly more expensive than I think he would have wanted, but he has taken that one wicket. And he is under 5 runs and over, which in the context of it's amazing since Shaw left. When he was out, the Indians were running along at 5-7, 5-8 and over,
Round about there, yeah.
and since then we're already down to 5-2.
So, Simon, we've been given the full name of Yaswaran, and
Oh, I look forward to you telling
I'm
me
gonna
exactly what it is. Yes,
desperately try and give it a
in the
run
most
here at the
culturally
end of the
sensitive
over.
way as possible. I hope.
Right, end of the over.
Off you go.
Abhimanyu Raganathan Paramashwaran Yaswaran.
Fantastic. Who's sending that through to us?
Our resident statistician, Chris TB.
Chris TB.
Chris Tyndale Bisco. He doesn't have TB.
No, he doesn't.
He's just the initials.
Well, we've
are-
got so used to calling him Chris tuberculosis that every time I try and call him by his real name, I panic.
Tyndale Bisco.
Tyndale Bisco.
Essentially, cookie dough is what you're thinking when you say Bisco.
Yeah.
Or Bisquick is, gravy, isn't Bisquick gravy? Guard now for Panchal is leg stump, please, sir.
Lee Joe Fortain saying, if Malan scores big this series, does he have a chance to open with Elgar and drop Markram down to number 4?
Just guiding it back into the right-hander, but left alone comfortably there by Panchal. We've said this a lot, and who do you remove from that top order?
I don't think there's a gap there at the moment. I think that's...
Not a glaring gap, at
yeah.
least.
You see, we've also got to remember, we lost Faf du Plessis and AB de Villiers in consecutive seasons. And so this team, they've spent a lot of time and effort trying to rebuild it and bring it back up again. To now torpedo someone just as they're getting comfortable at that level would be insane.
Much wider there from Marco Janssen. I'm surprised that Panchal didn't go after that one. It was full and wide, and he's not interested in being lured into that delivery. 16 overs gone, and there's still 28 overs left, but we only have around 90 minutes remaining.
90 minutes left in the day. It's been an absorbing day's cricket. Some really good batting displays from both sides. A fantastic cameo by Prithvi Shaw, unfortunately cut short, as Panchal rides that off the top of its bounce into the offside. No run. Yojit Kapoor asking, what is the point of playing on such flat tracks as either side won't learn much? Yeah,
It's not about results.
it should be, I think.
Well, it's not about getting a result as a team. It's about time at the wicket.
Well, then you can have a net.
But it's not the same. Game situations
No, I
are
know,
far
I
better
know.
for
But I think
simulation.
I think that creating a pitch for a draw is not.
Oh, it's a serious bumper.
Dings him on the helmet, and this is probably going to run away for.
It's plugging up here as
Oh,
we
it
see
is plugging
Steerman pick it up. There's big shouts there from the South Africans, and Sipamla is leading the charge. Bjorn Hendricks just checking up on him. Goodness me, that was a rip
That really hit
snorter
him
of.
hard. That hit him very, very hard indeed. How is he looking? Have a look through the binos for us.
Yeah, it looks okay. I'm sure they'll replace his helmet as Malan just checks, are you okay? Because that's just
That
a
was
discussion.
a snorter of a delivery, and it hit him hard on the temple. Anyway, he seems to be fine. There is definitely going to be a concussion test for that. So let's do a couple of points. Yeah, so I think this pitch could have could have used a little more juice in it, to be honest. Yojit Kapoor also asking, what are the prospects of a Dwan Olivier and Simon Harmer Protea comeback?
Not in a hurry.
And I don't think there's any chance of that. Simon Harmer is now in his mid-30s, and there are plenty of spinners coming through the ranks, so that's not going to happen. Kapoor also says that he's loving the commentary, which we really appreciate, so thanks very much, Yojit.
And for some reason, Dezorzi's got the drinks. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. As Marco Janssen looks like he's making his way. Is he making his way off the park? He's just walking towards that side. Maybe he wants a change of shoes. Dezorzi's carrying the drinks because Edward Moore is having to replace the wheels on Marco Janssen. He's really not happy about something. He's pointing to some spikes that he's not happy with. Change of colour, we're going to go for
green,
green as opposed to orange. And I think if they charged by the mile with his shoes, he'd run out of money.
Yeah. Kind of interesting that a bowler at this level would have two different brands of shoe. You would think that...
Oh, it's the same brand, it's just a different colour.
No, but is it surely not a slightly different make or something, or does it not work like that?
No, it's just a different model, perhaps. This one is...
But I would have thought that you've tried
well,
the
one
shoes
could
available for you and are happy with the ones that one particular lot, and then you stick with them.
Well, the orange pair they look slightly newer than the
green pair.
The green pair, yes. So he's just maybe struggling with it being well worn. We're just having a look at the physio for both South Africa and India. Really, just having a look at the Indian captain Panchal. They're just giving an assessment of him. They're just asking him to look up and down and follow the finger without the eyes. So it's essentially an HIA test, and in rugby you'd call it a ding-dong test, as we see the replacement helmet make its way on the park. Umpire having a bit of a laugh with the man who's replaced the pot lid there. They're just keeping an eye on things just to see if it's ideal to keep him on or take him off. Because it's hit him around the ear, it looks like Umpire Harris is just concerned. It's behind the left ear is where it's hit him, so it's hit him flush on the helmet, but still not enjoyable. He'll possibly be nauseous, and you don't want to play fast and loose with the head injury.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a difficult time because he got hit on the foot as well. Who was that by?
It was his own doing. He smashed it onto his front foot.
Oh yes, well, people must be more sensible.
But yeah, really good to see that he's on his feet. After that, it was, just towards the back of the skull, and there's a earnest discussion going on now with all involved. We really hope he's okay and he's able to continue.
He looked fine when he initially took his helmet off, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think as a matter of precaution, they'll keep an eye on him. Most of the South African squad is now getting drinks, with Mutasamy and Moore doing the hard work, as Janssen gets his lug nuts tightened by Sinner and Mutasamy, who's brought the spanner back on. But Glenton Steerman, who's out there at fine leg, is really just on his own. He's not interested in getting a drink at all. There's quite a lengthy delay here as they examine the helmet. Doesn't look like there's an obvious break of any kind, but they're going to replace the sweat pads as well. Fresh dome. He looks quite comfortable. That looks like a really brand new helmet that hasn't seen the light of day yet, and it will now really work. But that's what you expect, Simon, from a 2 meter tall fast bowler who's bowling from the heavens to really just hit the head.
And I do think that was one of the quickest balls he's bowled all day. Certainly quicker than his first over. He really banged it in, and it leapt up at the batsman and hit him hard on the temple.
Kroshile and Steerman just having a conversation. There's genuine concern from the Indian group as they try and unpack all the sweatbands that are still in their plastic. It's a fresh helmet out the box. yeah, they're just putting together everything in a puzzle-like fashion, and umpire Harris seeming like we might get underway. But if you are joining us for the first time, or perhaps you're back with us, my name is Dave Minchley. Alongside me is Simon Gear, and we are live from the Mangaung Oval for this Supersport broadcast of the South Africa India A Test. This is the second day of the first game between these two teams. There's 3 fixtures in this series, so you'll get to see a lot more of these wonderful cricketers, and we're excited to bring you every single moment of this. If you want to tweet us, hashtag it SS Cricket, Supersport Cricket, and we'll be able to read out those comments. And if you like what you're hearing, please, by all means, tweet at Supersport.
Tell your
Tell them
I was about to say tell your local DSTV provider.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But by all means, tweet to at Supersport TV if you like what you're hearing. If you don't like what you're hearing, tweet us, please. It has been really, really enjoyable. It continues to really be enjoyable providing the commentary on this platform,
as well as the domestic 4-day games that we've covered.
Yeah, and it does feel like the powers that be are recognising that tier of cricket coverage below, a full TV broadcast, which costs you hundreds of thousands of rand a day, and requires the attention of 20 odd people at least. We are a much tighter team. There are literally 5 staff members who are providing this entire broadcast to you, and so as a result, it's we're able to cover games that wouldn't normally make it onto the DSTV bouquet. Things like the 4-day series. We've done blind cricket this year. We've obviously this game. There's been a number of really good opportunities. This has been the longest break for concussion that I've seen that hasn't resulted in the batsman going off.
Yeah, good to see he's inevitably being cleared. There's a discussion between umpire Harris and the physio, but physio's making his way off the park. Good to see Panchal is going to be able to bat again. There's a quick word there from Jansen and Panchal. He's saying maybe you should
hit it with the bat, rather.
Yes, sure, and offer him more of that. I'm sure is the discussion now between Peter Malan and Marco Jansen.
What I do think is significant is they didn't take a run there. They had an opportunity to.
Right.
And he was clearly rattled enough that it wasn't worth taking the bye.
Yeah, umpire Kuma giving leg stump. So 2 slips and a gully in place, or perhaps a socially distanced 4th slip. There's 3 men in exactly a straight line at point and cover and mid-off.
I really think this would have been a good time to put in a bat pad just for the next 10 balls or so.
Sure. Smith
while he
is
rattled.
At a very wide mid-on, and then Sir Pamela in at mid-wicket.
Straight away he comes in with a shorter ball up into his armpit. That is totally part of the game, particularly when bowling to a senior batsman. I think if you rattle it used to be if you rattled a tail ender, or just if you're bowling to a tail ender in general, you showed some respect. But those days are long gone. I think just with the professionalization of the game, even your number 11 is spending hours and hours and hours in the net, getting his batting up to a quality.
Oh, I'd love to see a Yorker here to finish the over.
Jansen in. No, he bangs it in again, and Panchal plays that very, very well, dropping his hands and leaning back. And a dramatic and very, very long over comes to an end with Jansen now having taken no wickets for 17 of 5 overs, which in the context of the innings is a very, very tidy return. It will be Supamla to continue, I think.
Yes, from the Loch Logan end. His skipper will be
giving him some advice. He picked up the first wicket, that of Prithvi Shaw.
He'd love to really just get another go here at Yaswaran, who's just on 2, so he's still fresh at the wicket. But 3 slips in place. Ervia, Van Tonder and Hendricks. He's in, and that's just opened the blade of Yaswaran and Malan's just lurking there at the cover region. There's nobody at all at mid-off. Dazorzi's at point, Smith at gully, and there's a man at square leg in the form of George Linder. There's a man at mid-off in Clinton Steerman, and then Marco Janssen down here at a kind of fairly square, fine leg.
Yes, we run only 2 to his name, and that is all that the partnership has itself. Solid ball by Sapamla, seaming in, or maybe just coming in with the arm slightly. And
Dying on its
left
way
alone.
to Kroshila. The
Was a
dismissal
bit,
of Shaw was one that Kroshila had to dive forward into his right, and then that one as well, kind of barely been taken above ankle height.
Anis Mohammed teasing us somewhat, saying pitch gets called flat and batter gets dinged. Love the jinxing. Pamela comes in from the Loch Logan end. Oh, good length and left well by Iswaran. Through to the keeper once again, but again the keeper having to take it, Bashila having to take it low down.
As much as we saw a rips north of a bouncer to Panchal, at this end, the Loch Logan end, it's really been dying on its way through to wicketkeeper Kushile.
Pranjal Messi saying that he's watching a test match, which I'm assuming is the
Sri Lanka West Indies.
Sri Lanka West Indies game, and T10 together. What T10 is on at the moment?
Abu Dhabi, maybe?
As that's left well alone. And we're at the T10, Marchant Delonga is bowling to Riley Rousseau.
So it's an internal game, really.
Well, it could well be some sort of
Friendly fire, if he gets him
T10.
out.
Yeah.
Yes, the Abu Dhabi T10 that has become really popular.
So are they using the single weekend off that they're getting from this 4-day series to fly to Abu Dhabi to play T10 cricket? That's quite something.
Truly possible.
Right, turns and comes in again from that northern end of the ground rather, and played into the offside. No run. Plenty of chatter from the South Africans. Not really directed at the Indians. It's more geeing up themselves type chatter. Score 82 for 1. It's got very, very quiet since the removal of Prithvi Shaw.
Well, the run rate has gone from about 5.8 to 4.6 at the moment, and so it's really just dialed back. It's really put the brakes on this scoring.
Yeah, the last 10 overs, 48 for 1. Oh, he's definitely getting a little bit of jag back into the right-hander, is Sapamla.
But again, Simon, it's dying on its way through to
Kushila. End of the 18th, India A, 82 for 1, the deficit 427. Only 2 extras, much better from the South Africans than we saw from the Indian bowlers. But I suppose exposure to home conditions
is precisely what is the difference here. There's quite a long conversation between Van Tonder and Janssen and Smith and Malan. Quartet having the
Yeah.
discussion on the field. Van Tonder now eventually leaving that quartet.
Almost certainly in Afrikaans with that quartet. Is Jason Smith Afrikaans? She wouldn't know. It's not a very Afrikaans name, is it?
no.
It's probably the opposite of it, as opposed to Marco Janssen.
Marco Janssen.
We do see some fans.
Paul Malan. Yeah. In there with their.
They've
their
got a
picnics
scuttle
and they've got a scuttle, fantastic. Right, Marco Janssen comes in, left arm around the wicket, angling into the right hander, and it is just defended into the offside. We did say that
6 people.
that folks must give us a wave if they heard about the game through our commentary. You can pay $50 and show proof of vaccination. So you could actually swing by one of the vaccination sites and get your jab, get your card, and come straight in, I suppose, if you were feeling enthusiastic. Take your half day off from work because you went to get the jab. That's usually good for a half day of sick leave. Defended into the offside, shorter ball, no run.
There's also people on the other end No, those look like staff rather, but it's about 10 people in the ground for a 20,000 seat Mangong Oval. But it's good. I think if we can get fans in, it's absolutely a treat to have live cricket in any form, really.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Simon, not all the unions are allowing fans into their 4-day competition once the green light came from CSA.
You see, I think the problem is that is not without cost. You probably find you need to add probably 10 security guards.
Maybe less.
And well, you certainly need probably. We had security guards around this ground, and they aren't around anymore. I wonder what's happened to them.
There's one at the corner there, and there's.
Is there? Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, so they are still around.
On
Okay.
the alternative,
Yes.
under the gazebos there.
Okay. So they are still. I thought they'd vanished. Yeah. So that's straight away 4 guys that you probably don't need if there's no fans allowed. And money is a problem for South African
Sport in
unions.
general,
I mean,
sure.
I'm involved with one of the biggest unions in the country, and I know that while it's very, very well run,
Panchal just opening the face of the blade there. It's racing away to that third man boundary. Van Tonder reels it in as they get through for 3. Great bit of running there, but intelligent cricket as he just opened the face of the blade. They're 85 for 1 after 18.4 overs. 0 for 20 from his 5 and almost 3/4 from Marco Jansen.
and certainly once you get to the stage of allowing your concession stands to open, I mean that can't really happen at less than 1,000 fans, I would have thought.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think it's just a simple trick just to get fans back in.
Oh, another really, really good bouncer. And Iswaran this time reacting very, very quickly to not even sway out the way. What's a backward duck called?
Just sway out the way.
Is it a sway out the
Backwards
way?
duck.
Well, a sway feels more restful, whereas that was really back on his heels. And
Isn't a backward duck a
a
cud?
cud, yeah, I was thinking, but possibly.
They're gonna cancel us.
Yeah, before we've even properly launched, Dave.
Sure. Tweet us #SS Cricket.
What is a backward duck?
Well
Around the wicket again and angled in to the right-hander. Decent over that again. I've been impressed by Janssen. It took a little while to really get his radar on, but in the last 2 or 3 overs, he's looked positively dangerous.
Yeah, yes, Warren's faced 15 deliveries for just 2, so he's finding it difficult going here. They've removed the stem guard now from Panchal. He initially thought he wanted it, but really not comfortable with that. So for those who are not sure what a stem guard is, it's that piece of plastic underneath the helmet at the back that was introduced after the incident involving Philip Hughes, in which Sean Abbott hit Phil Hughes on the back of the head, that soft part around the spine. It's not that science, technology, what is it, engineering and mathematics. That's not the STEM that they're thinking of.
No.
Or it did involve engineering.
Yeah.
And I think umpire Kulma is concerned that he doesn't actually have the stem guard on. I think he's worried.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. At what point does this become the umpire's responsibility?
Well, he passed the HIA, which means it's once again on the bouncer, on the batsman rather. As looks like they might change the helmet again. He's just not feeling comfortable about it. I think he feels like he's been pinched, but it's the stem guard that's going to be replaced. He wasn't happy about. I think they've just ripped it off of the old helmet, and now they're going to replace it. A couple of delays here, which means we're definitely not going to get our allotment of overs for the day, Simon.
Yeah, they'll.
Are we at risk of coming back early tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. Not for this sort of stuff. I think that's for if you lose
Rain
if
delay.
you lose rain. Yeah.
But it was a significant break, the first one. I'm sure they would
No, it
have.
was about 10 minutes at least, wasn't it, for that first one? And another 5 minutes now, probably. Maybe not 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a very, very long time when you're on a cricket field.
They seem to be keeping an eye on us that we're not sharing any secrets. They huddle closely. We can't read lips, so I think they're safe. Or at least I can't. I don't know. Maybe Simon's got a secret skill that he's
No, not at all.
not
But
willing to
there
share.
isn't the need. I mean, you see that in the English Premier League, the guys covering their mouths when they talk to each other
Right.
because
Of
reading
lip
lips,
reading.
you know, lip readers have been employed by all of the tabloids to eavesdrop on what goes on the field. But we don't really see that in cricket at all. I've seen it occasionally. The English team do it actually, weirdly, but not. It's not something that the rest of the world cricketers had to worry about.
So it seems that he's come right as the Indian A captain, Panchal. 85 for 1 after 19 overs. Sapamla to begin his 5th. He's gone for 14 with the solitary wicket of Prithvi Shaw in his 4 overs. And if we can get through with just conceding 1, that'll be a really good economy. He's going at 3.5 to the over, so much better than the team average. Marco Jansen also bringing it back with 3.3 economy.
2 slips and a fairly straight gully
Lovely
driven
shot.
back past the bowler, but a tumbling stop by Jason Smith will stop any runs.
Clinton Stearman.
Is that Clinton Stearman?
Smith's here.
Smith
Smith
is here in the
He's got
colours,
long
sorry.
sleeves, that's why.
You can see why I confused the two, though. There is a similarity in build,
Yeah, the
a little bit. Yeah.
the long sleeves is
They're
what.
both wearing their caps as well.
Yes. So the sleeves is where.
The sleeves is where I'm going to have to work on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Tony De Zorzi's got a wide brim.
Yeah.
The only man with a wide brim. Never been a fan of the baseball cap, but the risk of sunburn is too great. That one carved away, and that's
It's put down. It's put down, and he probably should have taken that. He got enough on it that it stopped the ball going to the boundary. He was diving away to his right. This is Jason Smith, incidentally, diving away to his right, so he would have got his right hand on it, and it just didn't stick. Really, really good effort to get his hands to it, but I think he himself would have wanted to have taken that. And
just having a look at the angle here.
so that's a life for Panchal.
Oh, he should have gone with his hands facing the ground. He's put his hands facing
Goalkeeper style.
goalkeeper style.
Oh dear.
I think it's just because it died on him.
It was
on
too
its,
low to him. Yeah, there's no ways
it
that.
died very quickly on him,
Oh,
and he
dear.
would have been okay if he'd had palms facing up. Oh, that's a glorious delivery to follow up. Just missing the top of off. Brilliant delivery there from Sid Pamela to follow up.
Was it Panchal? It was Panchal who played that shot. Eh? They
Yeah.
didn't take. Yeah, they took
Yeah.
2. Yeah. So another
Opportunity
chance
gone a
there,
begging.
no?
And the first one that's not really been taken.
Yeah, that is a genuine mischance, I think. So we've got the 2 slips. We've got a gutty. We've got Smith in that. I suppose you can say catching point. Fuller ball, and he just drops his bat on it. Doesn't really get any timing on it. We saw
Not the catching point, it seems.
Yeah, we saw Milan play that. What would you call it? Where you just drop the bat on it and guide it away, square of off.
It's more like a carve.
Yeah.
You're carving the Christmas turkey.
It's,
I think it's
Thanksgiving weekend. This weekend.
So Thanksgiving would be. It's always Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're going to bring you that the highlight of that drop catch at the end of this over. There's 2 balls remaining. Just gets on top of that one and dots it down to De Zorzi in the covers. So we'll bring that to you, and then you can see for yourself and maybe have a look at whether or not it was a genuine chance or a half chance. We seem to think that it's an opportunity gone begging. Really, there's just a 7 in this partnership, so they're really struggling to get some runs here. Panchal's on 35 and Iaswaran is just on 2, so really good pressure by the South Africans, and it almost bore fruit.
Yeah. 1 ball remaining in the over. Oh, this one is
Smoked.
smashed away through the offside. He really, really did hit that hard. And that will end the over on the boundary, which means that Pamela now has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20.
Yeah, it was too wide and
Yeah.
too easy for Panchal to lace that through the cover region.
The race achieved 4.5, and we'll be guided by Ken or Doug as to when we're going to play that.
It's coming on right now.
You could see him diving to
Looks
his
like
right.
his right thumb is where the ball hit. If we have we're going to have a look again here in a sec. Really just frustrating for the South Africans that they weren't able to take
Here
a
it
catch.
is again. Gets hold of it. The ball climbed on the batsman a little bit. Went, a very catchable height and not too far away from him. If anything, he's dived slightly past it. Yeah. Definitely considered a
genuine chance gonna
genuine
begin.
chance, yeah. So
Clinton Steerman is going to begin a new spell from the Willow's End. He was
Willow's End,
really
yes.
expensive
End.
early on.
he was, but now that Shaw is back in the hut, maybe this is a chance for him to get back into this game. Right arm over, straight away sprays it down the leg side.
Great
And-
stop by Kloshile. He managed to get a left hand to it. Not exactly what Steerman would have wanted. He really bowled well early, Simon, but unfortunately not able to make it count, and was put to the sword early on by Prithvi Shaw, who took a liking to him.
Yeah. Steerman again, right arm over the wickets. Oh, played well
What a
through
shot.
backward point. That's going to run away down for 4. Iswaran now is going to move to 6. And the total to 95 for 1 after 20.2 overs. So we might will be concerning for Steerman if he's going to continue to leak runs against these next batsmen as well.
Yeah, some concern, I'm sure, in the mind of Pieter Malan. Just the 4 seamers have been used so far. Jason Smith yet to turn his arm over, as well as the spin of
So
George
to give
Linder.
you an idea, the opening partnership went at what was it, about 5.8 and over.
Round about there, just shy of 6, yeah.
Yeah. Since then, they've been batting for 6 overs and added just 15 runs. So under 3 runs and over.
Oh, that was so nearly chopped onto the stumps. Bit of gardening work here. He says there's something on the strip. Not happy with it, and lobs it to one side.
Bits of helmet, possibly. Which is better than those stories of the England tour to West Indies, where a batsman came out after having been after the previous batsman had been hit by one of the big 4, and there were blood and teeth on the.
Oh, how was that, Mr. Umpire? They seemed quite convinced, but again, Umpire Kuma not willing to raise his finger. It's obviously come off of the hips on its way through to the wicketkeeper Kloshile. Good take by Kloshile down the leg side. He's had a couple of those in this over.
Steerman starting his run up again. He's going to come right arm over the wickets and angling that in
Much better.
to Iswaran, who defends into the offside. 1 ball remaining in this over, so after 5.5 he's gone for 42 runs. Compare that, 12 off 4 by Hendricks, 20 off 6 from Janssen, 20 off 5 by Sapamla, so he has really been head and shoulders the most expensive bowler today. Not quite sure why Hendricks hasn't bowled a little bit more. I'm surprised that he didn't come back on here at this change. I think there is an opportunity to try and get Steerman back into the game, isn't there? Oh,
No ball
short
as
ball
well.
and called no.
There's a
No
run-out
ball.
opportunity. Oh, it needed a direct hit.
Yeah.
It really did. Hands on head stuff there. It looks like Jason Smith out at square leg, but I don't think he can be too upset with a missed opportunity.
Pardon me. Print.
2 slips and a gully in place. There's kind of a short mid-on rather, but he's in an awkward position. He's very wide and having a lovely chat with the man at the non-strikers end, Yes Warren, who's yet to get to double figures. Hanchal just leaves this alone outside the off stump, and no run there. That is the end of the 21st over.
Yeah, that's
And it looks like there might be a
drinks break.
drink break, yeah.
Right, so we're going to have a bit of a break ourselves, and we will chat to you in 5 minutes' time. Welcome back after the final drinks break of the day. India A on 97 for 1 after 21 overs. The man out is Prithvi Shaw on 48, a very, very entertaining 48. He was really just beginning to get into his rhythm when he edged one to Krishile of Sepamla. And it is going to be Sepamla to continue. He is bowling to Iswaran, who's just beginning to, I think, find his feet a little bit. He comes in from the Loch Logan end. Oh, good full ball to start. And
ably
no run.
collected by Steerman
Yep.
at Maran. So there's two slips and a fourth slip, really. Jason Smith at point, Dazorzi in the covers by himself, Peter Milan at mid-off, and Steerman, as mentioned, at mid-on. And the other man on the onside, the other men on the onside, rather, are George Lind at a forward square leg and Marco Janssen down at fine leg.
bangs it in again and steers it with soft hands through the vacant second. Can you have a vacant second gully area? It's
Oh, but
a bit
they've had.
unfair.
The Indians have had
Yeah.
a second gully. What about second gully? I feel like that's the way to go. That's India's 101 from 124 minutes, 21.2 overs, 17 fours in that foray. But they've really gotten off to a flyer with the opening pair, but it has dialed back somewhat since the dismissal of Prithvi Shaw. And if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, I'm sure you know about second gully.
Yeah.
Lord of the
Second
Rings.
breakfast, yeah.
Second breakfast, and I suppose the cricket equivalent is a second gully.
Second gully sounds like where the Indian under-9 kids have to play their cricket. They talk about gully cricket in India.
Oh yes, the other gully,
Yeah.
the second gully.
Yeah, so yeah, the big boys play in the main gully, and the little brothers have to go and play in the second gully.
Right. The main gully.
I think they call it gully cricket. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think it is called gully cricket. What we would call backyard cricket, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or street cricket.
Street cricket, maybe. Yeah.
So the fans that were there have just abandoned their
Escort.
scuttle and their chairs. I'm not quite sure where maybe they've gone for
A run.
a run around the oval.
Pamela in and
Surely that's either hit the pad or it's been
so
caught.
too high for the LBW, and I don't think it touched the bat.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision by Steve Harris. Didn't feel like it was out. The LBW certainly looked high, and I really just don't think it touched anything.
But I mean, it carried wonderfully off the
Carried
front
really
pad.
nicely. Yeah, no, he did bend his back into that, I think. So decent shot, nothing wrong to clear the pipes a little bit after the break.
Good take. Rashid is really having a good day with the gloves. Desperately hoping he doesn't now have 5 wides, or at least 4 byes. Oh, that was the right delivery.
Again, really pushes it hard, but he maybe strayed a little bit too far onto leg, and it's just tucked away into the leg side to that very long cow corner boundary, and that is another 4 to Iswaran, and takes the score to 104. Iswaran now on 15. Panchal on 39. He feels like he's been on 39 for quite a while.
So his
Partnership 25.
strike rate is 57.69, whereas that's Warren. Panchal's going at nearly 63. So not a pedestrian or stagnant innings by any stretch of the imagination. Really motoring along as nicely. Don't forget, if you want to tweet us, tweet at the hashtag #SSCricket. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how play has gone so far.
Indeed, we got a nice tweet from Otto Simon as Sapamla bangs that in and goes through to Krishile, no run. Pitch Vision reacting to Simon's comparison of this team to the full Supersport broadcast by getting the replays in and following the ball. Absolutely love it.
So, end of the 22nd over, 105 for 1. This partnership worth 25. They're going at 4.8, much further back than we initially had from the opening pair, but pretty much where the South Africans were all day. Around that 4 mark. It slowed down quite a bit at one point as Glenton Steerman is the man to continue. 0 for 44 in his 6, so he's really pushing here to continue his spell. Got Sepamla out there at fine leg, and everybody else is really in the ring.
Schumann in right arm over, and good ball to start the over. Full and in towards the batsman, just defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Simon, he's head and shoulders above everybody else in terms of runs conceded. And his economy is 7, which is disastrous for this format of the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, Shaw really got after him, and that didn't help. But I think he was a little bit wayward, particularly early on in his spell. Just driven with the inside half of the bat through to Marco Jansen at mid-on.
Unintentional shot there. I think he was hoping to hit it to Peter Malan or Tony De Zorzi on the offside, but not the one that they were looking for.
Next man in is Hunuma Vihari, who's
A real quality cricketer.
yeah, I mean, he's played a fair amount of international cricket himself. I'll bring you up his stats in a moment.
Oh, well defended. Lovely. A la Raul Dravid. Raul Dravid.
Same age as my co-commentator. Born in 1993.
Yep.
Didn't realise you're not even 30 yet, Dave. My goodness.
I'm working on it. I'm in the nervous 20s.
So Vihari's played 12 tests, 21 innings there, highest score of 111. He scored the 1 test century and 4 50s. He's definitely seen as a test specialist or a red ball specialist in India, and there was some irritation that he's been dropped from that squad actually. Average of 32 though, which is maybe when you look at the sheer class of the guys that he's up against, that's probably not good enough to keep your place in the Test 11.
Perhaps in the middle order, though, he could find himself in a space. We spoke yesterday about Virat Kohli not getting 102 years, and I'm sure that's going to be weighing on the mind of him. Virat, not Hanuman Vihari.
Yes, that's also true. Another full ball and played into the onside. No run taken. I mean, would they consider batting Shaw at 5 or 6?
I don't think so. I think his most comfortable space is at the top of the order.
But surely he would bat anywhere that they asked him to, and he's not a typical opener. I mean, he's an opener in the
he's bullish
in the Rowett sort of mold.
Right.
He's definitely a like for like replacement with Rohit Sharma but Rohit Sharma would have to retire for that to happen, or really go through an abysmal run of form.
But why not the two go together at the top as opposed to antagonistic partnerships? I wouldn't say antagonistic, perhaps balanced partnerships. I'm thinking about great opening partnerships like Sachin Tendulkar and Virendra Sehwag, or Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer. Particularly Hayden and Langer, because they were almost polar opposites in how they approached it. So it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling now. Sepamla is going to have a rest, while Bjorn Hendricks is going to make a return for a second spell here. He's bowled just the 4 overs for 12, obviously just going at that 3 mark.
Well, it's interesting when you start going through the some of the world crickets. It's really South Africa and England for different reasons, but South Africa who has the really classic opening partnership of 2 quite conservative batsmen. England just are struggling to find an opening partnership at the moment. It's their one glaring gap in their cricket at the moment.
Particularly in the red ball stuff.
I mean, obviously opening with Jason Roy in the white ball stuff, and Johnny Bairstow has been fantastic for them.
And Joss Butler in the World T20 as well.
But I've lost track of who the current opening partnership in red ball cricket is for England. It seems to change weekly at the moment. All right, 2 slips and a gully. Point, the conventional field.
Looks like we're seeing Jason Smith warming up.
Bjorn Hendricks in left arm around the wicket, angling it in, and no run.
Jason Smith possibly warming up here, and I'm sure he'd love to get couple of overs in here before the end of the day's play. He's having a long chat with George Linder, who's now, in the absence of Björn Hendricks, found his way at that gully position. So we've got Arvia and Van Tonder in the slips, Linder at a gully position, Jason Smith at point, De Zorzi at cover, Milan at mid-off, Steerman at mid-on, and Sepp Hamler at the mid-wicket, while Janssen is the solitary man out on the boundary at fine leg, having a lovely conversation with his 12, 13, 14.
Tyrion says, really enjoying the commentary. Abhimanyu Iswaran is the probable replacement for Rahane if someone does not do well against New Zealand.
Ajinkya Rahane.
Oh, of course, I was thinking Kyle Rahul who was out, but yes, Ajinkya Rahane will obviously, if he doesn't do well for New Zealand. Yeah, so poor old Short is a long way back in the queue.
He's still young enough that I feel he's got some time.
Yeah, 24 is young for an opening batsman as well. I mean, he, will be in his prime at 27, 28. Maybe a little bit more conservative.
Right.
And therefore able to build the big innings.
Yeah, he's not really done himself justice here by getting out on 48. It's a 50 avoidance, fine at best, but still something that he would want to.
I mean, it was very, very entertaining to watch. But you're right. But you actually were, while he was in, comparing him to Paul Milan.
Peter Milan. Peter and Paul.
Peter.
Oh, that's a glorious bouncer from Björn Hendricks. It's just dug into the wicket and
effort ball as well. You could hear the grunt from here.
Yeah, Swaran just swaying out the way. Yes, Swaran, swaying out the way there.
Partnership is 25, 105 for one at the moment after 23 overs.
Yeah. As we can hear a crowned plover.
Crowned lapwing. They call these. It's actually that.
Are they not plovers?
Oh, that is a crown. No, they're not.
Oh, I thought they were plovers.
It used to be called plovers. They are now.
Why did they change? Identity crisis. Oh, that's just a quick one there. There's an opportunity if they move quickly for a run up, but it very quickly fizzles out as Steerman collects. End of the 24th over. India A 106 for 1.
So plovers are an entirely different family of birds.
Mm-hmm.
They're about half the size, same shape but half the size. And typically are seabirds. Is that a crowned or is it a blacksmith? Anyway,
it could be a seabird if I see it. Not. Oh, you're saying an ocean?
Oh no, a shorebird is what I should be saying.
Right.
So and a little while ago, they standardized all the names because the East Africans were calling things, for example, a yellow hornbill that we would also call a yellow hornbill, but were actually two different species, or two different subspecies at the very least. So now we have a southern red yellow-billed hornbill and a northern yellow-billed hornbill, and lapwings are part of that change.
Steerman in again, and it's a delivery that cuts Warren in twain.
Yeah, wrapped on the pad. Almost certainly going down leg, I think.
Thigh pad, I think,
Yeah.
as well. But goodness me.
Not a particularly difficult decision by umpire
Kuma.
Bubs Kuma. Lubobalo Kuma.
Stone-faced.
Yes, stone-faced Lubobalo. Watch him tonight on SABC 1 as he defends his title.
Oh, again, a lovely delivery there by Steerman. Much better line and length from him. He's brought it back nicely here. His economy's gone from in the 7s to 6 flat now, as he has bowled 2 balls in this over.
Zach E says, "How are the chaps tuned in from Nairobi? Send biltong, please, donkey." Yeah, is it legal to send biltong to Nairobi? It's like Coles to Newcastle. Surely they have biltong in Nairobi.
Dried fish, perhaps.
Oh, they do. They have kapenta. That's probably exactly what they have.
Oh, a lovely delivery once again. Oh, just cut back into, and there's a mean grimace there on the face of Clinton Steerman as he stares down Yaswaran. And Otto Simon saying Steerman's building up to something here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he snipes a wicket here.
Yeah, well, it's not the first time we've been positive about him through the first half of his over. He sometimes has a tendency to lose a little bit in the latter half of his overs.
I think key to that is that he's actually bowling to the newer man at the wicket.
Yeah. Comes in. Oh, that sounds like it could be a good shot. I think he probably got his pad outside the line there.
Umpire Kluma still not interested in giving anybody out. So 2 balls remaining in the 8th. We're going to have a
There you go.
quick look at that one. Oh, it was probably well outside the line.
Yeah. Decent shot though.
Look at the front on there. Oh, nipping back in maybe.
Outside.
But he has offered a shot, and that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, outside the line is one of those things that's always worth shouting for, because it's quite a difficult thing to give as an umpire, because they look great.
Right.
They just look so art, and you have to remember to check that outside the line.
Clearly struck outside the line, but when you've offered a shot, oh, Yorker there, almost, was it low full toss? Looked really
Yeah.
close to that Yorker length. I think that's exactly where it was
Yeah,
aiming.
right. Well, this is definitely his best overs of the day so far, and we've only got one to make up the maiden, I think.
Yep, 5 dots in a row, and now you've jinxed him. He's going to go for 6. Yeah, now Marco Jansen calling for the bouncer at very close in mid-on, but he's slightly wider than you would traditionally expect. Steerman in, possible bouncer coming. Oh, he's pitched it up there, and it's just driven. Not timed as well as he would like. And so that's the end of
Second maiden.
the over. It's his second maiden in a row, as our scorers wonderfully pointed out to us, and that meant his economy is now under 6. So 0 for 44 from his 8. He's really bowled well
He's
here,
bringing it back here.
putting some pressure for Bjorn Hendricks to perhaps snatch a wicket here. That's desperately what South Africa would want here before the closure of play today. 106 for 1. No wickets in the last while, and so they would really love to break this partnership. Although not really punishing with score, Simon. It's the time at the wicket that they have to be concerned about, the South African A.
Indeed. Left arm around the wicket, angling into the right-hander. Another effort ball with a grunt coming from Bjorn Hendricks. Defended into the offside, no run. It's a tricky period this now. You're beginning to stiffen up as a fielder, and even the fittest bowlers are beginning to wane a little bit.
It's only half an hour of scheduled play remaining, so this could be quite a crucial time for South Africa A to catch an Indian batsman that perhaps drifts. And the opportunity for the Indian A's is that there's more chance of a wayward delivery being punished away, and you could really build on that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where mental fortitude and fitness really come to the fore. As much with the batsmen as with the bowlers who've been running in for a good couple of hours now. But I think the critical period where South Africa could have had an opportunity to go on top was from the wicket of Shaw through where Panchal got hit, and for about 20 minutes after that, or 10 minutes after that, and then India actually got on top again a little bit,
No ball.
stretching for a little bit more pace there, and he manages to overstep. Called by Steve Harris.
And it also didn't help, Simon, the fact that there was a dropped catch.
Of course there was, yes, during that
Jason
period. And
Smith.
that definitely would have changed the flavour of that period greatly.
Ooh, big one.
Yeah, he was well over, as we see the replay there. Goodness me, that was a no doubt in the mind of umpire Harris's. Yeah, he was well over. There was daylight between the line and that right foot.
Hendrickson again angling it in and just worked off his hips by Panchal down to Janssen, who is there at fine leg, a shallow fine leg. And in fact, the reason I think he is so shallow is that this is one of the very long boundaries, this corner here. And
Yeah,
so
definitely. He's just hiding in the shade, I think that's...
he's deep enough to be in the shade, but but not right on the boundary. Probably enables him to cover quite a lot of ground to his left and right if he's that little bit shallow.
Doesn't hurt that he's got quite a longer stride than you and me.
Iswaran now to face. And
Oh,
he just
glorious.
drives it straight back past the bowler with the full face of the bat. Such a good looking shot, and it's one that the Indians on the balcony really, really appreciate as well. Cheers from them. And that takes Iswaran through to 20. The score to 112 for one of 25 overs, 25.4 overs. And as 5 o'clock ticks over, the partnership is 32. Iswaran is there on 20. Panchal is on 40, the man out, Shaw, who was caught behind for 48. I'll give you a tweet after this as Hendricks turns at the top of his runner. Really coming in, left arm around the wickets to the right-handed Iswaran. And he pitches this one a little bit shorter. Make sure he doesn't get driven again. Actually
Just
manages to
asked
wrap
him.
him on the thigh pad.
Yeah.
So, Legend of Arkley says Stearman has that big Vern X factor. Even though he's been expensive, he's been the only one who's managed to make the ball nip. We've been missing such a bowler on the Proteas setup for the past 2 years. I mean, he looks a little bit like Vern. Does he remind you of Vern? It's difficult to say. It's like asking if someone reminds you of Tendulkar, isn't it?
I think it's
I mean,
always a cardinal sin rather to compare like for like, especially when they're so close to each other in performance. You remember that Vernon Philander was down in the Western Province squad recently until his venture out to the international coaching foray with Pakistan in the World T20.
So, still playing, or still considered as part of the playing.
I mean,
group.
certainly a similar sort of build and height. Vern obviously well known for being incredibly difficult to score off and very, very consistent.
Had an absolute screamer in his debut test where South Africa rolled the Australians for 47 at Newlands, famously.
I think it was 51 and 47. Or 47 and 51. But they were 21 for 9 at one stage.
I didn't get to watch that live. I was in London.
I was listening to it on radio commentary.
Back in the days when South Africa used to have radio commentary.
Yes, well, we do have radio commentary, digital radio. But yeah, I was actually writing metric finals at that point,
Oh,
so
okay.
that was about as all-encompassing as you can imagine, which means the ability to study during
Yeah.
metric finals was
I-
severely hampered.
I'd had an interesting week. I'd gone to London to interview David Attenborough and was on the train back to the airport when my dad WhatsApped me to say, I hope you're watching the cricket. I said, sorry, I'm in London. I haven't got a clue what's going on.
I think you can be excused for, missing it for an interview with David Attenborough. It must be a terribly interesting interview.
Yeah, he was a lovely guy. We really, really enjoyed chatting to him. We were the first interview of the day, so we had sort of well over an hour with him while we got everything set up and so on. Very accommodating and just one of the world's absolute gentlemen.
Tony Dezors is pointing out somebody's helmet that is needed. Looks like there's going to possibly be spin.
Stearman in again, right arm over, bangs that one in, and that was the sort of bouncer that you bowl when you're trying to get a dot ball, which is quite early in the over to have one of those. Where you sort of angle the bouncer down the leg side. So 8.3 now. I make that 2.5 overs since we've had any scores off Stearman.
Yeah, he's bowled back-to-back maidens and he's halfway through another one here. So 15 deliveries without a run scored.
He's done incredibly well to bring himself back into this game.
But it shows the quality that was alluded to in that tweet. Oh, lovely.
Defending
Oh,
into the
lovely.
offside. This is good cricket from Stearman. Building pressure here.
So we're just going to Stearman's foray into first-class cricket. 8,800 deliveries bowled. So it's 198 wickets at an average of 21.24. He's got 13 5-wicket hauls and 2 10-fers for the game. Really just he's really just brought it back. Oh, well left. If we look at his foray into SAA cricket, he's only got 3 wickets to his name, and that was in the same game against Harare this year, South Africa A taking on Zimbabwe A, in which he picked up 3 for 18.
3 for 18 is a decent return.
Definitely, he conceded 89 runs in that game.
Right, he turns for the final ball of this over. Will he make it 3 maidens in a row? And
No,
they
you've
are able
jinxed
to sneak away for 1. They're going to turn for 2. They might get 3 here as well if they hurry. Yes,
Big
they
throw
are
from
indeed.
Linda.
Good running there. It was good cricket all round, actually. He knew the gap was there, just played it with the outside half of the bat with no real aggression, but very, very safe. And was able to get 3 runs. So Panchal goes on to 43 now. Iswaran is still there on 20. The score 115 for 1 with the partnership at 35 runs, and the rate achieved for the afternoon 4.3.
Actually, removing a helmet, I thought they would have added a helmet and possibly brought on the spin of George Linder late in the day here. But they're removing it, so there's no longer going to be a man under the helmet.
Still 25 minutes to go. I'm sure George Linder will have a little bit of a look this evening, I hope.
Bjorn Hendricks to continue from the Loch Logan end. Oh, lovely bouncer to start. What a glorious way to begin the over. Just tucks his head away out of any danger. Does Panchali look like a tortoise retracting his head into his shell?
Had the 2 slips that we've had in right the way through the afternoon. There's never been fewer than 2 in the cordon, and there's been a gully right the way through as well.
Deficit 394, but crucially, Simon, the extras have only been 4.
It's in again, and it's on the bounce to that man at gully, who is George Linder.
Yep. He didn't. Well, we clearly didn't agree that one hand run bounce is the rule.
Yeah, it
here.
wasn't in the
So
playing
yeah,
conditions,
playing
I'm afraid,
conditions,
Dave.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not permissible.
Well, considering you would prefer it that we played everything according to the laws of cricket and don't have any playing conditions at all.
No, I just want the playing conditions to add seasoning to the
Nothing but
the
timeless
game.
tests for Dave.
Absolutely. Red ball cricket for about 9 days is sufficient enough.
Oh, geez, I think, there is such a thing as too much of what you love.
How dare you?
Left arm around the wicket and played with hard hands out towards Tony Dezorzi in the covers. Was in the air for a little bit there. Pretty safe actually, but it wasn't a mile away from Dezorzi. After 6.3, Hendricks is 0 for 19. Panchal on 43. He's the man facing at the moment. Iswaran on 20. So Red Wing Starling calls outside of our eye shot. What do you call it? Vision? Sight?
Yes, out of sight.
Out of sight, not out of mind, because we can hear it calling. Our executive producer was complaining earlier on our WhatsApp group about a bird. Oh, straight through the inside edge of Panchal there.
He's had a solid waff at that.
He did indeed. That could so easily have got a scratch.
I think he's just a kitten's whisker away from that edge.
George Linder is warming up a little bit now, so I suspect we might get him from this end.
So yeah, to quote the late great Richie Bennett, just a kitten's whisker away from the stumps. Just 20 minutes or 21 minutes remaining in the day's play. So with the predicted 17 overs, I think we're not going to get that. There was obviously a change of innings and 2 significant breaks.
I think we'll get George Linder bowling from the Loch Logan end, from this end that
Bjorn Hendricks is bowling from.
Bjorn Hendricks is bowling from. I'd like to see Stearman get another over from this end.
Yeah, he's really not done all that poorly once switching ends. But it shows the experience of the captain, Peter Milan, not to panic once the other end, Loch Logan, was as fruitful as it was for Prithvi Shaw against Clinton Stearman.
Slips go down. And banged in and defended into the onside.
So that concludes 28.
So George Linder is walking across to... Is he going to bowl from this end? Yeah, it looks like he is. He's having a little run through.
It doesn't look like it. Stearman's handing his cap and jersey
so maybe he's
to Marco Jansen.
Maybe he is just visualizing it and he's planning to bowl from the other end. Yeah, I would imagine he's going to bowl from the Loch Logan end.
Dream big, kids. So last 20 minutes, you probably get, 5 overs at best?
Yeah.
But possibly more if we bowl some spin. Maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, Greg Linder is one of those spinners who does get
George
through his over... George, sorry. It's been a long day for me as well, clearly. Considering I went blank on Hendrick's name at the end of that last over as well.
Thankfully, there's just the one. There used to be 2 in the squad when it was announced.
George Linder is one of those spin bowlers who does get through his over quite quickly as well. I had a very frustrating game on Sunday where the spinner took as long to get through his overs as the opening bowlers did. Bangs it in, forward defensive, no run, and not quite clatters, but runs into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Marco Jansen replacing the furniture there. What a wonderful image there as we see Marco Jansen standing next to Babs Kuma. It's definitely opposite day.
Exactly, literally able to look straight down onto his bald spot. Not saying that Babs Kuma definitely has a bald spot.
Thankfully he's got a hat on.
Yeah, so I think he has a shaved head. Saw him earlier today. Right arm around the wicket and defended off the back foot into the offside, where the towering figure of Marco Jansen does the fielding. A long way down from up there.
At risk of getting a speeding fine on the way down.
Yeah.
Deficit remains at 394. And
115 for 1 after 28 overs.
Yeah, we're heading to that final last big push. The final push of the day. Stearman makes a right-hand turn. 2 slips in position with the gully in support. Oh, was that? I think he's edged that onto the...
Yeah, 2 sounds there. Why can I hear 2 sounds from 120 meters away in the press box and I struggle to hear it from 23 yards away when I'm umpiring? Oh well, such is life.
Looked like a good shot, but I think, like you said, multiple sounds.
It's been a good day at the Mangong Oval. We are expecting a bit of rain overnight. Hopefully it won't affect the 10 o'clock start tomorrow morning.
Doesn't look like it's building up to be anything really sinister.
Not yet, does it? No.
Oh.
And this just works down to fine leg, where Stutis Pumler, I think, doing the fielding.
Yep. That's a single there.
Uma checks with his colleague that there are 2 balls remaining. Not because he was unsure, but that is very much standard umpiring practice. It's part of the way you build and maintain a relationship with your partner. It's checking the 3rd ball and the 4th ball of every over.
There's a 1.
393 runs to par, 116 for 1. It's pretty much exactly how we thought this Indian innings would go, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was almost telegraphed in the way that they got off to that absolute flyer. But I think crucially for South Africa, they picked up that wicket of Prithvi Shaw relatively early on. These 2 have only put 36 together since that first wicket fell.
Yeah, it's now been 15 overs since that first wicket fell, and only 36 runs added. And the first that opening partnership of what, about 85 went for 80, I think it was. Went for run a ball.
But it shows, Simon, how well the South Africans have done to rein in the Indians and preventing them from getting away quickly here.
Yeah, it's been done very, very well. If you do fancy tweeting us in the last little while of this the second day, please do drop us a tweet. The way to get it read is to use the hashtag #SSCricket. And in fact, tomorrow SS Cricket is going to be a nightmare because the ODI is on. Is it tomorrow or the day after? The day after, sorry. When you spend the entire day at a cricket oval, it's very easy to fall into that Kruger National Park place of forgetting what day it is.
It's a day of cricket, Mr.
It is,
Gear.
yes, it is a day of cricket.
We are blessed.
On Friday there will be a day of 2 crickets.
Cricket's
Bjorn
way.
Hendricks in. I thought George Linder was going to be batting from this end. Maybe he's batting from the Bjorn Hendricks end, but obviously maybe he's going to be replacing Stuurman on this end, which is why he was shadow bowling just before
Stuurman took his
the
previous over,
yeah.
yeah. So it's really unchanged field for most of the day. There's a man at fine leg, 2 slips in a gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man lurking at mid-wicket. So really persisting with this plan. And it's worked really to throttle this Indian A innings. That's a glorious drive, but it goes on the bounce to Tony de Zorzi, who's able to snuff that opportunity out. These two going along mindfully. The run rate has screeched to an almost halt from 6 to 4 flat now.
What, 15 minutes left in play today.
Marco Jansen also making sure he's limbered, maybe just stretching. Around the wicket comes Bjorn Hendrickson. It's hit straight back at him. It's a great stop there. He has a leer at
Iswaran.
Iswaran. But it's a good stop there, just at his feet, reaching down.
I'm definitely up for the last 15 minutes being played by, being bowled by Linda and Jansen. I think that'll be an entertaining duo.
So there's also the 4-day competition, Simon. That's getting underway again tomorrow.
Sure,
It's the
we're
next
gonna
round.
have Plenty of cricket to call.
Well, the local team, the ITEC Knights, are taking on the Imperial Lions at Imperial Wanderers Stadium, who are undefeated. The Lions, they've
Wrapped their last 2 games up inside the 3rd day.
Oh, in fact, there was a time before you were going to taste the glamour and glory of the Mangaung Oval, where you were quite keen to call that game. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Right, so Iswaran on 21. He's got 2 balls left of this Hendricks over. Hendricks has taken 0 for 19 off his 7.4 overs. Coming in from the Loch Logan end, 2 slips, a gully, catching cover. Oh, past the outside edge. I think he did manage to pull the bat out of the way there. It was a controlled leave, but it looked good from Hendricks. He's really bent his back and banged the ball into there.
Yeah, so also on the Supersport YouTube channel will be that next round of 4-day competition. I'm really keen to see if, as a completely biased Lions fan, if the Lions can once again get a victory, or Kenny's giving me the most sour look you can imagine, because I'm sure he's an ITEC Knights man through and through, but the Lions are really strong. But they're going to be without Sipamla at the very least, so an opportunity for a young, quick.
Who else from this team is with the Lions?
So if I look,
Dazorzi used to be, didn't he?
no, he was
he?
with the Titans.
Oh,
before.
that's right. Okay.
So there's just really the Sipamla is the only man who's part of that Lion squad. As it looks like we're going to have substitution. Tony de Zorzi is going to make his way off the park, and Miguel Pretorius for local fans is on the park. So really exciting stuff if you're an
ITEC Knights man.
as Tsepo, our very own, will be marvelously unimpressed with the ability to throw the wide brim there from Marco Jansen. He's a massive fan of flying discs.
Ultimate frisbee, as he insists that we call it, which is a bit like calling rugby ultimate egg or something.
Right. So Marco Jansen is going to come around the wicket. He's 6 overs, 0 for 20, and he's only conceded the 3 boundaries. So 8 of those runs are not boundaries, and he's probably going to bowl continuously from this end. There may be a change on the other end. Marco Jansen, left arm round the wicket, and it's a bumper to start. Lovely ball from the towering fast bowler. First ball of his 7th, and his economy is 3.24. But Bjorn Hendricks has bowled really well today, Simon, hasn't he? 2.3 economy, and 0 for 19. So he's really just pulled it back.
He's bowled well all the way through today. He's been economical.
Jansen in again, wide of that crease, and again it's into the body of Panchal, who just dots that away. No run.
The batsmen beginning to think about tomorrow morning as well, aren't they? And
Quite possibly.
yeah, there's definitely been a significant drop off in aggression. Well, I mean, they've scored at 2 runs and over this entire partnership. The partnership is 36 at the moment.
But the rate achieved has dropped below 4 after getting off to an absolute screamer early on. Adjusts his gloves, it does Panchal. Jansen. Oh, it's just tucked away off the hip. Just pushed away into the ground, and Stierman collects as he throws it away to his captain to do a bit of cleaning work and polish. He's rubbing it on his sleeve. You see, he doesn't want any concern to be around his care for the ball. It's a lovely conversation going on between Van Tonder and Arvia and Bjorn Hendricks in that slip cordon. But they had to move quite quickly once Jansen had begun his over there. They were at risk of being out of place, and I'm sure there would be remonstration from Jansen if there was a ball that went through the gap.
I think there'd be remonstration from the umpire if they were still chatting to each other while the bowler was running in. You do find, particularly at this time of the day, the slip cordon begin to forget themselves, get well defended off the back foot, and they manage to pierce the gap, and they are going to get 2.
Miguel Pretorius getting his first touch of the ball in this game. I'm sure he'll be a part of the next fixture. And you spoke about it, Simon, that it's not necessarily guys fighting for positions, but rather an opportunity to roll through some of the options that South Africa A have. So it's not a matter of if somebody gets dropped that they've performed poorly, that they don't.
I mean, I don't know that for certain. I'm just saying that that's how I would run it, which I'm assuming is a fairly sensible and obvious way to do it.
Just 2 runs from this over. 1 to come. Oh, what a lovely bouncer to end. It died on its way to Bashile. Really put effort into that one, but nothing in the end. So just 2 from the over. He's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 22. His economy is 3.14. As we head into the final 7 minutes, so maybe 2 overs or so.
Yeah, we are finally going to get a bit of spin. George Linder playing the traditional role of a South African spinner, of being brought on right at the very end of the day when no one really cares and just wants to go home. But that is not how South Africans treat spin any longer. There has been a growth in the way that spin is valued by South African captains in the last 5 years maybe?
Particularly with the advent of spinners in T20 really coming to the fore, as local hero Miguel Pretorius makes his way off the park for Tony De Zorzi, who probably went to go fetch his
helmet. That's exactly what it was.
And his pads.
Oh yes, there we go.
As well, because now he's I'm sure he needs to hand over that wide brim and pair of sunglasses that he has to someone else. I think he's completely forgotten about it now, as he's about to put his helmet on, because
well, in fact, Oshile doesn't have his helmet with him either, so I think that helmet is actually for
Oshile?
Oshile, yeah.
Although, yeah, it looks like Dazorzi's going to put it on his noggin. Taking
Oshile
off
should
his
be
sunglasses.
keeping with a helmet.
But he's not obliged to.
He's not obliged to, but it's very, very rare to see the guys not do it any longer.
Particularly with the
In
injury
fact,
of Mark Boucher.
Mark Boucher was the.
Mm.
In fact, I can't remember the last time I saw a
Wicketkeeper
wicketkeeper
without-
at any level keep up without a helmet.
Well, if he feels comfortable enough. Dazorzi's folded his wide brim in twain. So there's a man at, I wouldn't, probably 45. There's a man in the ring at Kaukono Marco Jansen who's on his haunches. Luta Sapamla is at Miron rather, and at mid-off is Peter Milan. There's a catching cover in Bjorn Hendricks, and Jason Smith is at backward point, whilst looks like Reinhard van Tonder is out there in the cover region. The man in the slips is Sarel Ervia to complement Senator Merkoshile behind the stump. So George Linder will get his first ball of the game. He's going to come left arm around the wicket to try and turn it away from the right-hander.
So from the Loch Logan end, we have a false start. Right, left arm around the wickets and immediately quite flat and angled into has a similar trajectory and angle which we saw from Gartham yesterday in particular and through some of today as well. He has got a bat pad, he's got a catch and cover, he's got a slip. Again,
give
and
himself
he gets a
room. That's
bit
a
of an
lovely
outside edge.
shot.
It's going to be a long chase here for, is that Jason Smith? And
Yeah,
he does manage to scrape it back just inside the boundary. They go through for 2.
yeah, he just gave himself room to guide it very fine there, and Smith reeling it in there right before the boundary. Last 4 minutes here, so we may get.
We should get
No,
through
we're
to
probably
this
through this over.
Through this over and one from the other side, I would have thought.
Possibly depends how quickly Linda gets through this over. The time is definitely running away. It's going to click over to 2 minutes before. I think he's intentionally taking his time with this over.
No is the call because there is a man there at a backward square leg. It is Denton Stearman, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. And no run. They're definitely going to have another over after this. 2.5 minutes and 3 balls. Unless there really is some smacking. No, defended into the offside. No run.
2 to come. So these two are edging their way to a 50 partnership. It's really a workman-like innings from both of them since the dismissal of Prithvi Shaw. He just
Tries to give himself a bit of space, but all he can do is just knock it back to the bowler safely and no run. Definitely will be thinking about survival now, I think, to the end of the day.
Okay, so the man at bat with short leg has walked round the wicketkeeper, and he's going to go to a silly point.
Very,
Right
very
under
close
his
as well,
nose.
yeah. It's about as close as you can legally stand to the batsman. Oh, and he just works it through the vacant mid-wicket. Well, it's not very vacant. He's threaded the gap there. And that's going to run away for 4. So now we will all watch Babs Nkuma to see how close he is going to get to
He'll be well safe.
He will indeed, yeah. He's got a minute and a bit to go. So he'll be fine. He's walking as slowly as he can.
I'm sure
he's quite keen to rest his heels as well. But it is going to be Marco Jansen to bowl the final over. Of
He
the
will
day.
eventually bowl the final ball, but
Yes.
he's got to get through 5 more first.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
No, not at all. So Sapamla is the one who had to go fetch that from the outer echelons of this Mangaung Oval. So Marco Jansen looking to come left arm over the wicket for the final over of the day. Panchal on 45, Yaswaran on 27, both scoring just shy of 50% with their strike rates. Marco Jansen is only 3.14. 2 slips in a gully. Jansen in again. Oh, he's thrown a serious bouncer, but it's been a wayward one with the line there. It's gone down the leg side and easily watched by Panchal, the captain.
He hasn't bowled left arm over very much today, has he? He's
No,
been
he's been-
mostly left arm around.
Intentionally so, I think. There was a clear plan for him to make sure that he puts pressure on these Indian batsmen. It's almost always, been a hole in their repertoire is short pitch bowling, or
Yeah.
the ability to deal with short pitch bowling.
Certainly
from
much
the
better now
subcontinent
than it
players.
was a decade ago.
Right.
Bangs it in again. That's pretty wayward down the leg side. Not going to trouble anyone. That.
Yeah, we've seen Reinhard van Tonder, almost call him Reinhard Alstad. Been watching a little bit too much rugby, but clearly there's a plan here. They're going to come over the left arm over the wicket and try and tuck the hips of the captain Panchal, because there's now a man at a leg gully position, or it's probably too wide to be a slip, possibly a leg slip. Yeah.
First ball of the final over of the day. Again, just banging it in.
And umpire Harris is saying everybody just calm down. There's
No, I
a
think-
motion there.
No, I think what he was saying is it's below the shoulder.
Oh, right. So it's not a
Not
bouncer.
a bouncer. Yeah.
There's no need to be aggressive with the bowling. Come on, mate. There's a-
Because you can't show it as below your shoulder, because that immediately looks like you are signalling that it's a bouncer.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
I thought it was calling for calm heads. Thought we'd missed an aggressive moment. Janssen.
Bangs it in
Another one.
again.
Oh, there's a chance for a run out here. Oh, he almost put the through ball there with the left foot.
Not quite sure what if he was planning to bowl five or six short balls at Panchal here. Why did we not have a man under the lid? Did no one give the captain or Tony de Zorzi the memo?
Hey, he could have kept his helmet on from the
Yeah.
previous
And he went
over
to all the effort of getting it brought in.
for a single over. But I suppose you perhaps that's not part of the plan. Is we've got just 2 balls remaining in the day's play. Oh, it's
Oh,
a
this time he-
no ball and a
Ah.
full toss.
Was that wasn't called no ball by the square leg umpire, was it?
Wow, we'll definitely have to have a look. It looks like perhaps Tsuma is the one who...
I don't think it was above waist height.
No, it's not that. I think it's just he's overstepped there. We're just having a
there
look
is
at
just
the replay here. We'll definitely have a squiz as to how far over he was. Just having a look at him meandering in. Oh, he was well over.
Well over. There's some clear daylight there, so there's still 2 more deliveries. Janssen in again and short and jumped on the toes does Panchal, and we'll get one more here. And he's asking Babs Truma if he can come around the wicket for the final delivery.
Just making sure everyone's earning their crust.
Yeah, you can't just sit on your bat and live
Yeah.
the dream.
That's by our reckoning final ball of the day. Left him around the wicket, bangs it in again. Well played by Panchal. That's been a good captain's innings to get the team to the end of the day on 125 for 1. Well, it seems to be the players are certainly leaving. Steve Harris seems. Oh yes, I suppose he's going
Dismiss the bails.
all the way to dismiss the bails, as you said.
So 125 for 1 after 33 overs, and Simon will give us a wrap of where this game was. These two teams really making sure that they're giving us a good showing of cricket here. It's not a one-sided encounter by any stretch of the imagination. South Africa started today on 343 for 3, Simon.
They did indeed, with Peter Malan there on 157 and Jason Smith on 51. Neither of them lasted very, very long. Smith was the first one to go. He was slashed at a wide one and caught by Aparajith at second slip off the bowling of Nagosala. He went for 52. Peter Malan followed him quite shortly afterwards, feathering one to Yadav behind the stumps off the bowling of Navdeep Hasani. He went for 163. Then Sinatemba Kashile was joined by George Linder, and they batted in absolute lockstep, never more than 2 or 3 runs apart. got to their 100 partnership before George Linder was stumped by Yadav off the bowling of Chaha. That was before there were a couple of very, very strong shouts by Chaha asking for LBW decisions. He was out for 51. Marco Jansen joined him, ended up getting himself run out by Prithvi Shaw. He was gone for 17, and that left Siddharth Kashile on 82 not out and Lutus Apamla on 5 not out. We do think that the South Africans might have miscalculated the declaration, because I think they wanted to have 4 or 5 overs at the Indians before tea, but they left it slightly late to within that half-hour boundary before tea, and so the umpires called an early tea. After tea, the two open. Well, let me give the partial bowling figures for the Indians. Navdeep Sahni took 2, Azwan Nagwasala took 2, Umran Malik took his first ever wicket at first class level. Krishna Gautam had a long day in the sun. In fact, the spinners in general toiled without too much reward. He was 0 for 98. Rahul Shah 1 for 125, and Baba Aparajit 0 for 40 off 10 overs. Then the Indians walked out and they got off to a flyer, with Prithvi Shaw and Priyank Panchal going along at a runner ball for their opening partnership of 80 runs in 13.5 overs, until Prithvi Shaw feathered one to Kashile off the bowling of Lutus Apamla, and he was gone for 48 of 45 balls. Then things slowed down substantially. Priyank Panchal, the captain, and Abhimanyu Iswaran batted for at length for a partnership of 45, and they have lasted to the end of the day. Panchal is there on 45. He was hit very, very hard on the side of the head off the bowling of Michael Janssen, and we had an extended break while he was assessed, but he seems to be fine. Also got hit on the toe, or he hit the ball onto his toe a little earlier as
Clinton
well.
Stearman's bowling, yeah.
So he was feeling in the wards a little bit. Abhimanyu Iswaran, he's batted well. He's on 27, and so those two will resume tomorrow. The South African bowlers, Bjorn Hendricks, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 19. Glenton Stearman had a very, very expensive start, but he really brought it back nicely. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 48. Marco Jansen bowled with fire and enthusiasm. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 23. Lutus Apamla, the 1 wicket that fell, went to him. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. I was quite impressed by him. George Linder, just the 1 over right towards the end of the day. No wickets for 6 runs. We will be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell your friends about the broadcast. You're welcome to tweet us as well. Use the hashtag SSCricket. From me, Simon Gear, from my colleague, David Midgley, and from the team at Supersport and at Pitch Vision, a very, very good night.